Chapter 15. The Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution was not a sudden or isolated phenomenon. The launch of the Cultural Revolution must be viewed in the context of a dialectical relation between evolving global and internal Chinese contradictions. On the global level, we saw the intensified contradiction between U.S. imperialism and the national liberation struggles, as well the growing hostility between the Soviet Union and China. The latter disagreed on how to develop socialism on the national levelis. Wellis the Stancero take on imperialism, and how to continue a world revolutionary process. China resented that its economy had become dependent on the Soviet mode of production. After delinking from the Soviet Union, China used labor as a substitute for the lack of capital. But the adopted Soviet system of planning and management, without corresponding financial and technological support, became alienated from the economic base. The Cultural Revolution has to be contextualized in this contradiction. On the national level, the Cultural Revolution was a continuation of the political struggles in the 1950s, centered on how to move towards socialism. To simplify, how might China use voluntarist means to mobilize the masses to construct infrastructure, develop industry, and increase agricultural production in service to the common good? Or how might it use economic incentives and the market mechanism to develop the economy? At the same time, this dispute was a critique of the Soviet superstructure, which, according to Mao, had led to a degeneration of the party, the development of a ruling bureaucracy, and accommodation to imperialism. Mao argued that the road towards socialism was going through a chain of revolutions in the superstructure. The way the economic system was managed in the 1950s was incompatible with the new self-reliance line, and therefore a radical transformation of the superstructure became imperative, a cultural revolution. Mao had been critical of the Soviet strategy for revolution and the development of society since the Long March, and he responded by developing his sinification of Marxism. Coming to power in 1949, Mao insisted on a Chinese version of socialism, in which the modernization of industry and the collectivization of agriculture would go hand in hand. However, despite a different economic base, China had followed the pattern of the Soviet Union superstructure in management, its educational system, and cultural life. It was not until 1956, under Khrushchev, that Mao realized that it was this pattern that should be broken if China was to avoid following the Soviet Union's path away from the political preconditions of socialism. Mao's main critique of the Soviet Union was that it denied class struggle would continue under socialism. The Soviet leadership claimed that class society had ended and that the state belonged to the people. In Mao's view, a new bourgeoisie had risen to power in the Soviet Union. He saw the same development in China under the leadership of Liu Shaoqi, who had gained a major influence in the party during the crises of the Great Leap Forward. Mao's response was to launch the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the enactment of the revolutionary spirit at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, with students taking to the streets and party leaders being overthrown and subjected to mass criticism for being capitalist roaders, proved to the world that China took the idea of continuous revolution seriously. It wanted to prevent the emergence of a bureaucratic class that acted in its own interest, as had happened in the Soviet Union. Up until the beginning of the 1960s, China's planned economy developed according to the Soviet model. 38,000 Chinese engineers were trained in the Soviet Union, and 11,000 Soviet experts helped build infrastructure and the industrial sector. China received blueprints and know-how to construct everything from trucks to nuclear power stations. This certainly helped with the development of China, but it also fostered a technocratic elite with special privileges, similar to what had occurred in the Soviet Union. Significant factions in the Communist Party of China, however, were eager to counteract the bureaucratization of the revolution and the emergence of a new ruling class. The first attempt was a radical experiment in direct democracy. In 1957, Mao famously stated, "Let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend," encouraging the people to criticize the practices of the Communist Party and its leaders. In 1962, a large-scale socialist education campaign was developed in the rural areas of China as a forerunner of the Cultural Revolution, to experiment and seek out the correct method. Thousands of unemployed urban youth, workers, and intellectuals were sent to the rural communities as a soft landing site for the economic crises in the wake of the Great Leap Forward. Absorbing redundant labor power from the city to assist agricultural production, and at the same time, strengthen a socialist consciousness. Mao understood how tightly capitalism and imperialism were connected. He knew that China might easily be absorbed by the capitalist world system and feared that this would turn China itself into a capitalist and imperialist power. He hoped that a cultural revolution would help prevent this. In 1964, he wrote, "Class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment are the three great revolutionary movements for building a mighty socialist country. If, in the absence of these movements, the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and monsters of all kinds were allowed to crawl out, while our cadres were to shut their eyes to all this, and in many cases fail even to differentiate between the enemy and ourselves, but were to collaborate with the enemy, and were corrupted, divided, and demoralized by him, then it would not take long, perhaps only several years or a decade, or several decades at most, before a counter-revolutionary restoration on a national scale inevitably occurred. The Marxist-Leninist Party would undoubtedly become a revisionist party or fascist party, and the whole of China would change its color." 2. Mao denounced the cadres who wanted to use capitalist methods to restore China's national power, calling them capitalist roaders. Yet his strategy did not at first succeed within the party, while the party leader, Lexington Books, 1974, pp. 261-81, Ship applied Mao's class struggler rhetoric against traditional class enemies such as landowners, capitalists, and foreign imperialists. It refused to apply it to the party leadership itself. The new political elite felt they were entitled to certain privileges and were unwilling to let them go. Mao's status within the party had been weakened by the economic problems generated by the Great Leap Forward. At the Lushan Party Conference in 1959, Defense Minister Peng Dehuai attacked Mao's failed economic policy, which turned the peasants against the party. Peng's open attack cost him his position, but Mao was under pressure. To regain strength, Mao Zedong addressed the masses of workers, peasants, and students directly in a cultural revolution initiative launched under the slogan "It is right to rebel," which encouraged the people to bombard the headquarters. It turned out to be an effective strategy. However, Mao would hardly have thrown himself into a struggle of such great magnitude if he had not secured the support of the new defense minister Lin Biao and the army. Mao's formulation of the Cultural Revolution was summarized in a document known as the 16 Points. It defined 3 stages: to engage in a struggle against the authorities, to criticize capitalist ideas, and to carry out reform. The people of China were urged to rise against established ideas and habits, especially those espoused by old and new elites. All state institutions needed to be reformed. Criticism and self-criticism were declared the basis of progress. Mao was not alone in this project. During the Cultural Revolution, a faction of the Communist Party of China, headed by Zhang Chunqiao, promoted a socialist political economy, which would move China toward egalitarianism and eliminate capitalist values. In May 1966, Mao sent a letter to Lin Biao, head of the People's Liberation Army. Mao demanded that regular soldiers, as well as officers, should engage not only in military training, but also in cultural studies and agricultural production. It was a challenge to the mentality of capitalist wage labor. Work was not merely completed to earn money, but was pursued to become a revolutionary agent. Mao knew that the division of labor could not be entirely abolished. Yet any worker could do some agricultural work, and any peasant could do some industrial work. Soldiers, students, and party officials were expected to line up alongside the workers and peasants in their efforts, not only to assist them, but to develop their own consciousness and respect for the hardships of the proletariat. 5. The Cultural Revolution became exceptionally visible during the summer of 1966, when the Red Guard stepped forward. The first to respond to the call to rebel was a Red Guard group formed at Tsinghua University's attached middle school. These young people played a huge role in the first chaotic phases of the Cultural Revolution. They shook things up. They attacked all obsolete feudal and bourgeois phenomena in society. One example was careerism in the educational system. This instilled in the students a feeling of being better than the common working population. The graduates from higher education could look forward to living in prosperity, miles ahead of the average industrial worker. Higher education concentrated upon creating experts, not upon educating politically conscious people wishing to serve the people. This was not just rhetoric. During the Cultural Revolution, within the Young Intellectuals Going to Countryside movement, 20 million urban youth were sent to production teams in people's communes. The young people went to the countryside and gave up the advantages of urban life to integrate intellectual and manual workers, to have them become one and the same person. It was not until 1966 that Cultural Revolution spread from Beijing to other Chinese cities, where factional battles between students would be supplemented by more widespread mobilization of the working classes. To break down the expert mentality and its manifestations in the planning of production, a change in mentality was required from both technicians and ordinary workers. Here the Red Guards also played their part in moving the process forward by placing dazabao, big character posters, at workplaces. This would then be followed by a discussion between the workers, the technicians, and the administration personnel to create a new attitude toward work. Administrators were required to participate in manual labor, while workers began making administrative decisions and integration of all efforts. Prior to this, the self, that is, individual material advantages, had been prioritized, following the Soviet example. The management used differences in wages, material incentives, money rewards, and bonus arrangements to encourage workers to engage in cost-reducing work. During the Cultural Revolution, emphasis was placed upon politics, ideology, and the individual's conscious attitude toward the collective and the whole of society. The workers, the technicians, and the bureaucracy's political understanding of the importance of serving the people became the ideal. 7. In November 1966, the rebel headquarters of Red Workers was formed in Shanghai. Unlike the student groups, it was not a small group organized around a few institutions, but a huge network with over 400,000 members. This trend was not limited to Shanghai. In the same month, similar organizations spread like a prairie fire all over the country, forming the All China Red Laborer Rebels headquarters, a reference to the state-controlled All China Federation of Trade Unions Act II. The Red Laborer Rebels organized sit-ins at ACFTU and Ministry of Labor headquarters. The peak of this mobilization, called the January Storm, came in Shanghai in the winter of 1967, leading to the formation of the Shanghai Commune in early February 1967. As these tumults spread, a window opened in which workers were able to take direct, often chaotic, control over production and day-to-day life. One of the most important accomplishments of the Cultural Revolution was the empowerment of ordinary people and the democratization of Chinese society in terms of everyday life at the factory, farm, army, and school. This established a strong sense of egalitarianism. People's mindsets and outlooks were fundamentally changed. Indeed, it was a cultural revolution. With the reevaluation of norms, this political movement hardly left a single Chinese person untouched. It caused debates and discussions, accusations and counter-accusations, and even violent clashes between different groups. When Mao initiated the Cultural Revolution, he did not have a master plan. Much was left to improvisation and spontaneity, which led to unexpected developments and turns of events. Fred Angst, an American who grew up in China after his parents moved there in the 1950s to be part of the revolution, cites the immaturity of the working class as the main reason for the Cultural Revolution's shortcomings. They could not overcome contradictions between themselves. They could not avert factional fights. At the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, the problem was how to make the masses rise up. After the masses rose up, overcoming factionalism became the key issue. The immaturity of the working class was demonstrated most vividly by the conservatives who did not hesitate to use arms to suppress the rebels who criticized the leader. When you use arms to suppress others who criticize the leader, you give up your own right to criticize. That is why I talk about the immaturity of the working class. The working class was divided. The capitalist roaders were united. The number of cards that revolutionary leaders could play were getting fewer and fewer. So they got backed into a corner. 10. To restore order when local authorities had collapsed, the army was called in to take control of communication and transportation facilities, supervise political stabilization and economic production, and conduct ideological education. 11. The organization of the Shanghai Commune was seen as too excessive, hampering the efficiency of production, and Mao recommended it be replaced by 3-in-1 revolutionary committees run by military officers, party cadres, and representatives from the rebel organizations. These committees became the new organs of power and rebuilt the political order to solidify the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution was meant to ensure that the struggle against capitalist influence in Chinese society and the Communist Party would not falter. It was seen as mandatory for building socialism. Predictably, the Cultural Revolution deepened the divide between Mao's more voluntarist line with emphasis on continued class struggle and reoccurring revolutions, and those who wished to emphasize the need to develop economic incentives, represented by Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping. All three wanted to restore China as a world power, but differed strongly in their thoughts on how to develop the productive forces and the road towards socialism. However, it is important to mention that the conflict within the Communist Party of China did not take the extreme form as the conflict within the Soviet Communist Party in the 1930s. It was no dinner party, but it did not have mass incarceration and liquidation. During the Cultural Revolution, Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping were ridiculed but remained in the party and would be able to make a comeback. In the process of the Cultural Revolution, two main groups became crystallized. One group was headed by Liu Shaoqi, who remained an advocate of the Soviet model. This group was opposed by Mao's Cultural Revolutionary Group. The conflict hardened and simplified into the existence of two lines, their revolutionary and their revisionist, the socialist and the capitalist. This division was correct, as far as Liu Shaoqi and his faction had been following the Soviet line. But it is an oversimplification because Mao had also followed the same line for China's reconstruction after 1949. This simplification turned Mao's writing into a universal dogma. Mao Zedong thought. In the turbulent situation of a cultural revolution in a post-revolutionary society, the concept of Mao Zedong thought was established as the yardstick with which one could and must measure everything. Mao Zedong thought was concentrated in the Little Red Book, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, published in 1964, first to be used in the army, but it quickly spread to the entire society. It gained an enormous influence. In 1966, it was translated and sold in more than 100 countries. Over 1 billion official volumes were sold between 1966 and 1969 alone, as well as untold numbers of unofficial local reprints and unofficial translations. In Denmark, the organization to which I belonged published it in Danish in 1967, and in just 2 years we sold 25,000 copies in a country with 5 million citizens. It was Lin Biao who coined the term Mao Zedong thought as a tendency of Marxism, in the same way Stalin coined Leninism. In the preface, Lin wrote, "Comrade Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era. He has inherited, defended, and developed Marxism-Leninism with genius, creatively and comprehensively, and has brought it to a higher and completely new stage." 13. In a speech to the Politburo on May 18, 1966, Lin called Mao a genius, and Mao Zedong thought universal truth and our guide for action. 14. In an editorial of Jifeng Junbao Liberation Army Daily on June 7, 1966, Lin writes, "The attitude towards Mao Zedong's thought, whether to accept it or resist it, to support it or oppose it, to love it warmly or be hostile to it, this is the touchstone to test and the watershed, between true revolution and sham revolution, between revolution and counter-revolution, between Marxism-Leninism and revisionism. He who wants to make revolution must accept Mao Zedong's thought and act in accordance with it." 15. The idea of Chairman Mao as a genius and his words as universal truth is a side of the idealistic current that came to dominate part of the Cultural Revolution. However, this is not the philosophy of Mao. When Lin became Mao's close comrade in arms, it is because their interests coincided. They both regarded the right wing of the party as an acute danger threatening a military coup, and Mao needed more than a student revolt to carry out the Cultural Revolution. Mao and Lin had common opponents, but their philosophy was different. Lin Biao's Mao Zedong thought changed in 1967 from being advice for action to moral teaching, a wisdom to bow down to, exemplified in ritual public readings from the Little Red Book. In his struggle against the right wing of the party, Mao teamed up with a man whose philosophical position seemed unsustainable. In a private letter to Jiang Qing, his wife, Mao reveals his thoughts on Lin Biao. Some of his methods always leave me unsettled. I have never believed that those booklets of mine have that sort of magical power. Now if he praises to the sky, the whole party and country do so too. I expressed my difference with that sort of pronouncement of Lin Biao's. But what was the use? When he went to Beijing at the May Conference of 1966, he still spoke that way, and the press even more fiercely so, simply exaggerating to the point of fantasy. This matter cannot be made public, at present. The entire left and the broad masses all are speaking in this way. Making it public would pour cold water on them and help the right, and the present task is for the entire party and country to achieve a general defeat. It cannot be a complete one of the right, and then in 7 or 8 years, to have another movement for sweeping away the monsters and demons. If the rightists stage an anti-communist coup d'etat in China, I am sure they will know no peace either, and their rule will most probably be short-lived, because it will not be tolerated by the revolutionaries, who represent the interests of the people making up more than 90% of the population. Wherever the rightists are arrogant, they are defeated, and then their downfall is even more miserable, and the left then gains in strength. This is a nationwide maneuver in which the left, right-hand, wavering, unstable middle factions all will acquire their own respective lessons. The conclusion is still the two familiar comments: the future is bright, the road is tortuous. By the end of the Cultural Revolution, Mao and Lin Biao began to disagree over the issue of China's relationship with the United States and the Soviet Union. Lin believed that both superpowers were equally threatening to China. Zhou Enlai and Mao believed that China should become closer to the United States to mitigate the threat posed by the Soviet Union. 19 Mao approved Zhou's efforts to rehabilitate officials who had been purged during the first years of the Cultural Revolution and supported Zhou's efforts to improve China's relationship with the United States. In July 1971, Mao decided to remove Lin from power. Zhou attempted to moderate Mao's resolution to act against Lin, but failed. Lin may have tried to stage a military coup to counter Mao. Lin died when his aircraft crashed in Mongolia on September 13, 1971. The circumstances of the crash are still debated. After his death, Lin was labeled as a traitor by the party, and a purge of his followers was conducted. Lin's transformation of Mao's writings on specific matters into universal truth also had an international dimension. To stress Mao Zedong thought as a development of Marxism is correct if what is meant is that Mao's application of the Marxist method demonstrates how reality can be studied and acted upon. The Vietnamese applied the Maoist guerrilla strategy and people's protracted war with great success. However, the use of Mao Zedong thought becomes wrong if it is thereby meant that Mao's specific judgments on concrete international and Chinese situations and phenomena at certain moments can be applied as if they were of universe. Salvalidity. This was the approach being taken in China to some extent, and among many Maoists around the world in the 1970s. These Maoist organizations took Mao's specific analysis as universal law and used them in a reality that did not necessarily conform to the situation in which they were made. One of the weaknesses of Indian Maoism, for example, has been the poor theorization of Indian state power. Capitalism was much more developed in India in the 1960s than in China in the 1930s, and the Indian state was much more robust than the Chinese, which more or less collapsed during the Japanese invasion. The copy-pasting of Maoism became grotesque when it was transferred to the imperialist heartland. In late 1966, the Chinese press, which hitherto had been almost silent about the working class of the imperialist countries, suddenly started writing about poor and exploited Western workers who were awakening to the revolutionary struggle against their oppressors. Mass rallies were held in support of white American workers' purely economic strike actions, and the British dock workers were hailed for their heroic struggle against ruthless exploitation. 22. Even more peculiarly, the Maoist groups in North America and Europe talked about the peasants, fishermen, and workers in the same terms as Mao did about these classes in China in the 1930s. The use of Mao's concrete statements as if they were universal truths distorted the Maoists' views of the world around them. I still encounter Maoists of the old cultural revolutionary school who, with reverence for Mao Zedong thought, put the working class in the global North and South on the same footing. There are similarities between the Chinese attitude in the late 1960s and the former Soviet attitude under Stalin. China on its own, and some others' opinion, had taken over the position occupied by the Soviet Union in the world as the native country of socialism. When Lenin, in the last years of his life, assessed perspectives on the future of socialism in the Soviet Union, he stressed that the decisive problem was whether Soviet power could hold out until the proletariat in the more advanced countries had accomplished their revolution. From this perspective, he concluded that the Bolsheviks had to do everything within their power to maintain workers' power until the European working class had completed their revolution. The Comintern's interpretation of this in the 1930s was that the most important task for all communists was to preserve the power of Soviet workers. The touchstone for a Marxist was one's attitude toward the Soviet Union. The Chinese overtook this position. The touchstone for a Marxist became their attitude toward China, specifically toward the Cultural Revolution, and Mao Zedong thought, while China was awaiting the proletariat in the Third World to follow their path to socialism. Nevertheless, the thesis was just as wrong when applied to China as it was to the Soviet Union. The touchstone for Marxists is the ability to develop a revolutionary theory for their own country based on the specifics of that country and how it is situated in the capitalist world system. This was what Lenin did. This was what qualified Mao in the period when the Comintern and Stalin had quite different theories for the Chinese Revolution. Mao stressed that to be a Marxist in China meant to know, understand, and correctly influence Chinese reality. The use of the term Mao Zedong thought during the Cultural Revolution corresponds closely to the Soviet use of the term Leninism under Stalin. Mao Zedong had to directly oppose this Leninism to secure the Chinese Revolution's victory. We must use Marxism, including the Chinese experience, and Mao's works, as Lenin stated, to seek, find, and correctly determine the specific way or the exact turn of events, which will lead the masses on to their real, decisive and final revolutionary fight in our own country. Leninism and Mao Zedong thought correspond to two different stages in the worldwide development of socialism. The experience of the Cultural Revolution, positive and negative, has brought China a step further in the direction of socialism. It was a lesson in how to carry on the class struggle after the Communist Party had taken state power. The Cultural Revolution gave China new possibilities, which the Soviet Union never witnessed. However, China in the 1970s, just like the Soviet Union at the beginning of the 1920s, was facing the problem of whether it could hold out until the tide of revolutionary movements might materialize into socialist countries around the world. Just as Lenin's hopes were in vain, so too were the hopes of the Chinese. The national liberation struggles in the Third World during the long 60s did not proceed into a socialist world revolution. Global capitalism had not yet exhausted its development opportunities. Just like the Soviet Union, China took the wrong track of Dengism. Wrong is in quotation marks because it is meaningless to refer to unavoidable historical processes as right or wrong. The reason why the Cultural Revolution did not materialize into a socialist economic development has both an internal Chinese explanation and a global explanation. China had to change its course. The Cultural Revolution and the end of the long 1960s. Let us now zoom out and take a look at the Cultural Revolution from a more global perspective. How did it interact with the principal contradictions during the long 1960s? China's decision to try to be the leader and inspiration for revolutionaries worldwide relied on both the example set at home and on the stance of China upon the global stage. Domestically, the Cultural Revolution promoted egalitarian social reforms that corresponded with communist values. In its foreign relations, China's willingness to support liberation movements abroad and its efforts to promote its interpretation of Marxism internationally likewise played an important role in its ability to serve as a radical example. At the time, China had nothing to lose concerning its relations with the West, which had isolated it since 1949. As the Russian Revolution waited in vain for revolutions in the advanced capitalist countries, the Chinese Cultural Revolution waited for supplemental revolutions in the global South to develop their own socialism and continue the world revolution. Lin Biao laid out this strategy in 1965 in Long Live the Victory of People's War. He expounded upon the experience of the Chinese Revolution, in which peasants had encircled and taken over urban areas, to the entire globe. Comrade Mao Zedong's theory of the establishment of rural revolutionary base areas and the encirclement of the cities from the countryside is of outstanding and universal practical importance for the present revolutionary struggles of all the oppressed nations and peoples, and particularly for the revolutionary struggles of the oppressed nations and peoples in Asia, Africa, and Latin America against imperialism and its lackeys, taking the entire globe. If North America and Western Europe can be called the cities of the world, then Asia, Africa, and Latin America constitute the rural areas of the world. Since World War II, the proletarian revolutionary movement has for various reasons been temporarily held back in the North American and West European capitalist countries, while the People's Revolutionary Movement in Asia, Africa, and Latin America has been growing vigorously. In a sense, the contemporary world revolution also presents a picture of the encirclement of cities by the rural areas. In the final analysis, the whole cause of world revolution hinges on the revolutionary struggles of the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples who make up the overwhelming majority of the world's population. 24. When Mao, with Lin's support, launched the Cultural Revolution, it was in a global context where the revolutionary forces were on the offensive all over the world. By the end of the 1960s, it was not unthinkable that there would be a series of revolutionary breakthroughs which would support China's new course and vice versa. The Cultural Revolution was in line with revolutionary global developments. Cultural Revolution-era China hoped that the wave of revolutionary activities would result in a world order under which the Chinese way of developing socialism could become an example for others to follow. Revolutions erupted in Cuba, Algeria, Vietnam, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Nicaragua, and so on. But despite their socialist aspirations, they hardly left the ground concerning the construction of socialism. Therefore, it was not only the Cultural Revolution that lost its steam through the 1970s, it was revolutionary movements all over the world. This indicates that there was a deeper transformation occurring in world capitalism, which was reflected in global class struggles. Undoubtedly, there were specific localized reasons for the downturn of socialism within each country. Here, however, we will examine the changes occurring in the global structures. National self-determination and the ambition to create socialism were not enough to bring about socialism in reality. The conditions were even more difficult for the smaller third world countries than it had been for huge countries like Russia and China, particularly in terms of economic diversity and mounting a defense against hostile imperialist encirclement. Most important, however, was the polarizing dynamic caused by the unequal exchange in global capitalism. 25 raw material and agricultural products produced by low-wage labor in the Third World were exchanged by industrial products produced by relatively high-wage labor in the imperialist center. The newborn revolutionary states did not have the power to change these dynamics. They could not simply increase wages and prices for the raw materials and agricultural products they supplied to the world market. They stood in competition with one another and were forced into a race to the bottom. Without the necessary development and diversity of the productive forces, delinking themselves from the world market and trying to produce solely for the domestic market in the interest of the workers and peasants, risked throwing their economies into ruin. They had inherited the economic structures established by their former colonial oppressors. These were not designed to serve their interests. They were stuck with monocultures and industries limited to processing a few raw materials. No matter their aspirations, The economies of the newly independent countries were determined by the dominant capitalist realities. Today, it is easy to say that this was inevitable and that the anti-colonial movements should have known better. However, they had little choice. Seizing state power was necessary to at least change the balance of international relations. The various attempts to strengthen the political position of the former colonies and newly independent nations show that, at the time, it seemed possible to collectively make a difference. Up until the mid-1970s, global capitalism was actually under pressure, culminating in the so-called oil crises. However, as mentioned by Marx, no social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed. And new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. As it turned out, capitalism had the potential for yet another round in the ring. It fought its way out of the economic and political crises through neoliberal reforms and the globalization of the production process itself by basing it on low-paid labor in the South. It triggered the rapid development of the productive forces, both qualitatively computers, communications, new transnational management regimes and container transports, and quantitatively by industrializing the Third World, integrating hundreds of millions of new proletarians into the world economy. What terminated this revolutionary period in China and on the global level and ushered the counter-offensive of capital in the form of neoliberalism? The answer is the same as what generated the revolutionary 1960s, changes in the global principal contradictions interaction with local contradictions. Let me be more specific. The struggle against colonialism and imperialism grew stronger as U.S. neocolonialism penetrated the Third World, replacing the old colonial powers in the first 2 decades after the Second World War. This contradiction of imperialism versus anti-imperialism interacted with the confrontation between the U.S. and the actually existing socialism of the Soviet Union. Although the split between China and the Soviet Union weakened the socialist bloc and socialist movements overall, the two positions, in some peculiar ways, supplemented each other on the ground during the 1960s. While China's Cultural Revolution and Vietnam's armed struggle provided a new revolutionary spirit, the Soviet Union was the necessary nuclear military power, which could counterbalance U.S. imperialism on a global scale, so that the revolutionary spirit could receive the necessary space to flourish without being crushed. The Soviet Union's ability to reciprocate a nuclear attack prevented the outbreak of a devastating global nuclear war and deterred the U.S. from using nuclear weapons in its imperialist wars. Vietnam took advantage of the best of both worlds. The Soviet Union provided them with anti-aircraft missiles and heavy artillery alongside existential guarantees to counterbalance the U.S. and avoid a nuclear attack on Hanoi. At the same time, Vietnam waged a protracted people's war on the ground without compromise until its final victory, in tune with Maoist principles. A supplemental force constituting the Long 60s was the Student and Youth Rebellion in the global North, culminating in 1968. It was a series of protests against authoritarian regimes in the workplace, schools, families, and society in general. The 1968 uprisings in the West broadened the spectrum of liberation from the proletariat to race, gender, sexual minorities, and the indigenous peoples' struggle. It also offered a critique of actually existing socialism from a left perspective, creating not only Maoist-inspired groups, but a host of new left-wing organizations. I was a member of such a Maoist group in Copenhagen, Denmark. It was our hope that the liberation movements, like those taking place in Vietnam, would prevail, cutting the pipes of imperialism and creating a revolutionary situation in the imperial core. These forces would interact or merge with the rebellions in Europe and the U.S. and create a new global movement for socialism. I think Mao shared this hope in the 1960s, wishing that China would lead this new world revolutionary process. As it happened, the new global wave which came into being was not a world socialist revolution, but neoliberalism. Capitalism still had options for expansion, a new spatial fix. The forces of the Third World were too fragmented. The socialist camp was split, and the 68 rebellion in the West was, in the end, more rhetoric than deeds. Explanations for the end of their revolutionary wave in the 60s are typically given on a country-by-country basis, as an example of domestic state repression, co-option of rebellious elements by reformists, CIA-financed reactionary forces, and exhaustion of rebellious energies. These factors contributed to extinguishing the revolutionary transformation. 27, however, the most important overarching factor was the inability of actually existing socialism, both the Soviet and Chinese versions and the newly liberated states in the Third World, to develop their productive forces to a sufficient degree so as to break the power of the global capitalist market, which blocked the road to the development of socialism. Because of this, the neoliberal counteroffensive was able to do what the U.S. Army could not in Vietnam: put the Third World on its knees. Just as the revolutionary energy of China played a role in the emergence of the global uprisings in the 1960s, the decline of the Cultural Revolution played a role in the ending of the wave. I do not think the Communist Party of China's change of strategy in the mid-1970s was a result of treason, or that Mao lost the internal power struggle in the party. I think the great helmsman himself was part of this new strategy, shifting the course from port to starboard to avoid sailing too close to the wind of the looming storm of global capitalism. Instead, he chose a course which would give a steady tailwind in developing the productive forces of China. It was Mao, in person, who ended the Cultural Revolution by receiving columns of Red Guards on parade at Tiananmen. It was Mao himself who initiated a new policy by receiving Nixon in Beijing in 1972, and thus began the opening of transnational capital. Chinese domestic and foreign policies were confronted with a similar dilemma as Lenin's Russia had been in the 1920s. On one hand, trying to develop socialism implies a need to defend China from foreign aggression and to generate resources to develop the economy. On the other hand, China needed to promote the spread of communist and national liberation struggles globally, which in the end is a precondition of building genuine socialism. The dilemma is whether to defend socialism in one country, with the risk of the erosion of socialist values, or promote the world revolution, which could provoke imperialist aggression but safeguard China's own revolution in the long run. As the revolutionary 1960s faded into the neoliberal counteroffensive of the early 1970s, China chose the first option, as Stalin had before them in the 1930s, in order to face the threat from the West. The specific circumstances which would cause China's turn away from supporting a world revolutionary process and opening towards Western capitalism were already present in 1968 to 69. The escalation of the Vietnam War made it seem likely that China could be drawn into direct conflict with the United States, as it had been in Korea. On the Eastern Front, tensions continued to simmer on the Indian border, where a war had been fought in 1962. On the northern frontier with the Soviet Union, a troop buildup on both sides resulted in two direct military clashes between Soviet and Chinese forces. In this critical situation, it was as if the Communist Party, with Mao as its helmsman, lost its sense of direction. The harsh critique of the Soviet Union went from a debate on how to continue the construction of socialism in a post-revolutionary society to a theory of the principal contradiction in the world, the so-called three-world theory. In 1974, Mao defined the three worlds as follows: I hold that the U.S. and the Soviet Union belong to the first world. The middle elements, such as Japan, Europe, Australia, and Canada, belong to the second world. We are the third world. The U.S. and the Soviet Union have a lot of atomic bombs, and they are richer. Europe, Japan, Australia, and Canada of the second world do not possess so many atomic bombs and are not so rich as the first world, but richer than the third world. All Asian countries, except Japan, belong to the third world. All of Africa and also Latin America belong to the third world. According to Mao's theory, there are two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, which constitute the first world, fighting each other to obtain world domination. In this makeup, China regarded the Soviet Union as the aggressive party. The Soviet Union was no longer just a revisionist bureaucratic state. The Soviet Union had not only restored capitalism, but it had also become the most dangerous and aggressive social imperialist power in the world. so dangerous that the Third World had to ally with the Second World, Western Europe, Japan, and even the United States, to neutralize Soviet imperialism and avoid a nuclear war. Based on the reasoning that my enemy's enemy is my friend, China supported anti-Soviet forces worldwide, often in cooperation with the U.S. and reactionary forces. China was one of the first to recognize the government of Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet following the coup against the Socialist Allende government. China, together with the CIA, supported Mobutu in Zaire and Jonas Savimbi's National Union for the total independence of Angola in the civil war against the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, which was backed by Cuba. However, there was no evidence that the Soviet Union was the most aggressive power in the confrontation with the U.S. in the mid-1970s. Already at this point, the Soviet Union was under economic, political, and military pressure from the United States, trying to keep up in the arms race. China made its national conflict with the Soviet Union into the global principal contradiction, claiming that the Soviet Union was richer than. The countries in the Second World was incorrect. The Soviet Union belonged to the semi-periphery of the world system. Neither was the Soviet Union an imperialist power in its relationship with Eastern Europe and the Third World, at least not in any economic significance. The Soviet Union was already in a defensive mode in the mid-1970s, culminating in its collapse 15 years later. This anti-Soviet policy was combined with the Sino-American rapprochement, which Mao initiated in the late 1960s and continued up until his death in 1976. The pragmatic faction of the Communist Party, led by Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping, which had managed to hold its positions of power during the Cultural Revolution despite criticism, now gained a base of support within the party that wanted social stability. When Mao died in 1976, it was only a matter of weeks before the Gang of Four was arrested and a purge was carried out against what was labeled the far left-wing faction of the party. The changes created confusion in Maoist circles outside China. Albania had been China's ideologically during the Mao years, but in 1978, Albania published Hoxha's Imperialism and the Revolution, which polemicized against Mao's theoretical work and accused China's post-Mao leadership of aspiring to turn China into a new imperialist power. Given the decline of the Cultural Revolution and the confusion over the direction that the new Chinese leadership was heading, some former Latin American Maoists, such as the Communist Party of Peru Red Flag, Partido Comunista del Perú Bandera Roja, and Colombia's third-largest guerrilla group, the People's Liberation Army, Ejército Popular de Liberación, led by the Communist Party of Colombia, Marxism-Leninism, Partido Comunista de Colombia, Marxista-Leninista, reoriented in the direction of Hoxism. Taking things one step further, the Communist Party of the Philippines and its new People's Army, which had been waging guerrilla warfare since 1969, sought a new relationship with the Soviet bloc itself. The opening towards global capitalism in China, combined with Hoxist factional activity within the Maoist ranks, greatly diminished the Maoist forces globally. By the end of the 1970s, it was hard to imagine the force that Maoist ideology had exercised on the global communist movement just a decade earlier. 30. The end of the Cultural Revolution. While Mao still seemed to be in political control of the country in 1968, Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping's influence within the Communist Party increased. Many party members were concerned with the chaos that the Cultural Revolution had created in workplaces and institutions, as well as by the sharp division it had created within the Communist Party. At the 1969 Party Congress, Mao felt power slipping away from him. He was well aware of the fact that socialism's final victory still lay several generations ahead, and he emphasized that not one, but several revolutions must take place in the superstructure to spur on socialist development. On the global level, the revolutionary movements in the Third World had lost their momentum. Capitalism had initiated its neoliberal offensive. Because China had failed to achieve a position as the leader of the New World Socialist movement, Deng began to draw China out of its isolation and develop its productive forces with the assistance of transnational capital. Mao's more voluntarist line was abandoned. As far as socialism was concerned, Deng had a very pragmatic approach. Back in 1962, he stated, It doesn't matter whether a cat is white or black, as long as it catches mice. 31. The politics of the Cultural Revolution were dismantled after a political struggle in China where the global contradiction became decisive. The principal contradiction shifted from U.S. imperialism versus Third World liberation movements to neoliberalism versus the power of the nation-state. Neoliberalism was the political expression of a new international division of labor. As a response to the growing cost of labor in the center, labor-intensive industries were transferred to low-wage countries. At the same time, the financial structure of capitalism changed. The U.S. had financed the Vietnam War by printing dollars it could no longer prom, eyes to exchange for gold, which led to the disintegration of the Bretton Woods system. The astronomical expansion of the U.S. money supply catalyzed a financialization of capitalism, in which unfettered speculation and exchange of money became as important as investment in production for profit. After the Cultural Revolution, China stood alone with its improved political preconditions for the development of socialism. However, the national liberation struggles in the Third World did not transform into a viable counterweight to global capitalism. In a capitalist-dominated world, without a sufficiently developed economic base, China had to become part of the world economy. It had to build up its productive forces under conditions which would almost certainly be a threat to the hard-won political preconditions, since capitalist norms and values would penetrate society. While under pressure from neoliberal globalization, China had to build its peculiar form of state capitalism and market economy in order to maintain its national project. It could not continue the development of its productive forces without investments and trading with capitalist countries. It needed to begin the transfer of technology from the imperial countries. The transfer of technology can take two forms: a direct form, in which the developing country buys turnkey advanced factories, together with knowledge to run them. The second form is indirect. This implies that the developing country opens up to transnational companies to invest and by so doing obtains a transfer of their technology. It is a mistake to think that the quest for advanced technology is a post-Maoist feature. After the break with the Soviet Union, China imported machines and turnkey factories from the West. Deng just opened up a second form of technology transfer, investments from transnational capital. Mao was not at all against foreign technology. The fact that we are developing small and medium-sized industries on a large scale, although accepting that the large undertakings constitute the guiding force, and that we are using traditional technologies everywhere, although accepting that foreign technologies constitute a guiding power, is essentially due to our desire to achieve rapid industrialization. 32. Ni can regret the new course, since it led away from socialism. But it was a necessary detour. The question is whether maintaining the cultural revolutionary line was possible and could lead to success, particularly at a time when global capitalism went from crisis to new dynamics. If China had isolated itself to save its political system, it would not have developed its productive forces at the necessary speed, and thereby it would have run the risk of being overrun, either collapsing like the Soviet Union or becoming isolated like North Korea. Only by contextualizing the actors can we understand the choices made at a particular historical moment, rather than putting ideological labels on them as either true revolutionaries or renegades. Let me conclude this chapter by summarizing the results of Mao's leadership of China, which are indeed remarkable. Starting from one of the poorest countries in the world in 1949, China emerged at the end of the Mao period as one of the 6 largest industrial producers in the world. The higher yields obtained on family farms during later years would not have been possible without the vast irrigation and flood control projects. China's GDP grew between 1952 and 1978 at an average annual rate of 6.2%. By the end of this period, it had tripled. Industrial production contributed more to GDP than agriculture, despite the problems created by the Sino-Soviet split. 33. China's economic growth rate was 6.8% between 1970 and 1979, more than double that of the United States during the same period, 3.2%. China's GDP growth rate started to exceed 10% in the 1980s, before the decision to open it to the world system. 35. On a per capita basis, the index of national income at constant prices increased from 100 in 1949 to 440 in 1978. Over the last 2 decades of the Maoist era, from 1957 to 1975, even taking into account the economic disasters of the Great Leap, China's national income increased by 63% per capita, more than doubling. Overall, 36. This economic development is exceptional compared with the colonial-supported industrialization of Western Europe and North America. Even a World Bank report from 1983 acknowledged this. China's most remarkable achievement during the past 3 decades has been to make low-income groups far better off in terms of basic needs than their counterparts in most other poor countries. They all have work. Their food supply is guaranteed through a mixture of state rationing and collective self-insurance. Most of their children are not only at school but being comparatively well taught, and the great majority have access to basic healthcare and family planning services. Life expectancy is outstandingly high for a country at China's per capita income level, 37%. By 1976, China was unique among developing countries in being unburdened by either foreign debt or internal inflation. The Communist Party had reunited the largest population on Earth, modernized it, and ended their occurring years of famine that had haunted China for centuries, increasing grain production by 300%. In 1949, life expectancy in China was 38 years. In 1970, it was 68.3. This accomplishment is undeniable. Before I continue with the changes in China, I will return to the development of the Soviet Union. Chapter 16. USSR 1956-90, the end of actually existing socialism. Up to the late 1950s and 1960s, the 5-year plans brought the Soviet Union closer to catching up with the West. The model, however, fell into crisis in 1970s. Not only did the production stagnate, but the superstructure continued to erode. As a response to this conflict between the base and superstructure, Khrushchev led the Soviet Union further along the path of competition, with the West using capitalist standards, rather than acknowledging that class struggle continues in a post-revolutionary society, and carrying out his own form of cultural revolution to change the superstructure and reconnect with the masses to reestablish trust in the Communist Party. In the 1950s, the Soviet economy was growing rapidly using crude figures. However, it was an unbalanced and uncoordinated growth that complicated the possibility of further expansion. Centralized planning was unable to control the system because there was a lack of reliable information being relayed from the factories on what they were actually capable of producing. Waste and scarcity increased, and quality declined. The growth rate plummeted during the mid-1960s. Between 1978 to 1980, it was 0 and then went below 0. The way Stalin handled conflict between different political lines turned the party into a hierarchical power structure, a nomenklatura, a list of names of those to be appointed to key positions throughout the governmental system. This system was unable to rectify error and develop the economy. Coextensive with the nomenklatura was the growth of patron-client relationships. An official in the bureaucracy could not advance without the assistance of a patron. In return, the client carried out the policies of the patron. Khrushchev was a protege of Lazar Kaganovich, who had been close to Stalin. Leonid Brezhnev was a client of Khrushchev, his predecessor. This creates inertia and conservatism. It was during the Brezhnev regime that things really went wrong. Anatoly Chernev, who was deputy director of the International Department of the Central Committee, kept an extensive diary from 1971 to 1991. In his 1982 volume, he describes the decaying system. Diary entries are devoted to the absence of food and basic consumer goods in the stores. He chronicles the pervasive corruption in the upper echelons of power and in Brezhnev's family. 1. When Brezhnev finally died in November 1982 and Yuri Andropov was selected as the new general secretary, there was hope that he would pull the country out of its stupor. Andropov began to fight violations of the party, state, and labor discipline. He initiated an anti-corruption campaign against Brezhnev's cronies, and criminal cases against high-level party and state officials were initiated. However, Andropov's term in office became too short to make a difference. He suffered kidney problems and died after only 15 months as general secretary. Andropov was succeeded by Chernenko, yet another man with severe health problems who served even less time in office, only 13 months. The brutality of the regime through the Stalin years also seriously harmed the relationship between the party and the population. There was no longer any application of the principle that, according to Marx, drove development towards socialism: remuneration according to the quantity and quality of work delivered. The enthusiasm and commitment to production and work weakened. In the last years of its existence, the Soviet Union was characterized by massive absenteeism and disengagement in the workplace. The saying was, "We pretend to work, and they pretend to pay." The tight control exercised by the political powers over civil society coincided with a substantial amount of anarchy in workplaces. All these factors produced a weak order unable to resist the pressure from the West. Chernenko was followed by Gorbachev in 1985. In his first year, 14 of the 23 heads of department in the Secretariat were replaced. By doing so, Gorbachev secured dominance in the Politburo within a year, faster than either Stalin, Khrushchev, or Brezhnev. Gorbachev used the term perestroika for a series of reforms to restructure society and the economy. In a speech in September 1986, he embraced the idea of reintroducing market economics. In the second year of his leadership, Gorbachev began speaking of glasnost openness in media and culture. Some in the party thought Gorbachev was not going far enough in his reforms. A prominent liberal critic was Boris Yeltsin. The economic problems remained. By the late 1980s, there were still widespread shortages of basic goods, rising inflation, and declining living standards. To reduce the heavy drinking that led to absenteeism from work and poor health, Gorbachev initiated restrictions on alcohol. This, and the general tightening up of work discipline, led in the first couple of years of his government to some improvement in economic growth. It had, however, side effects. Since sales of vodka could no longer take place in government shops, a black market of illegally distilled vodka sprang up, controlled by the criminal underworld, like in the U.S. during Prohibition. The criminal class turned out to be a very dangerous enemy. In February 1990, both the liberal faction headed by Yeltsin and the old-school hardliners intensified their attacks on Gorbachev. Throughout 1991, with the Soviet budget deficit climbing, Gorbachev tried to obtain loans from the West in return for his political concessions. He managed to get an invitation to the G7 meeting in July 1991, where he continued to call for financial assistance. Most G7 members were reluctant, instead proposing the Soviets receive special associate status rather than full membership to the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. Instead of helping Gorbachev, they would rather await total collapse and then take over. Gorbachev seemingly harbored the hope that peaceful coexistence between the Soviet Union and the capitalist West could be established, in which both parties could harvest a huge peace dividend. The world could then enter a peaceful and prosperous era. For a general secretary of the Communist Party, such ideas about the nature of capitalism seemed optimistic. Yet Gorbachev delivered his part of the deal. The Berlin Wall fell, and he accepted the reunification of Germany. Gorbachev hoped this would lead to economic cooperation with Europe. The Warsaw Pact was dissolved, and NATO prevailed. The U.S. and Western Europe quickly converted Eastern Europe into a semi-periphery for investments and cheap labor, and prepared to consolidate its position by enlarging NATO eastwards. At home, Gorbachev became more and more isolated. Yeltsin rallied against him from a neoliberal position. Hardliners within the army and security forces were urging Gorbachev to arrest vocal liberals in the media. By mid-November 1990, much of the press was calling for Gorbachev to resign, and was even predicting the outbreak of civil war. Fearing civil disturbances, Gorbachev banned demonstrations and ordered troops to patrol Soviet cities alongside the police. This further alienated the liberals, but was not enough to win over hardliners. On August 20, 1991, a group of senior Communist Party members launched a coup to seize control of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was kept under house arrest. The coup plotters announced that he was ill, and therefore Vice President Yanayev would take charge of the country. Yeltsin, now president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, took refuge inside the Moscow White House. Tens of thousands of protesters amassed outside it to prevent the coup troops from storming the building to arrest him. At that moment, the coup's leaders realized that they lacked support and ended their efforts. On the evening of August 21st, Gorbachev returned to Moscow, where he thanked Yeltsin and the protesters for helping to undermine the coup. 2 days later, he resigned as general secretary and called on the Central Committee of the Communist Party to dissolve. On August 29, 1991, the Supreme Soviet indefinitely suspended all Communist Party activity, effectively ending communist rule in the Soviet Union. Following that suspension, the Soviet Union collapsed with dramatic speed. By the end of September, Gorbachev had lost the ability to influence events outside of Moscow. By the end of 1991, Yeltsin began to take over the remnants of the Soviet government, including the Kremlin itself. Without Gorbachev's knowledge, Yeltsin met with the Ukrainian and Belarusian presidents on December 8, 1991, and signed a declaration proclaiming the Soviet Union ceased to exist and announced the formation of the Commonwealth of Independent States, CS, as its successor. On December 20th, the leaders of 11 of the 12 remaining republics, all except Georgia, signed a declaration agreeing to dismantle the Soviet Union and to formally establish the CIS. Accepting the fait accompli of the Soviet Union's dissolution, Gorbachev formally announced his resignation as Soviet president on December 25th. The Soviet Union officially ceased to exist at midnight on December 31st, 1991, after 74 years. Their flag was lowered at the Kremlin, and the Russian white, blue, and red tricolor was hoisted to mark the restoration of full-blown capitalism. When Boris Yeltsin agreed to the neoliberal shock therapy order by the West, neither the remaining elite of the party nor the working class wanted to defend actually existing socialism, which had abolished poverty, developed an advanced health and educational system, yet lost its competition to the West in delivering consumer goods. Soviet citizens took the social advantages for granted and dreamt of tropical fruit, electronic devices, private cars, and travel to foreign countries without realizing that these goods are largely available and affordable due to the imperialism of the West, and Russia would no enter the capitalist system in the center, but as a semi-periphery. A ceteto deliver raw materials and cheap energy. The Soviet version of Marxism-Leninism in the late 1980s had already begun their transformation into a version of modernization, the Ori, according to which the Soviet Union should return to the main path of capitalist development by cooperating with the West. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party from 1989 to 91 was mainly a top-down process governed by the ruling elite and not a bottom-up political process dictated by the people of the Soviet Union. It was the nomenklatura wanting the same lifestyle as the upper echelons in the West that was to seal the fate of the Soviet system. Gorbachev's main instrument, the Communist Party, proved to be useless for transmitting his reform projects to the people. Most people believed that the regime was falling apart and that socialism could not be saved by perestroika and glasnost. Few were prepared to defend the old apparatus. Yeltsin and part of the Soviet working class harbored the naive dream that Soviet Union would develop into a capitalist welfare state. But the reality was quite different. From 1989 onwards, the old party elite and the newly established oligarchs robbed the state. Individuals with a nomenklatura background continued to dominate Russia. According to one 2022 estimate, 60% of the elites in Putin's regime have nomenklatura backgrounds. Instead of the promises of U.S. consumption patterns and a capitalist welfare state, the Russian population got the worst effects possible from neoliberal shock therapy. Following IMF privatizations, real income was reduced to half by 1995. The birth rate fell by 36% between 1989 and 1993, and life expectancy in 1993 was 57.3 years, compared to 65.5 in 1900. And 90.13. The world's second superpower had a bankrupt economy with decimated industrial production, contributing to increased poverty, hunger, homelessness, and alcoholism. The Communist Party of China closely followed the decay of the Soviet Union and the emerging neoliberalism in the late 1970s, and they began to set another course to combat the offensive of globalized capitalism between Mao and Deng. After the Cultural Revolution, the Communist Party had to find a new way forward. This difficult task is reflected in the frequent changes of leadership in the party, with Zhou Enlai as the usual mediator between different political lines. In 1971, China began rapprochement with the U.S. to exit isolation. Henry Kissinger made a secret visit to China and met Zhou Enlai. The U.S. lifted its blockade in October 1971, and China was reinstalled in the United Nations. After Mao's meeting with Nixon in Beijing in 1972, Zhou launched the economic strategy of 4 modernizations: economy, agriculture, scientific and technological development, and national defense. In 1973, China acquired industrial facilities from Western countries for $4.3 billion. With this, China took the first steps to upgrade its level of technology and implement a more balanced industrial sector between heavy industry and a diversified production of consumer goods. However, the cost of introducing expensive Western technologies was high. It was not like the assistance from the Soviets, which had saved China technological costs. China now had to pay expensive service fees on top of the price of hardware to the West. Additionally, all payments had to be made in foreign currency. The result was a huge fiscal deficit in 1974, leading to an economic crisis and the closing of many factories. To solve the problem, the state once again mobilized urban surplus labor in an up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement. Between 1974 to 1976, millions of laborers who had not been absorbed by the urban economy were sent to rural collectives. But since the Cultural Revolution had ended, their enthusiasm was lacking, and urban youth were reluctant to leave cities. As a result, the campaign did not run as smoothly as on previous occasions. Social discontent was mounting. Mao had believed in the strategy of relying on China's own force, based on the premise that accelerated economic growth could be achieved with the same methods used in revolution: mass mobilization and the will to self-sacrifice. Yet the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution showed that appeals to the heroism of the masses couldn't be made constantly and eternally. In 1976, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, and Mao Zedong passed away one after the other, opening up a new analysis of the world and a new strategy for China's development. The appointed new leadership, headed by Hua Guofeng, continued to buy Western industrial equipment. In 1978 alone, China signed contracts for 22 projects with the West costing $7.8 billion. 17. Isabella M. Weber, in the book How China Escaped Shock Therapy, described the debate that took place within the Communist Party, involving young Chinese economists and Western neoliberal economists. The latter pushed for neoliberal shock therapy, however. They did not prevail, and what emerged was an experimental economic reform that drew from the experience of Chinese economic statecraft. The leadership in China were still first-generation revolutionaries and approached the economic change differently than Gorbachev or Yeltsin. 18. The Chinese encounter with neoliberal globalization. Deng Xiaoping took over in 1978. His approach was not about just buying turnkey industries from the West. It was centered on a liberalization of China's internal economy, opening up for direct investments by transnational capital and Chinese participation in the capitalist world market. This does not mean that Deng wanted to turn China into a capitalist state, nor was he personally a capitalist opportunist. Deng studied and worked in France in the 1920s. Here, he became a Marxist and joined the Communist Party of China in 1924. In 1926, Deng was sent to Moscow to study communism and became a political commissar in the Red Army upon his return. In 1929, Deng led the Red Army uprisings in Guangxi. In 1931, he was demoted within the party due to his support of Mao and his conflict with the Comintern commissars in the party. However, he was promoted again once Mao's line prevailed. Deng played an important role in the Long March and the following Liberation War. He was second in command after Mao in the 1950s. Deng presided over the economic reconstruction following the Great Leap Forward. His economic policy during this period caused him to fall out with Mao, and he was purged during the Cultural Revolution. However, following Mao's death in September 1976, Deng quickly returned to the inner circles of the party. Deng had been working with ailing Premier Zhou Enlai to bring order to the economy after nearly a decade of turmoil. Deng finally became de facto leader of China in December 1978. In a conversation on October 10, 1978, Deng argued that the technological gap with advanced countries was growing. Deng criticized the model of using political calls for mass mobilization because the recent practice had shown that it was incapable of developing the productive forces and therefore could not genuinely satisfy the economic needs of China. Our experience in the 20 years from 1958 to 1978 teaches us that poverty is not socialism, that socialism means eliminating poverty. Unless you are developing the productive forces and raising people's living standards, you cannot say that you are building socialism. 2. Deng had a pragmatic approach to the development of socialism. He wanted to use elements of capitalism to create a strong and prosperous nation under the leadership of the Communist Party. Deng believed that initiative couldn't be aroused without economic means. A small number of politically advanced people might respond to the moral appeal, but such an approach can only work for a short time. Further, China had to learn from the advanced countries in the fields of technology and science. Deng Xiaoping drew on ideas from the new economic policy NEP in his reforms. During his stay in the Soviet Union in 1926, Deng became acquainted with the NEP 1923-28, an experience that he tried to apply between the years of 1949 and 1952, when he was in charge of the regional committee of the party in southeastern China. In the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward, he recommended it again. In 1978, now in control of the party, he finally got the chance to implement his policy across the country. In a speech from 1978, Deng explained the background for his ideas. Only if we make our country a modern, powerful socialist state can we more effectively consolidate the socialist system and cope with foreign aggression and subversion. Only then can we be reasonably certain of gradually creating the material conditions for the advancado, our great goal of communism. The first point is the necessity of understanding that science and technology are part of the productive forces. More than a century ago, Marx said that expansion of the use of machinery in production requires the conscious application of natural science. Science, too, he said, is among the productive forces. The development of modern science and technology has bound science and production ever more tightly together. Modern science and technology are now undergoing a great revolution, profound. Changes have taken place, and new leaps have been made in almost all areas. A whole range of new sciences and technologies is continuously emerging. A series of new industries, including high polymer synthesis, atomic energy, electronic computers, semiconductors, astronautics, and lasers, have been founded on the basis of newly emerging sciences. Modern science opens the way for the improvement of production techniques and determines the direction of their development. In particular, the development of cybernetics is rapidly raising the degree of automation in production. With the same manpower and the same number of man-hours, people can turn out scores or hundreds of times more products than before. Our science and technology have made enormous progress since the founding of New China and have played a vital role in economic construction and in building up our national defense. But we must be clear-sighted and recognize that there is still an enormous gap between the level of our science and technology and that of the most advanced countries. One must learn from those who are more advanced before he can catch up with and surpass them. Independence does not mean shutting the door on the world, nor does self-reliance mean blind opposition to everything foreign. Science and technology are part of the wealth created in common by all mankind. According to Deng, only by opening up and realizing Zhou Enlai's 4 modernizations would it be possible to abolish poverty and create common prosperity. He insisted on the political continuity between Mao's errant era of reform, which united the leadership of the Communist Party. In a 1980 interview with the Italian journalist Oriana Fallaci, Deng says, "Let's start with pointing out that, in the final analysis, the the principle of our national construction is the same which was formulated by Chairman Mao. While taking international assistance, we'll mainly rely on our own efforts. Then, of course, there will be some decadent influence of capitalism brought into China. We are aware of this, but I think that it is not so terrible, and we are not afraid of it. Deng insists that Mao's contributions are primary and his mistakes secondary. We will not do to Chairman Mao what Khrushchev did to Stalin. 4. Deng's reform strategy does not stem from a neoliberal perspective. Deng advocated for the acceleration of foreign investment capital in a planned way, believing that planning and markets could be used to serve the development of a socialist system. Neither did Deng introduce economic shock therapy, the way Yeltsin did in Russia. Rather, elements of capitalism were introduced gradually. Crossing the river by feeling for the stones became a popular slogan. 5. The most important question in the early years of the economic reform was how to develop the countryside. Success in agricultural reform was the key to other reforms. Their reform plans were made by young economists who, during the Cultural Revolution, had been sent to the countryside, where they lived for years and acquired a knowledge of the rural economy. They formed an alliance with the first generation of China's communist leaders who had a deep connection to the countryside. These two generations had a common experience, and they shared the view that the countryside was critical for successful reforms. These reforms gradually dismantled the people's communes, the political and economic backbone of the former economy. Instead, family households were formed, which worked together in cooperatives. The households had to deliver their share of the planned quota for agrarian goods, which were distributed at subsidized prices. If they were able to produce more, they could produce it for the market price. This formed a dual-track price system. On the one hand was planned fulfillment, which gave secure and cheap prices of food for the cities, and on the other hand were market prices for other products to expand production. This meant the peasants earned more cash and were able to purchase consumer goods from urban industrial areas, goods like bicycles, motorcycles, or sewing machines. This dual-track price system gave the rural economy a dynamic expansion while keeping secure and cheap food for the working class in the cities. When the urban industrial economy later became the focus, the dual-track plan and price system that had emerged in the countryside was transposed to the industrial economy. Each company would have to fulfill its plan, but could produce beyond the plan for sale in the market. In addition, the industry was divided into an essential primary sector and a secondary industrial production. The steel, cement, energy industry, and transport were considered crucial, whereas the production of some consumer products was considered secondary. The logic was to keep the essential parts of the industry under the strict control of the plan to ensure the strength of the economy, while part of the secondary sector, producing consumer goods, could grow into the market. Finance and banking remained public under the planned economy. The logic was to unleash new dynamic forces through market experimentation and then to channel it into the planned economy. Rather than destroying the plan to make way for the market, the liberalization of some sectors added something to the economy. In the industrial sector, there was a shift in strategy from heavy industries to light industry and export-led growth. Light industrial output was vital for China, which came from a low capital base. Foreign exchange export earnings, generated by light manufacturing, were invested in technologically more advanced production and further capital expenditures. These reforms were a reversal of the Maoist policy of economic self-reliance. However, by attaining foreign funds, and thereby advanced technologies and management, economic development began accelerating. In the 1980s, Deng's reform policy attracted foreign companies to special economic zones in South China, where foreign investment and market liberalization were encouraged. In 1988, the ban on internal labor migration was lifted, prompting the migration of millions of low-wage laborers from rural areas to the industrial zones in the country's south. 8. This led to China becoming the world's leading industrial producer. In 1986, Deng explained that some people and regions could first become prosperous in order to bring about common prosperity, popularized by the slogan, "Let some people get rich first." With a reference to the NEP in the Soviet Union, Deng said that socialism does not mean shared poverty. In a CBS interview from 1986, he explained his approach. During the Cultural Revolution, there was a view that poor communism was preferable to rich capitalism. According to Marxism, communist society is based on material abundance. Only when there is material abundance can the principle of a communist society, that is, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs, be applied. There can be no communism with pauperism, or socialism with pauperism. So to get rich is no sin. However, what we mean by getting rich is different from what you mean. Wealth in a socialist society belongs to the people. To get rich in a socialist society means prosperity for the entire people. The principles of socialism are, first, development of production, and second, common prosperity. We permit some people and some regions to become prosperous first, for the purpose of achieving common prosperity faster. That is why our policy will not lead to polarization, to a situation where the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. To be frank, we shall not permit the emergence of a new bourgeoisie. 9. Deng's promise did not quite keep. The rich got richer, and a new bourgeoisie emerged. In the second half of the 1980s, the defenders of the dual-track approach came under pressure from the more neoliberal-minded faction of the Communist Party, headed by Zhao Ziyang, and vanished from the scene of policymaking as liberalization and privatization intensified. Weber writes, throughout the 1990s, the economics profession in China was remodeled to align with the international neoclassical mainstream. Neoliberal reformers made deep inroads in the arenas of ownership, the labor market, and the healthcare system, among others. But the core of the Chinese economic system was never destroyed in one big bang. Instead, it was fundamentally transformed by means of a dynamic of growth and globalization under the activist guidance of the state. In that period, most of the country's small and medium-sized companies were privatized and sold for prices below their actual value. The buyers were political officials, former managers of state-owned companies, and private capitalists with good connections to the regime. 11. The pressure to introduce capitalism in China also came from the process of external neoliberal globalization. Many large transnational companies, located in North America, Western Europe, and Japan, became capable of controlling production activities on a global level through new communication and transport technology. This reduced the entities involved to subcontractors, consequently siphoning these subcontractors' profit toward themselves. Transnational capitalism required low-wage labor power to continue its expansion, and China possessed a huge proletariat and developed infrastructure, all ready to be connected to global capitalism. However, transnational capital could not just demand structural adjustment to get free access to China as in the rest of the Third World. China's encounter with neoliberalism was different from the rest of the world. Weber writes, what was at stake in China's market reform debate is illustrated by the contrast between China's rise and Russia's economic collapse. Russia and China's positions in the world economy have been reversed since they implemented different modes of marketization. Russia's share of world GDP almost halved from 3.7% in 1990 to about 2% in 2017, while China's share increased close to sixfold, from a mere 2.2% to about 1/8 of global output. Russia underwent dramatic deindustrialization, while China became the proverbial workshop of world capitalism. The average real income of 99% of people in Russia was lower in 2015 than it had been in 1991, whereas in China, despite rapidly rising inequality, the figure more than quadrupled in the same period, surpassing Russia's in 2013. As a result of shock therapy, Russia experienced a rise in mortality beyond that of any previous peacetime, experiences of an industrialized country. 244. The history of revolutions. Figure 1. China and Russia's shares in percent in world GDP, 1990 to 2017. Source: World Bank. On avoiding uncanny sovereign economic planning by forcing any global capital that wished to enter the country to conform to their policies, not vice versa. It was important for the Chinese government to control private capital within the framework of a planned economy. The aim was to develop a diverse industrial sector based on joint ventures with transnational corporations and according to a strategic plan. The planned economy also controlled infrastructure projects, housing for millions of new urban proletarians, as well as the construction of new roads, ports, dams, and power lines required for industrialization. Strategic industrial sectors, such as energy, transport, and defense industries, remained state-owned. A strong planning instrument is the state ownership of land. It is used to plan the location of industry and is essential for the agricultural sector. The Chinese state still guarantees access to land for the peasantry. Agricultural production changed from collective farms to family plots during Dengism, but the agricultural sector as a whole remained under the control of the state, as land cannot be privately owned, and the family plot was still organized in cooperatives. The persistence of public ownership of land distinguishes the agrarian situation in China from other countries such as India, Brazil, and South Africa, where the agrarian question still causes huge difficulties for the development of the productive forces. Another tool that enhances the Chinese government's autonomy is that of fiscal policy. The financial system and its foreign exchange management are still under state control. China has strong national banks and a national currency with increasing international importance. Finally, China is not engaged in an arms race to the detriment of the national economy, as had happened with the Soviet Union. Its per capita military expenditure is much lower than the NATO countries. Former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, in a conversation with former President Donald Trump in April 2019 about China, made the following remarks to Trump, who was concerned that China was getting ahead of the U.S. China's peace dividend has allowed and enhanced its economic growth. How many miles of high-speed railroad do we have in this country? China has around 18,000 miles, 29,000 kilometers of high-speed rail lines, while the U.S. has wasted, I think, $3 trillion on military spending. According to a study by Brown University's Watson Institute of International and Public Affairs, the U.S. has spent $5.9 trillion waging war in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and other nations since 2001. It's more than you can imagine. China has not wasted a single penny on war, and that's why they're ahead of us in almost every way. The Tiananmen uprising, Deng's project, was not without danger. Not only did neoliberalism have enormous economic power, it was also an ideological challenge. 1989 was the zenith of neoliberalism. It saw the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. In the summer of 1989, it seemed that this destructive process would continue in China. Export-led growth was not yet on track. To accelerate economic growth, China still needed to increase the imports of foreign capital goods and technologies. The party and state bureaucrats, the emerging capitalist class, and the growing urban middle class also desired to have imported consumer goods. Chinese imports grew rapidly in the 1980s, but exports failed to catch up, resulting in trade deficits by the second half of the 1980s. To finance the trade deficits, China borrowed money, and foreign debt surged from $16 billion in 1985 to $53 billion in 1990. Similar to the effects of Soviet assistance, this new influx of Western technology and management changed the superstructure. In the 1950s, it was the formation of a Soviet superstructure, which took a cultural revolution to try and correct. Likewise, the new flow of investments since the late 1970s required universities to run courses in neoliberal economics to educate the new managers. In 1988, Milton Friedman, one of the world's leading neoliberal economists, visited China and met with Zhao Ziyang, who was then the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China and was in charge of implementing Deng's reform program in 1986. Zhao was very impressed by Friedman. After the meeting, Zhao decided to liberalize all prices of consumer goods within a short period. The consumer price inflation rate surged to 21% in 1988. In addition to the surging inflation, growing corruption led to the escalation of social discontent. The protests in Tiananmen Square began on April 15, 1989, precipitated by the death of pro-reform General Secretary Hu Yaobang. While the protests lacked a unified cause or leadership, participants raised the issue of corruption within the government. Some voiced calls for more economic liberalization and liberal democratic reforms. A replica of the Statue of Liberty was raised. Many of the protesters came from universities in Beijing. Minqi Li, author of The Rise of China and the Demise of the Capitalist World Economy, recalls his participation in the events. "I was a student at the Economic Management Department of Beijing University during the period 1987 to 90 Western. Classical liberalism and neoliberal economics, as represented by Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman, had become the new fashionable ideology, and in early 1989, restiveness grew on. University campuses, as the student demonstrations grew, workers in Beijing began to pour onto the streets in support of the students, who were, of course, delighted. I could not help experiencing a deep sense of irony. On the one hand, these workers were the people that we considered to be passive, obedient, ignorant, lazy, and stupid. Yet now they were coming out to support us. On the other hand, just weeks before, we were enthusiastically advocating reform programs that would shut down all state factories and leave the workers unemployed. I asked myself, do these workers really know who they are supporting? Unfortunately, the workers did not really know. In the 1980s, in terms of material living standards, the Chinese working class remained relatively well off. There were nevertheless growing resentments on the part of the workers as the program of economic reform took a capitalist turn. Managers were given increasing power to impose capitalist-style labor disciplines, such as Taylorist scientific management on the workers. The reintroduction of material incentives had paved the way for growing income inequality and managerial corruption, given the collaboration of official media and the liberal intellectuals, and certainly aided by mainstream Western academia and media. It should not be too surprising that many among the Chinese workers would accept the mainstream perception of capitalism naively and uncritically. The dominant image of capitalism had turned from one of sweatshop super-exploitation into one synonymous with democracy, high wages and welfare benefits, as well as the union protection of workers' rights. It was not until the 1990s that the Chinese working class would again learn from their own experience what capitalism means in real life. While many Chinese workers might be ready to accept capitalism in the abstract from its depiction on television, in reality, they certainly understood where their material interests lay. They cherished their iron rice bowls, that is, lifetime job security and a full set of welfare programs, and their initial support of the student demonstrations was partly based on the belief that the students were protesting against corruption and economic inequality. However, once politically and ideologically disarmed, the Chinese working class was not able to act as an independent political force fighting for its own class interest. Instead, they became either politically irrelevant or coerced into participating in a political movement the ultimate objective of which was diametrically opposed to their own interests. By mid-May 1989, the student movement became rapidly radicalized, showdown. Between the government and the student movement was all but inevitable. 15. As the protests developed, the authorities responded with both conciliatory and hardline tactics, exposing divisions within the Communist Party. During the demonstrations, General Secretary Zhao supported the demonstrators and distanced himself from the rest of the Politburo. On May 19th, Zhao appeared in Tiananmen Square and wandered among the crowd of protesters, delivering a speech to the students in which he referenced the leadership of the party, saying, "We are already old and do not matter." 16. This was the last public appearance of Zhao Ziyang. The day after Zhao's May 19th visit to Tiananmen Square, Premier Li Peng declared martial law and Tiananmen Square was cleared on the 4th of June. There was no massacre on Tiananmen Square as the story goes, but the clearing of the square led to the deaths of hundreds of protesters and soldiers in street fighting in western Beijing. Only a few days later, on the 9th of June, Deng responded to the uprising in a speech broadcast by national television. This storm was bound to come sooner or later. This is determined by the major international climate and China's own minor climate. It was just a matter of time and scale. It was also inevitable that the situation would further develop into a counter-revolutionary rebellion. They have two main slogans. One is to topple the Communist Party, and the other is to overthrow the socialist system. Their goal is to establish a totally Western-dependent bourgeois republic. The people want to combat corruption. This, of course, we accept. We should also take the anti-corruption slogans raised by people with ulterior motives as good advice and accept them accordingly. Is our basic concept of reform and openness wrong? No. Without reform and openness, how could we have what we have today? The positive results of 10 years of reforms and opening to the outside world must be properly assessed, even though such issues as inflation emerged. Naturally, in carrying out our reform and opening our country to the outside world, bad influences from the West are bound to enter our country, but we have never underestimated such influences. Furthermore, we must persist in integrating a planned economy with a market economy. In practical work, we can place more emphasis on planning in the adjustment period. At other times, there can be a little more market regulation, so as to allow more flexibility. The future policy should still be an integration of a planned economy and a market economy. 2 weeks later, from June 19 to 21, an enlarged meeting of the Politburo was held in response to the June 4th uprising. Zhao was dismissed from all his positions and placed under house arrest. Deng declared that the entire imperialist Western world plans to make all socialist countries discard the socialist road and then bring them under the monopoly of international capital and onto the capitalist road. If victorious, the uprising in Tiananmen Square in 1989 would have meant the resetto power of a Chinese Yeltsin like Zhao Ziyang and a similar development as in the Soviet Union. It was not a left-wing democratic and egalitarian movement. It was pro-neoliberal. The events in Tiananmen took place at the very moment when neoliberalism was triumphing in Eastern Europe. To promote and support the Tiananmen Square protesters as progressive is abandoning analysis of class, domestic and international, and replaces it with mythological credence in the redemptive value of any popular rising despite its content. As Lacerdo points out, in absolutizing the contradiction between masses and power, and condemning power as such, populism proves incapable of drawing a line of demarcation between revolution and counter-revolution. Perhaps it would be better to learn the lesson of old Hegel, who, with the Sanfedista and anti-Semitic agitation of his time in mind, observed that sometimes courage consists not in attacking rulers, but in defending them. The populist rebel, who would be bound to consider Hegel insufficiently revolutionary, could always heed Gramsci's warning against the phraseology of primitive elementary rebellionism, subversionism, and anti-statism, which are ultimately an expression of de facto apoliticism. 19. In contrast to the revisions introduced by Khrushchev, which in the end led to the dissolution of the Communist Party of USSR, China's communists managed to stay in power. There were inter-party divisions, but nothing resembling the 20th Congress of the Soviet Party in 1956. Whatever compromise China made to the markets, and whenever it backfired, the Communist Party managed to readjust its policy. Deng's comeback. The uprising in June 1989 created a crisis in Deng's leadership. The balance of power shifted within the Communist Party. Chen Yun, who was in favor of a state-led economic model with limited roles for the private sector, reversed some of the reforms. Then Deng, who formally retired and kept a low profile after Tiananmen, bypassed Beijing to make his southern tour in January and February 1992. According to Deng's plan, Shanghai would be the leading city in a new round of market-oriented economic reforms. Jiang Zemin, who became the general secretary of the Communist Party after the 1989 events, swiftly shifted his political allegiance and became a follower of Deng Xiaoping. In October 1992, at the 14th Congress, the Communist Party promoted Deng Xiaoping's theory on socialism, with Chinese characteristics as the guiding principle of the Communist Party of China, and decided that the goal of reform was to build a socialist market economy. This decision revived the marketization agenda. The first step was the far-reaching price liberalization of 1992 to 1993, targeting commodities such as grain, steel, coal, and oil. By the end of the 1990s, many state-owned enterprises were privatized. State sector employment peaked in 1995 at 113 million. It fell to 81 million by 2000 and 64 million by 2007. After the dismantling of the people's communes, tens of millions of people from the countryside began to seek new employment opportunities in industry and services in the cities. By 2000, the number of migrant rural workers surged to 106 million. 20 as a massive surplus labor force, the migrant workers were forced into low wages and harsh working conditions. Sweatshop exploitation became the standard practice in China's export-oriented manufacturing industries in southern China. The intense exploitation of a large cheap labor force allowed transnational capital-land Chinese capitalists to have high profit rates and capture a growing share of the world market. China's merchandise exports surged from $62 billion in 1990 to $249 billion in 2000. After Deng died in 1997, Jiang Zemin continued in his footsteps. In December 2001, China joined the World Trade Organization, WTO. Its admission was viewed in the West as a confirmation of Margaret Thatcher's claim that there is no alternative to the new neoliberal order under U.S. hegemony. China's inclusion in the WTO further accelerated investment in the export industry. China's share of the world's total merchandise exports was 1.8% in 1990. By 2012, it had surged to 11.1%, equivalent to $2.05 trillion. Since 2010, China has been the world's largest exporter of goods. Class struggle in China during Deng. Class struggle in China, which Mao pointed out incessantly, is far from over. The Communist Party might not deny this, but they certainly downplay it, stressing the importance of a harmonious society. When private businesses were reintroduced in China, there was a shift toward their right. It was not only business people who were making fortunes, but also corrupt party officials cooperating with capital. Attempts by Chinese state-owned enterprises to introduce capitalist-style management to increase labor intensity and reduce workers' control were met with strong resistance by the workers. However, the privatization wave in the 1990s changed the balance of power in favor of capital. On the global level, China's reintegration into the capitalist economy provided the system with a fresh supply of cheap labor. This helped to turn the balance of power in favor of the capitalist classes at a global scale in the late 20th century. This did not stop labor unrest in China. Since Deng's policy created inequality, deterioration of working conditions, and degradation of the environment, class struggle in China put pressure on the Communist Party to change course. According to the data from the Chinese Ministry of Public Security, social order violations increased from 3.2 million in 1995 to 13.9 million in 2000 and 12.23 in some large-scale mass incidents, a term used by the Chinese government to describe social protests, including strikes, sit-ins, marches, and riots. Tens of thousands of people occupied local governments for days. The ongoing conflict between factions of the Communist Party has always been reflected in the shifting political lines of the state apparatus. From 2000 to 2010, there were improvements in pensions, health insurance, social welfare programs, and labor market regulations as a direct response to workplace uprisings. A sizable Chinese middle class emerged because of industrialization and market reforms. Parts of the Chinese middle class are convinced that prosperity will come from copying the economic and political systems of the global north. 25%. However, not everyone in the middle class shares this view. Many young, unemployed, marginalized intellectuals criticize China's collaboration with capital. Some of them end up becoming political radicals. Likewise, China's peasants do not support neoliberalism. The China's revolution was a peasant revolution. Unlike in Russia, peasants were never a reactionary force. While collectivization has been abolished, land is still public. The peasants are direct producers whose subjective identification and objective positioning could lead socialist renewal. 27. The new rural reconstruction movement, which advocates communal life, is critical of the capitalist growth imperative. Its ecological outlook also appeals to urban laborers, who suffer as much from environmental degradation as farmers do. 28. They consider it unjust that those who got rich first will escape the brunt of the climate crisis by importing food, installing expensive air conditioners, or moving to less polluted areas. Evaluation of the Deng era. From a purely economic perspective, Deng's policy was a success. New, industrial jobs have been created for 400 million people, roughly the population of Europe. China's economy has become diverse and highly developed. It produces consumer electronics, cars, high-speed trains, robots, and airplanes. China went from being a relatively poor, primarily agricultural country to being the world's most important producer of industrial goods. From a purely socialist perspective, Deng policy has a more dubious record. The new capitalist class was legitimized by the Communist Party of China in 1992 when it decided that its members would be allowed to become managers of private companies. At its 16th Congress in 2002, it was made clear that the party represented not only the interests of the masses of the people, but also those of the most advanced productive forces, a euphemism for the new capitalists. With regards to the economy, during the epoch of Deng, China changed from being one of the world's most equal countries to one of the world's most unequal countries. In 2006, according to the World Wealth Report, 0.4% of the richest families in China controlled 70% of the national wealth. In 2006, 3,200 people had personal capital of over 100 million yuan, roughly US $15 million. 2,990% of these people were the party officials. The prosperity of the new capitalist class is based on the wealth accumulated by state-owned companies and collectives during the Mao era. Former Prime Minister Wen Jiabao became one of the richest people in China, while his son owns one of China's largest private companies, and his wife Zhang Beili is known as the Diamond Queen. These party officials have come a long way since the time of Mao, who had no personal possessions and left nothing when he died. If we take the global perspective on Deng's strategy towards neoliberalism, it was a rational choice. Bend to the pressure from the capitalist offensive without breaking the power of the party, as it happened in the Soviet Union, and use the dynamic power of neoliberalism against itself by first allowing it to develop China's productive forces and then turn away from neoliberalism, using the advance in technology to develop the prerequisites for socialism in China. But to prevent capitalism from achieving a totality, it was necessary to manage this process carefully. Deng was aware of this balance. The prerequisite for the success of this controlled opening towards neoliberalism was the development of the economic base during the Mao era. An agricultural sector able to feed the population, well-developed infrastructure, a heavy industrial sector, public banking, and a high level of education and public health were all central pillars that have decisively contributed to the dynamism of the economy. After completing this basis created solely by the Chinese people and delinked from global capitalism, China made an effort to partake in globalization with an extraordinary effect. China once mainly exported textiles, shoes, and fireworks. No more. After acquiring technological and scientific knowledge, China is a leading exporter of high-end products such as industrial robots, consumer electronics, solar panels, electric cars, and high-speed trains. Chinese engineers are today constructing infrastructure projects in the global south, changing the colonial north-south trading routes to south-south trade, and thereby diminishing the unequal exchange between global north and south. However, China's opening was costly. Deng often compares his reform with the NEP. However, there is a difference between the NEP in the Soviet Union and Deng's reforms. The NEP lasted from 1921 to 1928. It was firmly subjected to the needs of the planned economy and was under the complete control of the Communist Party. The Chinese reforms were much more comprehensive and lasted for 40 years, creating a significant capitalist class and capitalist mentality within China. 33 globally, the opening gave capitalism a new golden era for 3 decades, leading up to the financial crisis in 2008. No matter the ideological dressing, China's integration into global capitalism was a relinking which entailed a transfer of surplus labor to the imperialist center. Low-cost Chinese labor created huge profits for capital and cheap goods for consumers in the north. China's industrialization was complementary to the U.S.'s deindustrialization and financialization, linked by the dollar circuit. Dollars paid for Chinese goods exported to the U.S., air recycled back to the U.S. through China's purchasing of treasury bonds. This reifies the dollar hegemony, whereby the U.S. obtains what it desires from other countries with an infinite credit. The change in the agricultural sector, along with the industrial export strategy, forced millions of migrant workers to new urban capitalist enterprises. It was these millions of new workers who paid the price for the rapid development of China's productive forces, development that also had environmental consequences. It wasn't just industrial production, which was outsourced from north to south. It was also the pollution that comes with it. China's industrial cities were plagued by air pollution, and water shortages were a growing problem. 30 years of neoliberalism also had an impact on values and norms in society. Individualism, competitive mentalities, and corruption were spreading. The new middle class was copying consumer patterns from the West, adopting the imperial mode of living, with its growth of meat consumption, cars, and air transport. Neoliberalism is not only an economic force, but also a mentality that permeates our thinking. In the 1990s, many in the West, both neoliberals and leftists, were certain that China would disintegrate like the Soviet Union. But they were wrong. The Chinese system did not collapse as a result of the global neoliberal offensive. The Communist Party remained at the helm, even though its course changed, exercising what Ali Qadri calls the discrete rule of the proletariat. 34. The status of the Communist Party in China is very different from the late years of the Soviet Union. It is much more embedded in the population. With 98 million members, it is organized in 5.1 million urban street committees and rural village councils. And the party has their respect of the population. About 89% of the Chinese respondents trusted the government in 2022, listed in first place among 28 surveyed countries in 2022. On average, about 51% of respondents showed trust in their government globally. After its encounter with neoliberalism, China emerged as a major economic power. This is an epochal change in the world system. China was able, for the first time in 200 years, to break the polarizing dynamic of capitalism between the West and the rest of the world. This polarizing dynamic led the dependency theorists of the 1970s to conclude that the industrialization of the Third World was impossible within the imperialist system. They assumed that a substantial domestic market for consumer products had to be developed before industrialization could occur. They underestimated the development of the productive forces that made the globalization of production and consumption possible. The multinational companies, MNC, industrialized in the global South with the primary aim of exporting to the affluent markets in the global North. In 1976, Emmanuel anticipated the future role of MNC in China. Since the main problem of capitalism is not to produce but to sell, less traditional capital was attracted by the low wage rates of certain countries than was discouraged by the narrowness of the local market associated with such wages. This lack of capital in turn prevented growth and hence wage increases. The result was a deadlock. In theory, the solution was production for exports alone. But except for standardized, primary products, such an operation appeared to transcend the fief of the traditional capitalist. In any case, it has never occurred. The MNC, with its own sales network abroad and, even more, its own consumption in the case of a conglomerate, would not be put off by the lack of pre-existing local outlets. It would take advantage of both the low wages of the periphery and the high wages of the center. I have no idea of the relative importance of the phenomenon. Here, as elsewhere, statistical information is lacking. All I can say is that if this is so, this gives us, for the first time, the possibility of breaking the most pernicious, vicious circle which was holding up the development of the Third World. It is rather a matter for rejoicing. The decline of neoliberalism. Looking back at the zenith of globalization in the mid-1990s, when Russia and Eastern Europe were incorporated into the world market, capitalism had a foothold in China, and socialism, globally, was in crisis. It is no wonder that capitalism seemed victorious. Transnational capital dreamt of a globe managed by transnational institutions. In that sense, Negri and Hart's thesis of the establishment of a single global empire was the left-wing version of Fukuyama's thesis that capitalism was the end of history. However, both versions missed the dialectical nature of the development of neoliberalism. the rise of neoliberalism took place within the world system of states as an effort of transnational capital to avoid state interference and control the movements of capital. The effort to erode the borders of the nation-state is one aspect of the contradiction of neoliberalism. The other aspect is that nation-states persist in managing society within borders. Capital is not a system in balance. It needs the state to regulate and keep security, not to end in chaos. From the mid-1970s until the turn of the millennium, transnational capital was the offensive aspect of the contradiction. At first, it weakened the state at home through the deregulation of transnational movements of capital and trade, privatization, and cuts in welfare. Then, transnational capital outsourced jobs to low-wage countries for higher profits. However, the social consequences of these acts began to change the balance between aspects. The outsourcing of jobs, erosion of the welfare state, and migration problems generated nationalism in the North, demanding a stronger national state as a bulwark against the negative impact of global market forces. The structural adjustments of neoliberalism in the global South had the same effect. By the turn of the millennium, the negative social consequences of neoliberalism began to weaken the political dominance of its institutions. The financial crisis of 2007 to 2008 further strengthened the demand for state control of capital. The balance tipped towards nationalism and the nation-state. The shift of contradictory balance in neoliberalism became a problem for the capitalist mode of production, which for decades ran smoothly using the global production chain, providing high profits for capital and cheap goods for consumers. The rejection of neoliberal policies and the shrinking size of the world market as a consequence of trade war, embargoes, and sanctions due to national conflicts in the world system hampered the continuity of capital accumulation. The heyday of neoliberal capitalism and U.S. hegemony was over. This meant an increasing discordance between global capitalism and China's national project of development. In terms of foreign policy, this was expressed by China's attempt to reshape international politics away from U.S. hegemony and towards a multipolar world system. China avoided severe consequences from the financial crises, primarily because its banking system was state-owned and not an integrated part of the global financial house of cards that collapsed. Secondly, China quickly expanded investments in the state-owned sector to replace a flailing private capitalist sector. However, China's growth strategy was still based on exports to the U.S. and European markets, which had declined. More than 20 million workers lost their jobs. However, most of these migrant workers could return to their rural homes where they had the right to housing and basic social services. The financial crisis was a wake-up call to the Chinese leadership. They realized that neoliberalism was no longer a dynamic force to develop the productive forces, but increasingly a problem in the form of economic stagnation, social inequality, and environmental problems. These conditions led to emerging Marxist critique in China, challenging the influence of neoliberal thought. Left or right, the state sector workers' anti-privatization struggles and strikes in the export-oriented manufacturing sectors suggested that working-class militancy was growing, and the regime of cheap labor exploitation was not sustainable. There was also growing concern about China's various ecological problems. This led to strategic debates within the Communist Party. One faction, led by Bo Xilai, advocated more state control of the economy and redistribution of wealth from the capitalist class to the working class under the slogan of common prosperity. In 2007, Bo was appointed as the party secretary of the municipality of Chongqing and a member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of China. He initiated a massive anti-corruption campaign and confronted the mafia-connected local capitalist class. Bo emerged as the leader of the anti-neoliberal faction. Under his leadership, Chongqing achieved one of the highest economic growth rates among all provinces, and income inequality declined. Bo's experiment was met with opposition from the supporters of continued neoliberal policies in the Communist Party. The liberal media within China portrayed what was going on in Chongqing as an attempt to revive the Cultural Revolution. In the heat of this struggle, something strange happened. On February 6, 2012, Chongqing's police chief suddenly went into the U.S. consulate and demanded political asylum. In April, Bo was stripped of his membership in the Politburo of the Communist Party. His wife was accused of murdering Neil Haywood, a British spy. What actually happened remains unclear. But the neoliberal faction of Communist Party leadership had conspired for months to get rid of Bo Xilai, and the incidents certainly served their political purpose. 37. Chapter 18. Xi Jinping. Instead of Bo Xilai, whom many had seen as the next General Secretary of the Communist Party, the 18th Central Committee elected Xi Jinping in November 2012. However, it turned out not to be the hoped-for victory for the pro-neoliberal faction of the party. Born in 1953, Xi's father held a series of high posts in the Communist Party. During the Cultural Revolution, his father was purged from the party. Xi's experience during the Cultural Revolution had a great influence on his view of politics. In an interview in 2000, he said, "People who have little contact with power, who are far from it, always see these things as mysterious and novel. But what I see is not just the superficial things, the power, the flowers, the glory, the applause. I see the bullpens, red guards, detention houses during the Cultural Revolution, and how people can blow hot and cold. I understand politics on a deeper level. 1. In 1968, Mao ordered millions of young people, including Xi, into the countryside to be educated. For several years, Xi was in the countryside, building wells, digging fields, and herding sheep. Looking back, the time in the village was transformative for Xi. Handed up as the local party chief in the village, he developed an affinity to China's rural poor, as well as a pragmatism in politics in his dealings with village life. 2. The Xi family was reunited in 1972 under orders from Zhou Enlai. His father was rehabilitated in 1978 and resumed his work establishing China's first special economic zone to attract foreign investment. Xi himself became a member of the Communist Party in 1974. Xi's personal experience during the Cultural Revolution did not generate an aversion toward Mao. Since becoming General Secretary, he has sought to resurrect Mao's image. After a degree in engineering in 1979, Xi served in several posts in the provinces. In 1990, he became the leader of the party school in Fuzhou. From 1998 to 2002, Xi studied Marxist theory and ideological education at Tsinghua University. In 2002, he was elected a member of the Central Committee. Already by 2009, secret U.S. cables sent by Center for New American Security CNAS to Washington, revealed by WikiLeaks, stated that Xi knew very well that corruption, commercialization, and loss of value had emerged. It was suggested that when Xi would take the helm of the party, he might aggressively attempt to address those evils, perhaps at the expense of the new moneyed class. The West's dream for the rise of a Chinese Gorbachev was eviscerated on November 15, 2012, when Xi was elected to the post of General Secretary of the Communist Party. Xi had the task to rectify the many problems inherited from opening up. He started with an anti-corruption campaign, fighting the cronyism that market development had introduced. Inspection teams initiated investigations of high-ranking officials. Over 100 provincial ministerial-level officials were implicated. These included leading figures of state-owned enterprises and highly ranked generals who were subsequently dismissed. In addition to this, over 200,000 low-ranking officials received warnings, fines, and demotions within the first 2 years of the campaign, and a hard line on corruption has continued since. 4. The Xi period is sometimes referred to as China's Third Revolution, the first being Mao's and the second Deng's. The periods are linked together through the creation of socialism with Chinese characteristics, as explained by Xi in 2013. For our party, there are 2 historical periods, before reform and opening up and after reform and opening up. These are 2 interrelated periods that also have major differences. But the essence of both periods is that our party was leading the people in the exploration and practice of building socialism. Socialism with Chinese characteristics was created in the new historical period of reform and opening up, but it was created on the basis of New China, having already established the basic socialist system and carried out more than 20 years of work. If our party had not taken the decision in 1978 to carry out reform and opening up, Socialist, China would not be in the good situation it is today. it is even possible it could have faced a serious crisis like the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. Although the ideological direction, policies, and practice of building socialism in these two historical periods were very different, these two periods are not separate from each other, and are not at all fundamentally opposed. The practice and exploration of socialism before reform and opening up built up the conditions for the practice and exploration of socialism after reform and opening up. The practice and exploration of socialism after reform and opening up is to maintain, reform, and develop the previous period. During Deng's era, the national principal contradiction was defined as the ever-growing material and cultural needs of the people versus backward social production. However, despite the development of the productive forces under Deng, it produces, according to Xi, an unbalanced development, characteristic of the capitalist growth model, marred by deepening class inequality, rural-urban divisions, promotion of economic development at the expense of cultural development, and an unsustainable relation to the environment. 6. In 2017, Xi declared at the 19th National Congress of the Communist Party, "What we now face is the contradiction between unbalanced and inadequate development and the people's ever-growing needs for a better life. The evolution of the principal contradiction represents a historic shift that affects the whole landscape and that creates many new demands for the work of the party and the country. Developing people's access to childcare, education, employment, medical services, elderly care, housing, and social assistance, as well as social fairness and justice. While China's overall productive forces have significantly improved and in many areas our production capacity leads the world, our problem is that our development is unbalanced and inadequate. Despite the evolution of the principal contradiction, China is still and will long remain in the primary stage of socialism. 7. 4 decades of opening up towards neoliberalism has left its mark, not only in terms of increased inequality, but also in terms of worse working conditions, especially for the workers in the export zones. The values and norms of neoliberalism have also left their mark. Individualism, a competition mentality, along with greed, have made their inroads at the expense of solidarity and community. It requires a long, tough pull to change mentality. It is not done by words alone, but foremost by changing the way of living, in production, in the education system, and everyday life to make the socialist values and norms rational. Thus, a shift toward equality, self-sufficiency, ecological balance, rural revitalization, and the forging of a dual circulation with more emphasis on the domestic market, designed to reduce China's dependence on foreign markets, are all seen as crucial to China's emergence as a great modern socialist society. 8. Sliding to the left. The crisis of neoliberalism became a turning point in Chinese politics. Instead of economic growth based on exports to America, Europe, and Japan, China began expanding the Chinese domestic market. The growing domestic market was based on rising wages in industry, putting more emphasis on the public welfare system and an effort to eliminate poverty in the countryside, which had been neglected since the end of the Cultural Revolution. Chinese workers' wages more than tripled over the last 12 years, from around an average of 32,000 to 107,000 yuan between 2009 and 2021. The growing domestic market meant that workers who lost their jobs during the 2007-8 crisis could find new employment, and that China's growth could continue despite the economic recession in the rest of the capitalist world. Growing hostility from the U.S. seen in its trade war and technology blockade have alerted China its dependency on the U.S. and moved it in the direction of a soft delinking process. The 14th Five-Year Plan, 2021-25, set forward the principle of independent scientific research capacity and technological self-sufficiency as the foundation of the nation. The aim is to build a digital China with its independent IC chip, 5G, new energy technologies, and new material science. 10. According to the Communist Party of China, the current form of market socialism has 3 goals: to establish a highly developed and diversified industrial sector, to establish balance with the agricultural sector, and to make a planned national economy an important factor in the world capitalist system. 11. Besides the technological development and expansion of the industrial sector, the agricultural production and rural areas have been reconstructed. In the decade from 2003 to 2013, China increased its grain output by about 50%. From 2013 to 2019, the number of towns with supply marketing cooperatives in rural China increased from 50% to 95%, as part of the revitalization of the countryside, contributing to the elimination of extreme poverty. It is essential to maintain collective ownership of land and a solid cooperative economy for rural social stability, which in turn is vital for the stability of Chinese society as a whole. 13 rural community cooperatives are also an important agent of environmental protection. Whereas the urban economy is more driven by a market economic rationality, which often leads to irrational behavior, the rural community is maintained by cooperative rationality. For decades, China's rural society has served as the buffer for crises generated in the cities, signifying that the government has turned its attention to the rural sector. The government proposed a rural rebuilding strategy in 2017, consisting of 1. A diversion from the policy of accelerating urbanization and instead giving priority to agriculture. 2. An assertion that rural revitalization is the most creative aspect of China's development in the 21st century. 3. An abandonment of the path of dependence on quantitative growth and a turn towards eco-friendly quality growth and development. 14. In 2021, Xi called on China to promote common prosperity. This term is not new. The phrase first appeared in 1953 when common prosperity was stated as a goal of China's socialist construction. 15. In 1979, the People's Daily carried an article entitled, "A Few Getting Rich First and Common Prosperity," echoing Deng's policy. The dethroned Bo Xilai also used the term frequently. However, it is now back in force. In January 2021, Xi Jinping said, "Realizing common prosperity is more than an economic goal. It is a major political issue that bears on our party's governance foundation. We cannot allow the gap between the rich and the poor to continue growing. We must be proactive about narrowing the gaps between regions, between urban and rural areas, and between rich and poor people. We should promote all-around social progress and well-rounded personal development and advocate social fairness and justice so that our people enjoy the fruits of development in a fairer way. To move in the direction of common prosperity, China is increasing wages, especially for low-income groups, and addressing excessively high incomes through a new income distribution and tax system. The government has also pursued the Common Prosperity Agenda with a series of related reforms. China's Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security and the Supreme People's Court jointly declared it illegal for companies to make employees work extended hours and then terminate their contracts if they had excruciating work schedules, commonly known as 996 to 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. 18. Furthermore, there has been a crackdown on tech firms and other monopolies, such as online food delivery, car hailing, recruitment, and speculation in real estate. As a result of the liberalization of the past, the costs of housing, education, and health have grown. Speculative capital was allowed to penetrate the housing sector, causing real estate prices in major cities to become unaffordable for most people. In 2017, Xi announced that houses are for living in and not for speculation. In subsequent years, the government sought to control housing prices and subsidize rental housing. The government has also mandated local authorities scrutinize all the activities of developers, from the arrangement of finance to the transfer of ownership titles. There are other echoes of Bo Xilai's municipality of Chongqing. In June 2021, the State Council drafted a plan for the construction of a common prosperity zone in Zhejiang. The plan sets guiding principles for the zone. Urban and rural income should increase and narrow the income gap. It should provide strategic support to the state-owned economy and prevent the disorderly expansion of capital. The new zone should make sure that houses are for living and not for speculation, and develop a rural revitalization with an ecological, collectively owned, and cooperative rural economy. Finally, in 2013, Xi launched the Belt and Road Initiative, the resurrection of the ancient Silk Road trade route, building train lines, roads, and airports to connect South and Central Asia to the Middle East and Europe. This is coupled with a maritime Silk Road that would connect Shinado Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Europe via various sea lanes. In 2017, China further extended its maritime Silk Road to Latin America. 39 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, 34 in Europe and Central Asia, 25 in East Asia and the Pacific, 18 in Latin America and the Caribbean, 17 in the Middle East and North Africa, and 6 in South Asia are now affiliated with One Belt, One Road. This project, in combination with the intergovernmental organization BRICS, ultimately involves shifting power away from the US-EU, Japan-dominated North-South hierarchy, towards a South-South economic cooperation and a multipolar political world system. The governance of China. The Communist Party of China is described in Western media as a centralized authoritarian regime, seeing liberal parliamentarism as the only way to practice democracy, a discursive label shared to some extent by the mainstream left wing. It ignores the rule of capital over politics in the West itself as well on global affairs. The Communist Party is on its side, trying to develop a democratic form of governance suitable for socialism with Chinese characteristics and to become more pervasive than capitalist liberalism. This has been a long process going back to the revolution and the development of the mass line, and still has high priority, as reflected in the title of a 4-volume collection of speeches and articles by Xi Jinping, The Governance of China. 21. In Western discourse, it is claimed that democracy and liberal market capitalism are linked together as conjoined twins. However, liberal capitalism thrives when linked with fascism, as we have seen in Nazi Germany, Franco's Spain, and Pinochet's Chile. If the development of liberal democracy is linked to something, then it is linked to colonialism. The super profits from colonialism helped make possible the molding of the dangerous classes into loyal citizens of the state, who were then allowed to vote for parliament, as they no longer posed a danger for the rule of capital. European democracy became a resource allocation mechanism, creating welfare for sections of the northern working class to cement capital's rule and expand empire. Within the framework of a multi-party representative parliamentary democracy, the population of Europe has voted for colonialism and imperialism up through the 20th century. A vote for the Euro-American wars of encroachment is not a vote for democracy, it is a vote for a share of imperialist rents. The Eurocentric universalization of multi-party liberal parliamentarism as the essence of democracy not only overlooks its historical roots and how it is exercised on the global level, but it also fails to question the rule of capital in liberal democracy. It presents democracy as a purely procedural phenomenon and masks the underlying political and economic content, the exploitation needed for capitalist production and environmental destruction. However, you cannot isolate the political form of management from the laws of the economic sphere. 22. China has no use for capitalist liberal democracy, since China is developing the economic preconditions for socialism with Chinese characteristics. It is also in the process of developing its own form of democracy, more pervasive than the Western model. Socialist democracy is linked to popular collective ownership of the means of production. Democracy means to decide how to produce, what to produce, and how the social product shall be divided. The essence is not to cast a vote once every 4th year in parliamentary elections after watching discussions, in a closed circuit between politicians and media. Democracy is defined by the extent to which people can control and shape their lives daily, to steer resources toward the betterment of living conditions on national and global levels. Once latched to the institution of the state, the organs of labor oversee each step in the social production and redistribution process. China does not claim that it has reached that stage. However, they are trying. The current Chinese form of governance is popular democracy, as Samir Amin stressed, which imparts autonomy. Control of value flows and autonomous industrialization are the principal features of the Chinese development experience. The Communist Party is not a monolith. It has always consisted of several factions with different political lines, changing the policies and being able to correct mistakes. This political system has been superior to the West when it comes to generating development plans with a long-term vision, medium-term goals, and short-term policies. Most importantly, it also has the ability to execute those plans. The policy of the Communist Party must be seen as reflective of the interaction between the global principal contradiction and the contradictions inside China, rather than power struggles between different individuals. The changing principal contradiction has been the main reason for the shifting course of the CPC against the headwind of the capitalist world system. If capitalism is controlled, it can contribute to the development of the productive forces and better conditions for building a socialist society. But for this to happen, it is of vital importance that the working class and the peasantry retain state power. The opening up of China created capitalist billionaires, but as a class, they do not rule the country. The return of Marxism. In the past decade, the Communist Party has emphasized Marxist and dialectical conceptions. Marxism is part of Chinese education from primary school to universities. Discussions in Chinese academia on Marxism are diverse, as reflected in articles in many journals both in Chinese and English. In 2018, on the occasion of Marx's 200th birthday, Xi Jinping held a lecture that engaged with the works of Marx and Engels and applied them to China. Xi ended the lecture by declaring that Marx is the thinker of modern times, and China is dedicated to realizing his vision of communism. 26th at the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party of China in 2021, Xi, dressed in Mao-style clothing, emphasized that the CPC is a Marxist party. This is not just empty rhetoric, such an embracing of Marxism from the bottom to the top of society makes an impact. It empowers people to analyze society and develop strategies to strengthen the power of the proletariat. The path forward will not be easy. The development of the productive forces during the Deng era promoted the possibility of socialism, but it also generated a capitalist class that is committed to the preservation and defense of capitalism. This heralds inevitable contradictions within Chinese society. These are to be found in the inequality created by the opening up policy, which still exists, and in the exploitation of labor employed by companies such as Foxconn. 28. What Xi has referred to as the principal contradiction, the unequal distribution of wealth and the uneven development between rural and urban communities, is evident in class struggles taking place at all levels of society. The Communist Party tries to build bridges and avoid major divisions between the different currents of society through a process of reforms to redistribute wealth, the reduction of the gaps between incomes and regional development, fighting poverty, and promoting common prosperity. On the October 16, 2022, Xi delivered a report to the 20th National Congress and was re-elected for another 4-year term. The report confirms the course of Xi's policy in the past decade, the pursuit of economic growth, but also the pursuit of quality growth that reduces inequality, tackles corruption, increases collective prosperity, and restores ecological integrity. China 1949 to 2023. China has been an advanced civilization for millennia, both in technology and governance. Imperialism created a break in this continuity between 1840 and 1949. Neither the traditional ruling class nor the indigenous capitalist class was able to reverse China's national decline. Only the Communist Party was able to mobilize the peasants and the urban workers to create the conditions required to develop the productive forces and raise China within the capitalist world system. By defeating imperialism, including thorough landlord class and the nationalist capitalist class, it became possible to rebuild the economy to the benefit of the Chinese people. In the past 70 years, China has developed from one of the poorest countries to one of the leading powers in the world. This process has been realized without the exploitation of other nations. This result has been obtained solely by the effort of the Chinese people. To move from a defensive to offensive position within the world system, the socialist-oriented countries have to develop their productive forces to an advanced level so they can break the power of the capitalist world market to develop socialism and defend themselves in the process in a hostile capitalist world system. The era of Mao 1949 to 76 both developed the productive forces and mobilized socialist values. To carry on the transition from capitalism to socialism, it was necessary to abstain from the utopianism and idealism that has been a characteristic of many socialists, which then became disappointed by the subsequent development in China. The thesis of the restoration of capitalism in China after Mao is too simple. The policy of the Communist Party after Mao reflects the changes in the principal contradiction in the world system and the development of internal contradictions in China's economy. In the first part of the Deng era, from 1976 to the early 1990s, after the tumult of the Cultural Revolution, Chinese leaders were preoccupied with getting the economy running again and upgrading the level of technology. At the same time, capitalism launched neoliberal globalization, with the demand for capitalist investment connected with the outsourcing of industrial production from the global north to the south. But China did not accept the demand for structural adjustments. The Communist Party had its own strategy to maintain the Chinese national project. If the transnational companies wanted access to the Chinese labor force and infrastructure, then China demanded access to the technology and science behind production. With this, China would be able to develop the next generation of technology by itself. The transnational companies were so eager to take advantage of low-wage labor that they accepted Chinese partners in the companies. The result is that China today produces the most advanced solar power systems, 5G networks, smartphones, artificial intelligence, industrial robots, high-speed trains, and electric cars. This was made through the exploitation of the working class and peasants. This trade-off between the extreme exploitation of the Chinese working class on one side and the development of the forces of production on the other side was done consciously by Deng. The Chinese working class had to endure the hardships of capitalist exploitation for a generation in order to continue the transfer towards socialism. This may seem to be a cynical position, but was there an alternative at the time? The anti-imperialist wave of the 1960s was running out of steam. The world revolution was a distant goal. The left wing was in crisis globally. The Soviet Union had entered its death spiral, and the global neoliberal offensive seemed unstoppable. China needed to develop its productive forces, not only to eradicate poverty in China itself, but also because it is necessary to possess the most developed technology to break the dominance of capitalism and thus promote a global transformation towards socialism. Yet by neoliberalism's crisis in 2007 to 8, China was capable of producing not only simple industrial products, but also advanced electronics. More importantly, Chinese leadership was aware that internal contradictions started to erode the power of neoliberalism. The world market could no longer be the driver of Chinese economic development. China has to change its economic strategy both on the national and global levels. On the global level, it had to reduce its dependency on exports to the U.S. to avoid being dragged down by crises in the capitalist world economy. On the national level, it had to roll back neoliberal policies and repair the damage done to Chinese society, a kind of soft linking, following Samir Amin's advice for engaging with the capitalist world system on the way towards socialism. The organization of a system of criteria for the rationality of economic choices based on a law of value, which has a national foundation and a popular content, independent of the criteria of economic rationality that emerges from the domination of the law of capitalist value that operates on a world scale. 30. The Communist Party charted a zigzag course in terms of delinking and relinking strategies according to the economic and political developments in the world system. From 1949 until 1971, delinking was presented as a policy of self-reliance, but it was more the result of necessity than of choice. Their linking from 1978 was a reaction to the challenge of neoliberal globalization to modernize China and to counter imperialist domination in the longer run. It was for sure a deviation from the strict socialist course. It made China the factory of the world, but with the consequences of environmental degradation, rural-urban inequalities, and an enlarging gap between the rich and the poor. The course had to be adjusted by adopting policies of rural reconstruction, dual circulation, elimination of extreme poverty, and common prosperity. All policies which are putting people's needs first. In this sense, the state is rejecting the capitalist law of value, I have presented the Chinese Revolution and its effort to build socialism as a long process influenced by the interaction of the principal contradictions in the world system with local contradictions. It has created breaks, but there is also a continuity. As Ali Qadri states, the past is alive in the present. It is neither the person of Mao nor Deng who endures, but the revolutionary ideology that charted the recent course of history. Whether Deng's cat was catching mice, or whether China was feeling the stones as it crossed the river, it did so under the ironclad fist of the Communist Party. To falsify the structural continuity in modern Chinese history is an ideological position that aligns with imperialism. 31. No other country has managed to develop its productive forces both in qualitative and quantitative terms faster than China. Most importantly, China has broken the polarizing dynamic in the capitalist world system, which for centuries, on one hand, has relegated the Third World to poverty, and on the other hand, concentrated wealth and power in the imperialist center. This gives new prospects for the development of socialism and heralds the end of capitalism. No small achievement for a political party. There is a saying that in China they sew with long thread. In a speech on January 5, 2018, ATA seminar for new Central Committee members and other leading cadres, Xi Jinping summarized the quest for socialism very well. Both history and reality tell us that a social revolution often requires a long historical process to achieve ultimate victory. Only by looking back at the road taken, comparing the road of others, looking far ahead of the road to figure out where we came from, can we see where to go. The main problem here is that building socialism in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society like ours is an unprecedented undertaking, and there is no ready-made model to follow. Engels pointed out that the so-called socialist society is not something that is set in stone, but should be seen, like any other social system, as a society that changes and reforms frequently. Socialism with Chinese characteristics was founded in the new period of reform and opening up, but to understand its formation and development, its historical inevitability and scientific truth, we should stretch the timescale and grasp it in the course of the evolution of socialism in the world. 170 years ago, Marx and Engels, on the basis of in-depth investigation and study of the basic contradictions of capitalist society, inherited and abandoned the utopic ideas of Saint Simon, Fourier, and Owen. They put forward the materialistic view of history and the doctrine of surplus value, laid a scientific theoretical foundation for socialism, which led socialism from an ideal to a science. After the end of the Second World War, a number of socialist countries were born, which led scientific socialism from practice in one country to development in many countries. At that time, the socialist camp was flourishing, and together with the anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist struggles of Asian, African, and Latin American countries, it formed a basically evenly matched pattern with the capitalist world, which is why Comrade Mao Zedong said that the east wind overwhelmed the west wind. However, historical development is never straight, but full of twists and turns. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, brought a serious impact on the vast number of developing countries that aspired to socialism, and many of them were forced to take the path of copying the Western system. As Lenin profoundly pointed out in commemorating the 4th anniversary of the October Revolution, this first victory is not yet final, but we have already begun this enterprise. It does not matter when and for what period the proletarians of which country will carry this cause to its conclusion. What is important is that the ice has been broken, the voyage has been opened, the way has been shown. History always evolves according to its own logic. The great success of socialism with Chinese characteristics in China shows that socialism has not perished, nor will it perish, and that it is flourishing with vitality and vigor. The success of scientific socialism in China is of great significance to Marxism and scientific socialism, and to socialism in the world. It is conceivable that if socialism had not achieved the success in China today, if the leadership of the Communist Party of China and our socialist system had also collapsed in the domino change of the collapse of the Soviet Union, or had failed for other reasons, then the practice of socialism might again have to wander in the darkness for a long time, and again as a ghost, as Marx said, wandering in the world. This means that it will take a long historical period for us to build socialism with Chinese characteristics. In this long historical process, it is a challenge to ensure that the Communist Party of China does not collapse and the Chinese socialist system does not fall. Once upon Atom A, the Soviet Communist Party was so strong, the Soviet Union was so powerful, but now it has long been the old country cannot look back at the bright moon. A generation does the work of a generation, but without historical perspective, without a long-term vision, also cannot do the things of the moment. 32. In differentiating between a capitalist or socialist course, the crucial questions are, is the plan or the market the dominant factor in the economy? Are human needs or profit prioritized? Which of these determines the location of the factors of production and the rules of distribution for products? Who oversees the commanding heights of the economy, the dictatorship of the proletariat or the capitalist class? Samir Amin considers that the period of transition towards socialism should support collective ownership of the land, the construction of a modern industrial system, the maintenance of state ownership over key sectors of the economy, and above all, over the financial credit sector, the preservation of planning criteria together with the use of commercial relations, and an integration into the world market, in which economic sovereignty is preserved, technology transfer is taken advantage of, and surplus is retained. These points reflect China's policies very well. The future will be decided by the class struggle in China, a continued movement toward. Socialism will require the mobilization of peasants and workers by social movements or factions inside the Communist Party. For Mao, the class struggle in China was not over with the proclamation of the People's Republic. The question of continued class struggle was central to the Sino-Soviet dispute in the 1960s. In the Soviet Union, class struggle was considered over, while the Chinese saw Soviet revisionism as proof that it wasn't, and that a new class had seized power. For Mao, the revolution was a process characterized by waves. Setbacks on the long road to socialism were followed by progress. With the history of the Chinese working class, I believe there is potential for socialist development in China. The economic development successes achieved in recent years, the struggle against the pandemic and overcoming poverty, show the organizational skills and mobilizing capacity of the CCP. It must deepen this capacity and get involved in the struggles on the ground level. It must go to the masses and formulate new politics to advance towards socialism. A socialist-orientated China will be of great importance for a transition towards global socialism. Compared to the former Soviet Union, the economy of China is more developed. This gives China the strength to balance the surrounding capitalist world headed by the U.S. The global military capability of the U.S. is superior, but China has sufficient strength to counter direct U.S. aggression. Like the Soviet Union, a strong socialist China will create possibilities for anti-capitalist struggles within the remaining capitalist world system. Just as the Soviet Union played a role as a strategic ally for national liberation struggles throughout the 20th century, China must play a role in the South's struggle against global neoliberalism in the 21st century. This can only happen if China resists national chauvinism. With China's new central position in the world system, the importance of socialist-oriented development in China can hardly be overestimated. It can tip the global balance of power decisively in favor of a socialist world order. Part 3, The Transition to Socialism. Chapter 19. Additional historical lessons. The past 200 years of attempts to build socialism is not just history, it reaches into the future. The process is ongoing. Our reading of the Paris Commune, the Russian and Chinese revolutions has an impact on our strategies and thus on our future actions. The past, the present, and the future are not just a chronological set of events. They are dialectically connected and interdependent. The transformation towards socialism is a process stretching backward and forward. The struggle is not just about the future, it is about the realization of the historical ideas of socialism. From the ideas of Marx and Engels to the struggle of the Third World revolutionary movements, still have a hopeful impact, which drives us to act and realize those hopes in the future. Our struggle should not be led by utopian goals, but by strategies built upon historical materialism. The recurrent debates about whether the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, or any state in the process of developing socialism was a workers' state or just an elite-ruled authoritarian state represent a mode of thinking that tries to fit the real world into a preconceived ideal. One imagines a socialist society and contrasts the problematic reality of building socialism with utopia. No matter how impressive progress is, it will always remain below expectations. Anti-imperialist strategy must contain an actually existing counter-hegemonic force capable of challenging the dominant power structure. Western Marxists are often trapped in a utopian world where the idea of socialism is superior to that transitional regimes and modes of production, many of which have emerged in the past 100 years, struggling against a dominant capitalist world system. The Brazilian communist Jones Manuel writes, "Nothing is socialist transition and everything is state capitalism. The contradictions, the problems, the failures, the mistakes, sometimes even the crimes, mainly happen during this moment of building the new order. So, when the time comes to evaluate the building of a new social order, which is where, apparently, the practice always appears to stray from the purity of theory, the specific appears corrupted in the face of the universal. 2. The transition from capitalism to socialism will be a long process. The transition to capitalism was a process that took centuries, from the Italian city-states to the Dutch Empire to the breakthrough of industrial capitalism in England at the beginning of the 19th century. Since capitalism developed globally, the transition towards socialism is also global, but not a simultaneous transformation. The transition contains many revolutions. The balance between capitalism and socialism has tilted back and forth since the mid-19th century. The dialectical relationship between economic laws and class struggle creates tendencies and counter-tendencies, which interact with one another. This transformational process has also contained socialist movements and states. Movements area first step towards state power, but are also a transformative power in themselves, changing our norms and values, as seen in the 1968 rebellion. This process of transformation takes place within the framework of the world system of states. Although the economy of capitalism is transnational, its political system is divided into nation-states. The nation-state is thus an inevitable factor in the transformation from capitalism to socialism. We need the power of the state to defend the socialist project in a hostile world system. Throughout the 20th century, there were several attempts to develop socialism within the framework of the nation-state, which inevitably clashed with the surrounding capitalist world. To defend their project, these states have been caught in the dilemma between supporting the world revolution, which in the long run is necessary for the success of building socialism, and the need to survive in the shorter run, exemplified by the Soviet strategy of socialism in one country. Historical periods do not follow one another in a clear-cut manner. They interpenetrate and combine over a long period. In the long transition from capitalism, different forms of socialism under construction have and will appear according to the different histories, cultures, and positions of each country in the world system. As Engels put it in 1890, so-called socialist society is not, in my view, to be regarded as something that remains crystallized for all time, but rather in the process of constant change and transformation, like all other social conditions. Instead of seeing each attempt to build socialism in the past 200 years as mistakes, I see them as steps in a long transitional process. These steps have contributed to the transition by changing capitalism and have acted as learning processes for the forces of socialism. As we see advances and retreats, we must evaluate them in the context of the different stages of capitalist development. The crises in capitalism occur when the development of the productive forces is blocked by the mode of production. The driver of the transition process is the class struggle, initiated by exploitation, which is necessary for the continued accumulation of capital. However, until now, capitalism has been able to solve the contradiction within the system. It has adapted and rolled back attempts to the construction of socialism. Thus, transition is a process of trial and error, and of trying again. Communism is a practical struggle with a bevy of trials containing the praxis of past revolutions from which we can learn. In the following, I summarize the main lessons from the preceding historical chapters. The revolutions of 1848. In 1848, the main problem for the socialist movement was how to organize the proletariat. The construction of a future socialist society was only addressed in abstract terms. The focus was on taking state power, not on how to use it. The participants in the 1848 upheaval were the proletariat in the major cities of Europe, led by liberal capitalists and middle-class intellectuals, whose goals were to eliminate remaining feudal structures and establish republican nation-states. They had little concern for socialism. The lesson from the 1848 revolutions were that liberals and the middle classes could not be trusted. The proletariat had to organize themselves and not rely on parliamentarians to implement their demands. Future revolutions would not be peaceful. In 1850, Marx wrote, "You will have to go through 15, 20, 50 years of civil wars and national struggles, not only to bring about a change in society, but also to change yourselves and prepare yourselves for the exercise of political power." 4. The 1848 revolutions were social and national uprisings, which led to the formation of bourgeois nation-states in Europe, a necessary criterion for the development of capitalism. On one side, capitalists hate the state as it interferes with the economic dispositions of capital. However, on the other side, capital needs the state to mitigate its contradictions and to administer its expansion. Capitalism builds its superstructure as a world system of national states. The imperialist dimension of capitalism divided this world system into a center of capitalist nation-states and a periphery of colonies. The struggle for the establishment of nation-states and socialism has often been interwoven because the nation-state is the modern economic and political unit. Thus, that transition towards socialism has to go through the nation-state. Nationalism can be progressive or reactionary, depending on the classes involved and the position of the nation in question within the global order. There is a difference between nationalism espoused by an imperialist nation and the national struggle of an oppressed one. The internationalism promoted in 1848 by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto is the conviction that the class position is more important than the national identity in the consciousness of the proletariat. Unfortunately, this has not always been the case. Imperialism weakened class identity and strengthened nationalism. The current wave of nationalism in Europe and North America is reactionary and utilized to defend privileges. But this does not make the struggle for national independence reactionary per se. The national liberation struggles fought against imperialism are still progressive. See, for example, the Palestinian liberation struggle. The struggle for national sovereignty will continue to factor into the struggle for socialism. Capitalism will not end simultaneously in all corners of the world and make way for socialism. It will come one after the other in a worldwide struggle. Additionally, socialism will not be the same in all countries. There will be internal conflicts, as well as conflicts between countries. The revolutions of 1848 revealed that the globalization of socialism requires national liberation to undermine the global capitalist system. 5. The Paris Commune. The Commune was the first explicit socialist uprising. The communards proved that a conflict between capitalist nation-states could be used to bring a national class struggle to a head. Social tensions grew due to the hunger, unemployment, and overall misery caused by the Franco-German War. A revolutionary situation emerged, and the communards seized the opportunity. It was a self-organized initiative from below and a pluralist movement in which a range of supporters participated, from Proudhon to Marx and the First International to libertarians and Jacobins to Blanquists and social republicans. The representatives of the Commune were democratically elected in their neighborhoods and subjected to the permanent control of their popular base. However, the leadership turned out not to be effective. There was no coordinated strategy on how to mobilize the rest of France or how to defend and develop the revolution. They also lacked an ability to manage production in Paris. Factories were handed over to the workers without a common plan on how to carry out the production and distribution of goods. The Commune is the first case in which the proletariat assumed the task of transforming society. Based on the experience of the Commune, Marx concluded that the bourgeois state must not only be conquered, but broken, and a new kind of state constructed. The communards managed to take power in Paris, but not France. The uprising was put to an end when the Germans retreated and French troops could turn their attention to the communist rebels. Why did the Germans ease their military pressure on France at that moment? The answer is simple. They did not want Paris to set a revolutionary example that could spread to Germany. The Paris Commune revealed the need to defend socialist revolutions in a sea of capitalist states. The split of the Second International. The growing split in the Second International represented the rise of reformism within the socialist movement in Europe in the form of social democratic parties. A dynamic and growing national capitalism means a bigger cake to share, hence the Social Democrats' support of colonialism. The value transfer from the colonies solved the contradiction between expanded production and consumption in the center, as it provided the basis for a rising wage level. Through accommodating reformism, capitalism strengthened itself, like a virus adapting to weak medicine. European reformism divided the global proletariat, but it also had severe consequences for the center. Social Democrats' support for colonialism meant support for inter-imperialist rivalry. The Social Democrats supported the buildup of their national states' military, leading up to the First World War. Social Democrats also led the repression of the Spartacist uprising in Germany after the war. Instead of trying to transform capitalism, social democratic reformist economic policy pulled capitalism out of crises in the late 1920s and early 1930s. The Social Democrats declined an alliance with communists against fascism in the 1930s, facilitating the rise of Nazi Germany. Social Democrats were prominent anti-communists during the Cold War and continue to be supporters of NATO and U.S. attempts to uphold global hegemony. The Social Democrats represent Western working-class commitment to imperialist wars in order to protect these privileges, as Ali Kadri observes. The Western liberal omitted that the finance for reform must originate in equalizing global production conditions rather than a cut from imperialist profits, a share from the sphere of circulation. Reform is the payoff for well-to-do labor to bomb less well-to-do labor. 6. Learning the lessons of collaboration with Social Democrats is still relevant. In spite of the historical lessons, many on the mainstream left still believe its Social Democrats' Aryan ally in the struggle for socialism, and that social democratic capitalist welfare states are a step toward socialism, as the U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders proclaims. German Revolution. The German Revolution was a spontaneous, messy affair, lacking unity in action. If you do not know where you are heading, there is no road forward. The indecisiveness of the revolutionaries gave the reactionary forces to gather strength and crush their revolution. Their result might have been different if the revolutionaries had had solid strategy and coordinated leadership. The defeat of the German Revolution was a turning point in the struggle between capitalism and socialism on the global level. Had it succeeded, other European countries might have followed their evolutionary track, placing the Soviet Union and world revolution in a more favorable position. Instead, the development of fascism, followed by liberal capitalist welfare states in Western Europe, created a secure center for capitalism and prolonged its lifespan. The German uprising was the last revolutionary attempt in the center, and the struggle for socialism then moved to the periphery. Russian Revolution. Lenin's answer to the question how to escape defeat was years of preparation. 16 years before the revolution, Lenin wrote What is to be done, insisting that a vanguard party of dedicated revolutionaries spread Marxist ideas among the workers. The October Revolution was well planned, led by Central Command, and executed like a military operation more than a spontaneous mass uprising. The Bolshevik Vanguard Party was an effective instrument in carrying out the revolution and waging a civil war, but was less successful in handling political differences within the party, while constructing a state to build socialism. When the revolution failed to occur in the advanced Western European countries, the Soviet Union stood alone in its own form of state capitalism, in an attempt to create economic preconditions for socialism in a hostile world. Socialism from utopia to reality. As attempts to build socialism developed throughout the 20th century, there emerged a gap between the ideals of socialism and the reality of actually existing socialism. The nation, the state, the market, inequity, and religion did not wither away. The idealist socialist idea of the withering away of the state was contradicted by the practice of socialist revolutions building strong states, called statism by its critics. State building was a defense mechanism against the surrounding capitalist world system, but it also created tension between the other socialist states scattered in the world system, rather than creating a community free of tensions. Nationalism played a decisive role in the dissolution of the socialist camp. In 1948, there was a split between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. In interviews given shortly before his death in 1980, Tito acknowledged that what provoked this split with Stalin's Soviet Union in 1948 was the national question. The opposition of Yugoslav socialist self-management to Soviet state planning had merely served to justify Belgrade's defiant stance. 8. In the 1960s, a split between the Soviet Union and China culminated in a bloody incident on the Sino-Soviet border in 1969. In the beginning of the 1970s, Mao designated the Soviet Union as the most dangerous imperialist power in the world system. In 1989, when Deng met Gorbachev in Beijing, he explained that the reason for the split was the attitude adopted by the Soviet Union. When victory in the Second World War was in sight, the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union signed in Yalta a secret agreement dividing up spheres of influence among them, greatly to the detriment of China's interests. As soon as the People's Republic of China was founded, the threat came from the United States. Glaring examples were the Korean War and then the Vietnam War. The Soviet Union supplied us with arms but asked us to pay for them, albeit at half price. In the following years, Sino-Soviet relations deteriorated, and China was beset with economic difficulties. In the 1960s, the Soviet Union strengthened its military presence all along the borders between China and the Soviet Union and Mongolia. In 1963, I led a delegation to Moscow. The negotiations broke down. I don't mean it was because of the ideological disputes. We no longer think that everything we said at that time was right. The basic problem was that the Chinese were not treated as equals and felt humiliated. In 1989, it was too late to turn the page for the Soviet Union. 3 years later, Fidel Castro, a firm supporter of internationalism all his life, concluded that we socialists made a mistake in underestimating the strength of nationalism. 11. In The State and Revolution, written a few months before the October Revolution, Lenin still believed that the withering away of the state was possible. However, in Better Fewer, but Better, written in 1923, he moved away from the language of withering and instead insisted on the need to improve our state apparatus, create a republic that is really worthy of the name of Soviet and Socialist, a task requiring many, many years. 12. This practice was in contradiction with the ideals of socialism, but accorded with realistic needs. The first theoretical rethinking of the passage from capitalism to socialism emerged here, the need for a transitory mode of production governed by a transitory state, a process that would go on for many years. Internationalism and nationalism. The October Revolution was assumed by the Bolsheviks to be the first step of the world revolution to follow, in concluding the First Congress. Of the Communist International, Lenin optimistically declared, "The victory of the proletarian revolution on a world scale is assured. The founding of an international Soviet republic is on the way." 14. However, his prediction did not materialize. The relationship between nationalism and internationalism is complicated. In 1848, Marx and Engels asserted in the Communist Manifesto that the working men have no country. Yet, at the same time, Marx, Engels, and the International Working Men's Association supported national struggles of oppressed peoples as part of the struggle for socialism. Marx emphasized that it was possible, as in the case of Ireland, for the social question to take the form of the national question. The struggle against national oppression can be a form of class struggle. On the relationship between national and international struggle, Engels remarked in 1882, "Generally speaking, an international movement of the proletariat is possible only as between independent nations. The international had first to learn from events, and must still do so daily, that international cooperation is possible only among equals." Engels repeated this position in 1893. Without restoring autonomy and unity to each nation, it will be impossible to achieve either the international union of the proletariat or the peaceful and intelligent cooperation of these nations toward common aims. In December 1919, Lenin stressed in an open letter to the workers and peasants of Ukraine that capital is an international force. To vanquish it, an international workers' alliance is needed. We are opposed to national enmity and discord, to national exclusiveness. We are internationalists. We stand for the close union and the complete amalgamation of the workers and peasants of all nations in a single world Soviet republic. The working people must not forget that capitalism has divided nations into a small number of oppressors, great power imperialist, sovereign, and privileged nations, and an overwhelming majority of oppressed, dependent, and semi-dependent non-sovereign nations. The War of 1914-18 still further accentuated this division and as a result aggravated. Rancor and hatred, we want a voluntary union of nations, a union which precludes any coercion of one nation by another, a union founded on complete confidence, on a clear recognition of brotherly unity, on absolutely voluntary consent. We must, therefore, strive persistently for the unity of nations and ruthlessly suppress everything that tends to divide them, and in doing so we must be very cautious and patient, and make concessions to the survivors of national distrust, and what the bourgeoisie of all countries try most of all to accomplish is to disunite the workers of different nationalities, to evoke distrust, and to disrupt a close international alliance of the workers. Whenever the bourgeoisie succeeds in this, the cause of the workers is lost. 17. The specific reason for the letter was a conflict between the communist parties of Russia and Ukraine on whether Ukraine should be an independent state or it should pursue an amalgamation of Ukraine with Russia. Lenin continued his letter to the Ukrainian Communist Party with the words, "The communists of Russia and the Ukraine must therefore by patient, persistent, stubborn, and concerted effort foil the nationalist machinations of the bourgeoisie and vanquish nationalist prejudices of every kind, and set the working people of the world an example of a really solid alliance of the workers and peasants of different nations in the fight for Soviet power, for the overthrow of the yoke of the landowners and capitalists, and for a world federal Soviet republic." The change from headquarters of world revolution to socialism in one country a few years later signaled the passage from internationalism to nationalism in Soviet policy. When Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, Ukrainian nationalists took the opportunity to form a Ukrainian state, which, as stated in the text act of Proclamation of Ukrainian Statehood, will work closely with the National Socialist Greater Germany, under the leadership of its leader Adolf Hitler, which is forming a new order in Europe and the world. However, Russian patriotism defeated Hitler's plan to colonize and enslave the peoples of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Lacerdo concludes, to summarize, the revolutionary class struggle which should have inaugurated the withering away of state and nation actually witnessed the emergence of an aristocracy of statesmen and a patriotism that saved state and nation from a horrific catastrophe. 20. It seems that a future socialist world will consist of an assembly of nations developing socialism with different national characteristics and moving from this stage towards a single world Soviet republic envisioned by Lenin. It has become a condition of an advanced socialism in a world system with so many states in possession of an arsenal of nuclear weapons which can destroy the world, and inequality, ecological, and climate problems that need a global solution. Capitalist methods in socialist development. Another violation of socialist ideals by actually existing socialism is the use of capitalist methods in the development of the productive forces, from the NEP to Dengism. The revolutionary movements often entrusted their economic development to proletarian sacrifice and heroic Stakhanovism as a driver for economic development. But this was transient. Bertolt Brecht said, in his play Galileo, "Blessed are the people that need no heroes. 21 heroics are required for the transition from a state of emergency to some kind of normality, and thus should only be used to the extent that they render themselves superfluous." A market economy has, to a certain extent, existed in all attempts to build socialism. Again, if one cringes at this statement, it illustrates a discrepancy between ideals and reality. According to the theory of socialism, market forces belong to capitalism and planning belongs to socialism. But in reality, as socialism arose in the semi-feudal peripheries with less developed capitalism, in order to revive the productive apparatus of such a country, the market had to be expanded. Market forces can be used as a dynamic factor in certain sectors, such as food production and consumer products, but must be ensconced within a planned economy, where the strategic basic industry is governed by and for workers. The communist movement did not manage to develop an understanding which might bridge the ideals of socialism of the early 19th century with the practical attempts to construct socialism in the 20th century. The disappointments of their salt of actually existing socialism, and the inability to remold and even erase the state, nation, religion, market, inequality, and so forth, made a decisive contribution to the general crises of socialism in the past decades. In the intensive and dramatic struggle for socialism in the 20th century, the ideals of socialism, according to Lucerdo, acts like a kind of drug, burdening the struggle for social change with excessive expectations. Intoxication gave way to exhaustion, and on the eve of its collapse, the condition of real socialism in Eastern Europe was one of exhaustion. 22. One of the tasks today is to draw conclusions from the experience of socialist construction in the past and develop it into a theory and strategy for the transition to socialism in this century. It is not a revival or rejection of the old socialist ideals, but an attempt to turn them into practice. This requires specifying that the socialist mode of production is not an ideal utopia. It is a realistic solution to the problems of capitalism. The task is to develop a praxis of societal management. How do we produce, divide, and consume the social product to solve global inequality and ecological problems? National and international inequality in building socialism. When the hopes of an anti-capitalist revolution in Europe vanished, the Bolsheviks realized that the inequality of nations was a problem as profound as the inequality of classes. In building socialism, they had to deal with both problems. As a nation on the periphery, the Soviet Union was far behind the more advanced countries. Lenin emphasized, "You must remember that our Soviet land is impoverished after many years of trial and suffering and has no socialist France or socialist England as neighbors, which could help us with their highly developed technology and their highly developed industry." Bear that in mind. We must remember that at present all their highly developed technology and their highly developed industry belong to the capitalists who are fighting us. We must remember that we must either strain every nerve in everyday effort, or we shall inevitably go under. Owing to the present circumstances, the whole world is developing faster than we are. While developing, the capitalist world is directing all its forces against us. That is how the matter stands. We must cito it everyone who works devotes himself to strengthening the workers and peasant state. Only then shall we be able to create large-scale industry. Lenin encapsulated the aims of the October Revolution as electrification plus the Soviets. The first task was to develop the productive forces and end national inequality, and the second task was the ability to defend the revolution against attacks from the West. The latter protects the revolution from sliding back into capitalism. The problem of overlapping national and international inequality arose regularly in the periphery. In the 1960s, Che Guevara observed, "Ever since monopoly capital took over the world, it has kept the greater part of humanity in poverty, dividing all the profits among the most powerful countries. The standard of living in those countries is based on the extreme poverty of our countries. In the economic field, we must conquer the road to development with the most advanced technology possible. We have to make the great technological leap forward that will reduce the current gap between the more developed countries and ourselves. Technology must be applied to the large factories and also to a properly developed agriculture. Above all, its foundation must be technological and ideological education, with a sufficient mass base and strength to sustain the research institutes and organizations that have to be created in each country, as well as the men and women who will use the existing technology and be capable of adapting themselves to the newly mastered technology. A great technological leap is required to reduce the difference that exists today between our countries and the more developed ones. We must create a genuine international division of labor based not on the history of what has been done so far, but on the future history of what should be done. 25. The struggles against national and international inequality are interlinked. In the case of the Soviet Union 1920, electrification would jolt the countryside out of isolation from the cities. Technological and scientific development would reduce the disparity in both the economic and military balance of power. To acquire tech, it was necessary to attract foreign capital. Albeit unavoidable, the acquisition of the most advanced technology involved significant costs. The dilemma was the same in China 50 years later. A revolution of the West or the East? The notion that the October Revolution was premature due to a lack of capitalist and working-class development is a purely Eurocentric stance, hence why revolutionaries in the periphery had a different perspective than Western European socialists. Revolutionaries on the periphery analyzed the October Revolution through the lens of nationality and self-determination, factors that were linked with the progression of the awakening of Asia and the anti-colonial struggle. Lenin's understanding of revolution included the struggle between capital and the proletariat, as well as the perspective of national inequality created by imperialism. The revolution in Russia occurred because it was the weakest link in an imperialist chain, fractured by internecine struggle during the First World War. Russian revolutionaries invoked the Eastern question, a question centered on the struggle of oppressed peoples against imperialism. The lineage of Asian revolutions is almost invisible in Western left discourse. The Russian Revolution is seen as derivative of the European revolutionary tradition. As far as the subjective forces, this is correct. Lenin and the leading Bolsheviks were linked to the European Marxist tradition. Yet, if we look at the objective conditions, the October Revolution could be placed within the ranks of an awakening Asia. Could we not trace some trajectories from the 1907 Iranian Revolution, the 1909 Turkish Revolution, and, above all, the 1911 Chinese Revolution? The Bolsheviks themselves sought to use their revolution as an example in the East. On January 25, 1918, the Third All-to-Russia Congress of Soviets announced the Declaration of Rights of the Working, and X2, exploited people drafted by Lenin, Stalin, and Bukharin, in which they proclaimed the right to self-determination for the oppressed people in the colonies and semi-colonies, and announced a complete break with the barbarous policy of bourgeois civilization. 27 In this way, the Bolsheviks had placed oppressed peoples in the subjectivity of revolutionary classes. Their revolutions of the 20th century were thus not only revolutions of the idealized Eurocentric industrialized working classes, but also included oppressed peoples as revolutionary subjects, much to the chagrin of the Western left. The reconfiguring of revolutionary classes matched the concrete conditions of the imperialist epoch and had great importance for the development of communism in China and in the Third World in general. 28. Comintern. The possibility of a successful transition towards socialism will be limited if it only takes place in one country. There has never been one socialist country at any point in history, not in the Soviet Union, nor China, or elsewhere. A transfer from capitalism to socialism has to involve the majority of states in the world system, hence the need for internationalism in the socialist movement. Despite the call, proletarians of all countries unite in the Communist Manifesto. Nationalism has had a strong grip on the socialist movement. The Second International was split between the social democratic emphasis on citizenship and the nation-state as the framework for developing socialism, while the communist faction insisted on class struggle and the world revolution as a condition for the development of socialism. Following the foundation of the Comintern in 1919, class struggle was framed as a binary between a unified global proletariat and capital. The statutes approved by the Second Congress of the Comintern on August 4, 1920 state that the emancipation of the workers is not a local nor a national, but an international problem. The Communist International must, in fact and indeed, be a single communist party of the entire world. The parties working in the various countries are but its separate sections. The Fifth Congress in 1924, now led by Stalin, called forth creation of a homogeneous Bolshevik world party. The world party of Leninism must be strongly fused, not by mechanical discipline, but by unity of will and action. Every party must give its best forces to the international leadership. It must be brought home to the broadest masses that in the present epoch, serious economic and political battles of the working class can be won only if they are led from one center and on an international scale. 30. But the civil war in China in the 1930s and fascism in Europe revealed that conflicts could assume the most diverse configurations, with multiple contradictions involving different class alliances and national struggles. The pure proletariat to capitalist class struggle rarely existed. Later, in the 1930s, the Soviet Union itself changed its emphasis on the world revolution to the nationalist socialism in one country. The organizational model of the Comintern proved inadequate to accommodate this complexity of struggles, and was finally dissolved by Stalin in 1943 to avoid antagonizing his capitalist allies during World War II. Since then, we have lacked effective international coordination of the struggle for socialism, not necessarily the World Communist Party envisioned in 1919, but even coordination of struggle on the national level in a global perspective. The consequence of the lack of an international has been significant. The cooperation between the different national liberation movements and the newly independent states could have been more effective. On top of this, the split between the Soviet Union and China made it much easier for the U.S. to terminate the revolutionary wave during the long 60s. A more recent attempt to develop transnational cooperation between socialist movements has been the World Social Forum. The enthusiasm was great during the first meeting in 2001, however, the open space method in meetings and its horizontal structure made it impossible to move from talking to action. A little less conversation, a little more action, please. 32. The experience of former internationals is that nationalism has been a Trojan horse that has divided the global proletariat. To avoid this, it is important to emphasize that movements on the national level must take a global perspective on their struggles. Production is organized in globally integrated chains. Commodities are traded on a highly integrated world market. The global contradictions influence the outcome of national struggles. Our struggles must contribute to pushing the principal contradiction in a direction that favors the transformation towards socialism. But how should such an international struggle be coordinated today? The Comintern was established by rather uniform communist parties, with the backing of the first socialist state and with the esteem of Lenin. The situation today is quite different. The socialist and communist movements are fragmented and divided into a multitude of political lines and issues. A new international cannot be constructed as a master plan from above, as in 1919. It must be built from below. It requires that each organization and movement have the global perspective prioritized in their strategy, developing transnational networks of action. In that way, it is possible to establish transnational organizations of workers in global production chains, peasant movements, indigenous oppressed people, anti-imperialists, climate movements, and so on. These sub-internationals could then be coordinated into more holistic internationals, again focusing on unified action. With this common global perspective in mind, this process can be initiated here and now by any organization from different locations and issues, merging into more formalized forms of coordination and institutions. The national liberation struggle during the long 1960s. From around 1965 to 1975, the contradiction between U.S. imperialism and the anti-imperialist movements, from Vietnam to Nicaragua, was the principal contradiction in the world. Some of the movements were victorious, establishing pro-socialist states. However, the newly independent Third World had economies that had been adapted to imperialist needs during colonization. Economic liberation proved much more difficult than attaining political independence. The national liberation struggles were not able to unite in practical, coordinated internationalism. A common front against the imperialist system, which would have been necessary to topple it, was never established. By the mid-1970s, despite the victories in Vietnam and the Portuguese African colonies, anti-imperialism began to wane and neoliberal globalization was on its way. An example of this shift is the change in policy of the African National Congress ANC in South Africa. From the 1960s to the late 1980s, the ANC was committed to socialism. It had close connections to the South African Communist Party and the Soviet Union. Accordingly, the ANC was labeled as a communist terror organization by the West. However, when Nelson Mandela was elected president in 1994 and the ANC became a ruling party in South Africa, socialism was gone. The ANC did not change the class character of the state. They were subsumed by neoliberalism. However, this was contrary to the Chinese strategy of using neoliberalism for their own purpose to the benefit of the proletariat. Mandela changed from prisoner to president, and the policy of the ANC changed from socialist to neoliberal capitalism. No wonder Bill Clinton and other Western leaders celebrated the inauguration of Mandela. This is not a know-it-all critique. It is simply an assessment of how strong neoliberal globalization and U.S. hegemony were at the time. Even South Africa, with developed productive forces and rich natural resources, would have struggled to pursue socialist transformation in the 1990s. Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and Zimbabwe have also not had much success. However, it was not that the ANC, Frelimo, MPLA, PAIGC, and ZANU made poor choices which prevented them from building socialism. Rather, it was the world system that limited their choices on the path toward independence at the time. China, how to build socialism? A lesson from the Chinese experience is that you cannot copy revolutions from one context to another. On the advice from the Comintern, the Chinese communists prioritized mobilizing the urban proletariat and allied with the bourgeois nationalist Kuomintang. This strategy ended in disaster in Shanghai in 1927. Instead, following Lenin's demand for a concrete analysis of a concrete situation, the Communist Party relied on the peasants and lumpen proletariat to lead the revolution. Based on their praxis and specific analysis, the Communist Party developed its military strategy, the People's Protracted War, and guerrilla tactics. Marxism, as the praxis of change, is note-encapsulated in its application in Russia, China, or any other country, movement, or individual. The praxis of Marxism is conditioned and limited by the circumstances in which it works. Marxism embodies all the analysis, praxis, and lessons learned in the course of its development. Marxism is a living and constantly developing synthesis of theory and praxis. The Chinese communists had a different perception of the post-revolutionary period than the Soviets. They have not at any point, as Stalin did in 1936, declared that socialist construction has been completed. In the perception of the Communist Party of China, the transformation to socialism is a much longer process in which the class struggle continues. It requires several transformations of the superstructure. The Chinese communists have mapped their own winding road towards socialism with Chinese characteristics. In the same way, as a precondition for success, other attempts to build socialism have to analyze the specific national conditions during the transition process. For example, in Latin America, the development of socialism has Cuban, Venezuelan, or Chiapan characteristics. Similarly, we might see the development of socialism with special Palestinian or South African characteristics and so on. Another lesson from the Chinese experience is the handling of the contradiction between the development of the productive forces and the development of a socialist mode of production. To move ahead, there is a need to develop the productive forces beyond the need to defeat poverty. At the same time, there is also the need to change the values and norms of the past into socialist values of community and solidarity, both on the individual level and in institutions of government. Humans produce and consume differently under particular social relations, which necessarily affects their consciousness. Under capitalist relations of production, workers are fragmented, degraded, and alienated. The capitalist market creates a selfish and competitive mentality. In the socialist mode of production, it is different. Marx writes in Capital, when numerous workers work together side by side in accordance with a plan, whether in the same process or in different but connected processes, this form of labor is called cooperation, not. Only do we have here an increase in the productive power of the individual by means of cooperation, but the creation of a new productive power, which is intrinsically a collective one, When the worker cooperates in a planned way with others, he strips off the fetters of his individuality and develops the capabilities of his species. There is an interregnum between capitalism and socialism, in which elements of the old interact and collide with the new, as Marx describes, a communist society not as it has developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. Neither communist nor capitalist elements exist in pure form. Cuba has, much like China, been caught between capitalism and socialism, in what Castro has called the struggleto, the death between the future and the past. 35. The future must subordinate the elements inherited from the past, but the new system is inevitably defective as it emerges from capitalism. It is no mystery why actually existing socialism has difficulties in the development required to move to socialism for real. 36. For Che Guevara, the central need was to build the future. We understand that the capitalist old categories are retained for a time, and that the length of this period cannot be predetermined, but the characteristics of the period of transition are those of a society that is throwing off its bonds in order to move quickly into the new stage. 37. To do this, Che warned against relying solely on material incentives. The temptation is very great to follow the beaten track of material interest as the lever with which to accelerate development. We do not deny the objective need for material incentives, although we are reluctant to use them as the main lever. The tendency should be, in our opinion, to eliminate as fast as possible the old categories, or, better, to eliminate the conditions for their existence. The pipe dream that socialism can be achieved with the help of the dull instruments left to us by capitalism, the commodity as the economic cell, profitability, individual material interest as a lever, etc., can lead into a blind alley. And you wind up thereafter having traveled a long distance with many crossroads, and it is hard to figure out just where you took the wrong turn. 38. That is why Che stressed that to construct communism, the new man has to be created as well as the material base. At times of extreme danger, it is easy to promote moral incentives. To maintain their force, it is necessary to develop a consciousness whereby new values are acquired, and society as a whole is transformed into one enormous school. 39. Che, like Mao, believed that voluntary labor for the common good was part of this process, to create community, aversion to inequity, and international solidarity. The need to walk on two legs. According to Che, socialist consciousness is built through practice by creating space for collective work and the spread of the commons in society. When relying solely upon material incentives, the past capitalist values tend to crowd out the future. The material interest as an economic lever is the Trojan horse of socialism, 40% reinforcing the alienation and self-orientation inherited from capitalism. Che stressed that the individual learns to transform work from a disagreeable human necessity into a moral necessity for the common good. Michael Lebowitz commented on Che's position, but the important thing was balance. The necessity to walk on two legs. Changing consciousness, he insisted, was essential as part of the dual aspect of the construction of socialism. Building socialism is neither a matter of work alone nor of consciousness alone. It combines work and consciousness, expanding the production of material goods through work and developing consciousness. In developing socialism, you should not rely exclusively upon material incentives, but stress the idea of socialism in workplaces, communities, and society as a whole, to emphasize a balance between the simultaneous developments of productive forces and the creation of socialist human beings. Che's legacy is the recognition that if the future is to prevail, it is essential to build it now by creating socialist consciousness. In the struggle between the future and the past lie two methods of developing socialism. The first is the updating of the economic model, sometimes by using capitalist instruments to create the necessary productive forces to sustain a socialist society. The other is to use moral incentives and to develop a mode of production which enhances the development of socialist attitudes. Cuba has tried to uphold a balance between the two methods. Being a small country in a hostile world, they have achieved remarkable results because they have created a socialist morale. Cuba has survived attacks and blockades from the U.S. and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Not only that, but Cuba has been the prime example of internationalism since 1959. In China, we have seen a zigzag course between the two methods, navigating in a sea of changing contradictions. In the era of Mao, the economy was developed using moral incentives in the form of voluntary work and political campaigns. In the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, Mao appealed to the masses to develop socialism through radical practices. However, as Che foresaw, no one can call upon the masses to sacrifice themselves all the time. This method must remain the exception and never become the rule. Mao's radical mobilization and campaigns were unsustainable in the long term. During Deng's opening up, market socialism was introduced, leading to tepid development of the productive forces using elements from capitalism and the encouragement of individual material incentives. However, Dengism also lost sight of socialist values and created inequality, corruption, individualism, and degradation of solidarity. In the history of the Communist Party of China, there has been struggle and unity between the two different approaches to the development of socialism. Depending on the Chinese and global contradictions at hand, Mao himself changed between the two methods. After nearly 40 years of Dengism, the Communist Party under Xi has to rectify the side effects of opening up to the world market. China is once again sliding to the left, trying to balance the need to develop the productive forces with the development of socialist values in society. Even though Mao underlined that socialism's final victory still lies several generations ahead, and that several revolutions must take place in the superstructure, the fact is that China must remain a part of the world economy, which is still dominated by capitalism. China had to go through its own form of state capitalism to create its large-scale, high-tech industry. A socialist mode of production cannot use outdated, underdeveloped technology, but must use the most advanced technology because it can produce more goods of sustainable, higher quality with less labor power. 42 robot industries are better than assembly line factories. Windmills and solar energy are better than fossil energy-fueled power plants. If China had isolated itself to save Mao's state socialist system, it could not have developed the productive forces at the necessary speed, and it would have run the risk of being overrun, both economically and politically. In order to stay in power, the Communist Party chose to arrange production along a more capitalist pattern. Gradually, capitalist values infected the Chinese population and the Communist Party itself. Are the Chinese leaders to be blamed for this? No, it is not their fault that the proletarian revolution has not yet taken place in the advanced countries. But one can, and one ought to, blame the Communist Party for not describing the situation with the same ruthless honesty as Lenin did about the NEP in his day. The truth is that the encounter with neoliberalism has strengthened capitalist values and norms, and a mobiliza. Scion of the workers and peasants is needed to change direction. But the truth is that China, through a revolution, fundamentally altered life for one of the most poverty-stricken peoples in this world, and in so doing has enriched our knowledge about developing socialism. The Chinese and Russian revolutions are steps in the development toward world socialism. In the words of Lenin, that only by a series of attempts, each of which, taken by itself, will be one-sided and will suffer from certain inconsistencies, will complete socialism be created by the revolutionary cooperation of the proletarians of all countries. 43. The Soviet Union and China are both attempts of this kind, made possible by history's devious road of development in this century. Without the Soviet Union, there may not have been a revolution in China. Without learning from the negative experiences in the Soviet Union, there would be no cultural revolution. And without learning the positive and negative lessons from Deng, there can be no future revolution. The different revolutions change the nature of the entire world system. Capitalism today is a product of these changes. Like in a game of chess, it has reacted strategically to the moves of its opponent. Class struggle in the transitional state. A central thesis in the Chinese perception of the development of socialism is that class struggle continues in the post-revolutionary society. It is a long process that might continue for several revolutions. This was also in contrast to the perception in the Soviet Union, which announced that class struggle was over and that socialism was implemented in 1936. However, if China is heading towards socialism, why is the Communist Party not at the forefront of the class struggle, on the side of the workers against national and transnational capital? Why does the Communist Party allow companies like Foxconn to exploit Chinese workers in the most ruthless way? Why does the party allow real estate speculation on such a large scale to make housing expensive for people, and so on? To explore such questions, we must look at the functioning of the transitional state. What is the transitional state? The capitalist mode of production accumulates on a global scale. However, its political governance is made through the system of competing nation-states in the world system. As long as the capitalist mode of production is vital and developing the productive forces, the capitalist states will dominate the world system. As Marx said, no social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. Hence, states seeking to develop socialism within this capitalist-dominated world system can only establish a transitional mode of production to develop the preconditions to move towards socialism. To facilitate this, and to survive as a state in the world system, they had to establish a corresponding transitional state in which the power of state rests in the hands of the proletariat. A ruling class, whether it is the capitalists or the proletariat, needs state power to uphold its mode of production and ease class conflict, so that society does not disintegrate into conflicting chaos. The state is the product and manifestation of class contradictions. In the struggle for state power, the Communist Party represents the interests of the proletariat. However, if this includes a struggle against imperialism, communists can enter alliances with political forces representing other classes, such as the petit bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie, as we have seen in the Chinese Revolution. When achieving state power, communist parties have usually formed so-called party states, meaning that the respective communist party forms governments and rules state institutions. In the current case of the People's Republic of China, PRC, Xi Jinping is General Secretary of the Communist Party and also President of the PRC. The difference is not pro forma, but rather reveals two different organizations in terms of who they represent, their working methods, goals, and discourse. The Communist Party represents the proletariat, and its goal is socialism on the national and world level. The party state and its government represent the people all classes, including the national capitalists and the interests of resident transnational capital. The tasks of the state institutions are national development, stability, and harmony. The state also takes care of foreign economic and political relations. The task is again to enhance national development and the security of the transitional state in the world system. The discourse is not class struggle and world revolution, but mutual benefit and respect. On the one hand, the party state has the political, economic, and institutional instruments to ensure that the contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie do not spin out of control, risking state power and the development of the productive forces. On the other hand, the Communist Party must lead the proletarian class struggle in order to ensure that development advances in the direction of socialism. To a certain extent, these tasks are reflected in the two organizational layers. Sometimes the distance between the layers is greater end. Sometimes they move towards each other, sometimes even blending together, depending on the national and global contradictions. The history of governance in China. For the transitional states, the survival within a capitalist-dominated world system has historically been a priority. Their strategy has changed between confrontation to more or less peaceful coexistence and adaptation to capitalism. The strategy, practice, and discourse of the two layers party and state institutions have been shaped by the interaction between the changing principle, contradiction in the world system, and the eternal national contradiction. Hence, the transitional states have taken different forms in their interaction with capitalism in the history of the world system. The Soviet Union fluctuated between confrontation, alliance, attempted peaceful coexistence, and cooperation, leading to dissolution. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea developed a form of defensive isolation after the Korean War. The Cuban state has also been pressed into a defensive, isolated national position, but at the same time chosen an offensive anti-imperialist foreign policy. Many post-revolutionary party states have given in to the economic, political, and military pressure from the surrounding capitalist world system, sliding back into a capitalist mode of production and a bourgeois state. Here, let us focus on how national and international class struggle has been handled by the Chinese transitional state. In the long revolutionary process from 1921 to 1949, class analysis and class struggle against feudalism, the national bourgeoisie represented by the Kuomintang, and international capitalism, in the form of Western and Japanese imperialism, was the central theory and praxis of the Communist Party. However, when the Communist Party declared the People's Republic of China in 1949 and established the party state, Mao did not only speak as the chairman of a revolutionary party, but also as the leader of a very poor country, torn apart by decades of war in a world system dominated by capitalism with the U.S. as the new hegemonic power. The Communist Party had to make the difficult transition from breaking to making, going from revolutionary struggle to building socialism. Class contradiction had to be handled differently. China needed stability, unity, and economic development to improve the condition for the masses. Hence, a policy of new democracy built on four social classes, namely the peasantry, proletariat, petit bourgeoisie, and national bourgeoisie. In foreign policy, China kept a revolutionary profile, more or less forced by the imperialist isolation of the country, for example, in the military confrontation with the U.S. in the Korean War. As the Soviet-Chinese Treaty of Friendship signed in 1950 began to work, the Chinese government became less dependent on the national capitalists, leading Mao to launch political campaigns, including the anti-rightist campaign 1957 to 1959, under the headline of the continuing class struggle under socialism. As the split between the Soviet Union and China evolved up through the 60s, Mao mobilized the grassroots to struggle against capitalist roaders within the Communist Party, which led to the Cultural Revolution. With slogans like "It's right to rebel," "Making revolution is no crime," "Bombard the headquarters," Mao, in the name of class struggle, mobilized against any authority within the party or state institutions, who was deemed to be taking the capitalist road. For Mao, the Cultural Revolution was a struggle to maintain the proletariat at the helm of state power against a sneaking capitalist counter-revolution. It was a much-needed showdown with bureaucracy, expert mentality, and hierarchy generated by the years of Soviet influence, but it did also generate a severe split in the Communist Party, the breakdown of state institutions, dysfunctional economic development, and increased tensions with the surrounding capitalist system. However, was it a class struggle between capital and the proletariat? The capitalists in China in the late 60s were a small minority and not organized as a class in the party or in state institutions. What was labeled capitalist roaders' way of faction in the Communist Party, which wanted to use market forces and other capitalist enticements to open up China towards the world market in order to speed up development of the productive forces. During the Cultural Revolution, contradictions that existed within the people and within the Communist Party were handled as if they were antagonistic class contradictions between proletariat and capital. However, in reality, there were two different strategies within the Communist Party on how to handle the contradiction between dominating global capitalism and a transitional state, such as China. This is not to say that the difference between the strategies were not that important, but the shift from Mao's mobilization of the people by referenceto the socialist moral to the use of material enticements and opening up also reflect the change in the surrounding world system from the revolutionary spirit of the long 60s to capital's counteroffensive in the form of neoliberal globalization, an indication of the non-antagonistic character between the two lines within the Communist Party is that it was Mao himself who ended the Cultural Revolution and initiated contact with the U.S. in 1971. After Mao's death in September 1976, Deng Xiaoping replaced Mao's class struggle theory with an economic-oriented pragmatism. The opening towards transnational capital's globalization, initiated in 1978, made transformations in the structure of property relations. Domestic and foreign private-owned relations of production expanded. As existence determines consciousness, it had consequences in terms of the values and norms in Chinese society. It was no longer serve the people, self-interest and a competition mentality increased, as well as the pursuit of material interests. The new bourgeois and petty bourgeois classes, the ones who got rich first, together with the ideological and cultural apparatus of the intrusion of transnational capital, generated an ideological trend which was called bourgeois liberalization. The Chinese economist and former member of the Central Committee, 1982 to 1992, Liu Guoguang, looking back, stated in 2017. Bourgeois liberalization occurs not only in the political field, but also in the economic field. Privatization, liberalization, and marketization, opposition to public ownership, government intervention, and opposition to socialism. These are all things that are all related to the economic field. It is not enough to oppose bourgeois liberalization politically. To prevent bourgeois liberalization in the economic field is to prevent the economic field from deteriorating. If the economic field deteriorates, is privatized, turned into capitalism, the political field will also deteriorate. This is a basic common principle of Marxism. 45. As capitalist relations of production increased, bourgeois liberalization gained force. The conception of class struggle that was in force during the period of the Cultural Revolution was criticized. In 1978, the Communist Party broke with the previous position that class struggle during the development of socialism is the main contradiction and promoted socialist modernization as the new line. The official party line maintained that class struggle still continues to exist, but within certain limits. However, a faction of the Communist Party led by General Secretary Zhao Ziyang, who was in charge of implementing Deng's reform program from 1986, was heavily influenced by neoliberal ideas, claiming that the Marxist concept of class struggle is outdated. Accompanying reforms in the economic sphere, reforms in the political sphere calling for liberal democracy emerged in society and inside the Communist Party, in line with what happened in the Soviet Union during the time of Gorbachev. This trend led to the Tiananmen Square uprising of 1989. After that, Deng Xiaoping realized the danger of the bourgeois liberalization, stating that it seems that one Cold War has come to an end, but that two others have already begun. One is being waged against all the countries of the South and the Third World, and the other against socialism. The Western countries are staging a Third World War without firearms. By this I mean that they want to promote the peaceful evolution of socialist countries to capitalism. 46. It became clear that the party had to focus more on the ideological front, pointing out that class struggle still exists in China. Jiang Zemin, the new General Secretary, 1989 to 2002, in his speech commemorating the 78th anniversary of the party's founding in 1991, stated class struggle is no longer the main contradiction in our country, but for a certain period it will continue to exist within a certain limit. Moreover, under certain conditions, it may intensify. It did so in the new factories run by transnational capital in southern China, in the struggle over privatization of state companies, and because of the introduction of market forces and declining social welfare and security. Hu Jintao, General Secretary 2002 to 2012, tried to calm things down by upholding the principle of a harmonious society for the development of a socialist China. The central point in this social contract between classes was that the contradiction between the socialist principle of political rule over economy versus the power of the market economy had to be solved in such a way that the dynamics of the market may serve socialism. On one hand, private property of productive forces had to be recognized and protected. On the other hand, the dark sides of capitalism, the damage to the society caused by the disorderly expansion of capital, had to be tamed, and this was difficult. China's opening up for transnational capital The outsourcing of industrial production and the accompanying transfer of technology had a positive effect on the development of the productive forces. Buddhist private property increased. It had negative effects on social life. The condition of labor in the national and transnational capitalist companies, inequality, the worsening of ecological problems, internal labor migration, the housing problems in the major cities, the general level of stress, and the competition mentality all worsened. After the crises of neoliberalism in 2006-7, it became clear that the negative effect of neoliberalism had outweighed the positive effects. The Communist Party began to change course, tackling the negative effects of the intrusion of capitalism. As a result of the new posture, several changes occurred: a shift from an export-oriented economy to emphasizing the domestic market, erasing poverty in rural areas, and an insistence that class struggle is still an issue. Xi Jinping's coming to power in 2012 repeated Jiang Zemin's position. In 2014, Xi explains, "The political position of Marxism is primarily a class position, which implements class analysis." Some people say that this idea no longer corresponds to the present era, which is a mistaken point of view. When we say that the class struggle in our country is not the main contradiction, we are not saying that in our country the class struggle within certain limits no longer exists, or that in the international sphere it doesn't exist either. 48. The capitalist class is not a politically well-organized force which can challenge the state power of the proletariat, but the expansion of private property and the accompanying mentality in the form of norms and values in society, the bourgeois liberalization, remains a challenge. When Xi talks about ideological struggles, it is not class struggle in the traditional sense. Xi warns against money worship, hedonism, ultra-individualism, and historical nihilism. He states that the formation of firm ideals and beliefs is neither achieved overnight nor once and for all, but must be constantly tempered and tested in concrete struggle. 49, he says that it will be no easy task like a walk in the park. It will not happen overnight or through sheer fanfare. We must always keep a long-term perspective, remain mindful of potential risks, maintain strategic focus and determination, and attain to the broad and great while addressing the delicate and minute. 50. After 40 years of opening up towards neoliberal globalization, would be mistake diminish the role of class struggle in China. Given the expansion of capitalist relations of production in the past decades, it is obvious that class contradictions would intensify. The problems facing China today are different from the 1970s, when the main contradiction was between the low level of development of the productive forces and the growing demands of the masses. However, according to Xi, this development was characterized by an unbalanced capitalist growth, deepening inequality, rural-urban divisions, and creating an unsustainable relationship to the environment. The values and norms of neoliberalism have also left their mark. Individualism, a competition mentality, and greed have made their inroads at the expense of solidarity and community. Xi now redefined the main contradiction as the unbalanced and inadequate development and the growing needs of the people for a better life. To ease contradictions, Xi emphasizes the policy of common prosperity instead of doing some get-rich-first. New tax laws to redistribute wealth, a huge campaign to eliminate rural poverty, new laws to regulate the working condition, and rules to reduce speculation in the real estate sector were all introduced. However, at the same time, Xi Jinping stressed the need to promote the unity and struggle of the Chinese people and to promote harmonious class relations. The Governance of China is also the title of the 4-volume collection of Xi Jinping speeches and writings. Xi, as a member of the Communist Party since his youth, is a schooled Marxist and knows all about class struggle as the driver for change. He often affirms the party's adherence to Marxism, but seldom discusses the specific class struggle in China and the future of the national capitalist sector, national and transnational. Xi is also president of the People's Republic of China, which needs class harmony to continue the economic development to fulfill the needs of the people. This blend of understanding the transformative role of class struggle and promoting class harmony is not schizophrenic or revisionist. It reflects the real dilemma or balancing exercise between the need for the development of the productive forces in a transitionary state within a world still dominated by the capitalist mode of production on the one side, and on the other side, the need of proletarian class struggle to maintain state power and push towards a socialist mode of production. This takes into account the concrete reality that class struggle in China between labor and capital, and the ideological struggle between bourgeois ideas, norms and values, and socialist values, is a long-lasting struggle, which will go on as long as capitalist relations of production plays a major role in China. It is important to understand and differentiate between the phases in the transformation process. We have to distinguish between when we are talking about the development of the productive forces in a transitionary state, in a world system still dominated by the capitalist mode of production, or when we are talking about the final transformation of the mode of production from capitalist to socialist. In the first case, we can use capitalist management and the market to move towards socialism. In the second case, we have to eliminate residual elements of the capitalist mode of production, as they no longer play a progressive role in the development of the productive forces, but are blocking and even destroying human development. This is the tipping point, when it is to move from taking advantage of the capitalist mode of production to eliminating it, and to release the socialist mode of production from the constricting residual bind of capitalism. We are approaching the point where the need for another mode of production becomes more and more pressing as the destruction of global ecology and climate accelerates under capitalism. The transformation towards socialism at the national and global level, the dialectic of the transitional state, is represented by, respectively, the nationalist development perspective and the universal socialist perspective. An advanced socialist mode of production must be global, as the capitalist mode of production is globalized both in terms of geography and in function. But the global transformation has to go through the national state, as the world system is politically organized in national states. The national framework constitutes a historical constraint that must be taken into account as a necessity, not something we should make into a virtue. Hence, China or any other transitionary state should not attempt to avoid contact with globalized capitalism, as they cannot carry on the transformation process towards socialism in isolation from a capitalist mode of production, which is still developing the productive forces and hence a source of useful advanced technology. In addition, the transitional state's interaction with global capitalism is part of the transition process, as it modifies capitalism and presents itself as an alternative to capitalism. So China can and has to continue part of the way to socialism on the national road, as socialism with Chinese characteristics, but also must keep in mind that a developed socialist mode of production has to be realized on the global level, as it has to solve the historically inherited problem of inequality between center and periphery in the world system, as well as the global ecological and climate problems. As we step towards that advanced stage in socialism, we will see the development of different socialisms with national characteristics based on different histories and cultures. However, it is essential to move on from the nationalist version towards global socialism, as the national component contains material for future national disputes. For the transitional state, it is important to keep the right balance between the national interest and socialist transformation in relation to the surrounding world system. The nationalist aspect should not dominate the socialist perspective, as I think happened when China launched the three-world theory around 1974. The confrontation with the Soviet Union and the opening towards the U.S. in 1971 led China to pursue a nationalist foreign policy. Nationalist disputes between transitional states will not only benefit capitalism, but will also increase the risk of nuclear warfare and slow down solutions to the urgent environmental and climate problems. It will block the transition towards advanced global socialism. The fact that humanity has transitioned from scattered local places, then from states and empires, towards a more and more globalized world system, equipped with advanced productive forces, means that we have developed a way of living that has damaged the planet and acquired weapons with the ability to destroy human life. But it has also contributed the knowledge and ability to organize and manage the world system as a whole, needed for an advanced social mode of production. 53. The transformation of the relations of production towards socialism does not mean going back to productive forces organized within a national framework. World unification has ceased to be an option. It has become a condition of its existence. For us, remaining in capitalist states in the world system, an understanding of the dialectic of the transitional state is important. The understanding of the dilemmas and the balance between the need for national development versus advancing socialism nationally and globally. In class terms, the contradiction between national class unity versus the class struggle nationally and globally is important, and a guide for us in the global north on how to relate to the transitional states in order to defend them against imperialism, but also advance the transition to socialism. We must support the transitional states' respective nationalist aspects against the hostile capitalist states, not only to defend their attempt to develop socialism, but also because they are an essential anti-imperialist component, balancing imperialism, providing breathing space for socialist movements in the remaining capitalist world system. However, we must also push for a socialist transformation by class struggle wherever we can, to ensure that the socialist aspect dominates the national aspect in the contradictions of the transitional state. As we approach this revolutionary endgame, the class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie at a national and global level will be accentuated. It will be a dangerous game. Mao called imperialism a paper tiger. Imperialism and all reactionaries, looked at, in essence, from a long-term point of view, from a strategic point of view, must be seen for what they are, paper tigers. On this, we should build our strategic thinking. On the other hand, they are also living tigers, iron tigers, real tigers that can devour people. On this, we should build our tactical thinking. Capitalism can be ended, but in the struggle we must be careful and should not be adventurous in our actions, as global nuclear war will be catastrophic. But neither can we allow ourselves to give in to imperialism's threats. The endgame. After this comprehensive through the history of the struggle overview between, begin this by summarizing, socialism, I chapter capitalism, the history, the through the lensing of production, of capitalist mode. The fundamental in historical, this serves the contradiction materialism. Why think has the purpose of explaining I entered end phase. Capitalism, the history of the capitalist mode of production, the mode of production to satisfy our material needs, to sustain human life, is the fundamental condition of all history. Marx identified two interdependent structures, which describe how humans interact with nature in the process of producing their subsistence, the forces of production and the relations of production. The forces of production are everything that humans use to produce the things that society needs. In order to carry out production and exchange, humans enter into relations of production determined by the development of the existing forces of production present at any given time in history. The fundamental contradiction in history is between the development of the productive forces and the relations of production. At a certain stage of their development, the forces of production come into conflict with the existing relations of production, the property relations within which they had been at work before. From the forms of the forces of production, these relations turn into their fetters. Then comes a period of social revolution. However, no social order can disappear before the totality of its productive forces have been developed. Additionally, new relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Keeping this in mind, we can formulate the short historical materialist story of capitalism. See Figure 2X. In the first part of the 19th century, the capitalist mode of production had its breakthrough in Western Europe after centuries of European colonialism, which provided the primitive accumulation of capital. In a dialectical way, Marx, on one hand, affirmed the positive, progressive features of capitalism, new technology, and development of science, industrialization, urbanization, mass literacy, and so on. On the other hand, he denounces the exploitation, the human alienation, the commodification of the social relations, the false ideology, the imperialism, and its connected mass extermination, all inherent in the modernization process. These two perspectives on capitalism represent the difference between analyzing the development of productive forces from within the framework of capitalist relations to the need for their appropriation by the people, the establishment of a new mode of production. This dialectical perspective on historical development permeated Marx's and Engels' writings. In the Communist Manifesto, they describe the rise of capitalism as a progressive stage of historical development. In the first pages, they describe modern industry, modern bourgeois society, modern workers, modern state power, modern productive forces, and modern relations of production. 3. In the preface to Capital, Marx writes that the purpose of the book is to disclose the economic law of motion of modern society. 4. Marx defended modernity because it prepared the way to a more fully developed modernity, socialism. 5. The imperialist aspect of capitalism united and polarized the world system into a center-periphery structure, characterized by the super-exploitation of the labor force in the periphery and a rising wage, hence its expanded consumption power in the center. This value transfer entailed a dynamic development of the productive forces in the center, and at the same time blocked development in the periphery. Consequently, there was no need, and no successful, revolutions in the center. Capitalism had not played out its role. In the periphery, on the other hand, capitalism eroded feudal and other pre-capitalist modes of production, but development of the productive forces was blocked by super-exploitation and the flow of value towards the center. Only a revolutionary process could get the wheels of the economy running again, by initiating the development of a transitionary mode of production on the road towards socialism. It had to be transitionary mode because a world system was still dominated by capitalism, economic, political, and military. The lack of development of productive forces in the periphery and the hostile world system hindered an immediate transition to a socialist modernity. This is the history of the Soviet and Chinese revolutions and their effort to develop socialism in the 20th century. Lenin and Mao had the same dialectical approach to the development of the productive forces as Marx had. From an historical materialist point of view, the answer to this development is not an attempt to roll back the productive development of the productive forces. As Lenin approvingly quotes Hilferding, the reply of the proletariat to the economic policy of finance capital and to imperialism cannot be free trade, but socialism. The answer to this new phase of imperialism cannot be a struggle for maintaining the old forms of more national-based capitalist economics, but the struggle for a more social treatment of the productive forces, a more social version of internationalization. As Lenin said, the questions as to whether it is possible to reform the basis of imperialism, whether to go forward to the further intensification and deepening of the antagonisms which it engenders, or backward towards allaying these antagonisms, are fundamental questions in the critique of imperialism. 7. Wanting to fight against the internationalization of production. Trade and finance means demanding a return to a situation out of which the present one has grown. In other words, it is reactionary. According to Lenin, Kautsky's critique of monopoly capitalism was the result of a petty bourgeoisie opposition to imperialism, caused by the general reactionary tendency in society. 8. At the present time, we are experiencing the same opposition and general reaction to transnational globalization in society. Both are forms of right-wing national conservatism and left-wing populism longing for the paradise, lost of small-scale national capitalism. Lenin called the newly emerged trusts of his time progressive phenomena, in spite of the suffering they caused. He knew that one does not struggle for socialism by striving to stop economic development. This will only lead to the intensification of the contradictions of imperialism, which will make the transformation towards socialism inconvertible. The transnational companies and the globalization of production they stand for are in that sense progressive. They want the creation of new social productive forces. This is not to say that technical progress is independent or that they take priority over the organization of social relations. Not at all. What we are discussing is the development of productive forces within the capitalist mode of production, and if the current transitional mode of production in what we call socialist countries are some form of state capitalism with markets relations, then it must also apply to them. Emmanuel says that we should not slide from the criticism of capitalism in general to the denial of development within capitalism. In other words, this trend forgets that if capitalism is hell, there exists a still more frightful hell, that is, less developed capitalism. This is because if capitalism has not got a historical mission, it nonetheless has a place in human history. It is not a bad dream. By its very nature, it develops the productive forces, and if this development does not ipso facto lead to the satisfactions of social needs, it nonetheless constitutes a much more favorable framework for a certain satisfaction of these needs than those of the past class regimes. As stated by Marx, no social system is destroyed until all the possibilities for the development of the productive forces which it contains have been exhausted. Neoliberal globalization was such a possibility par excellence. It created the framework for yet another gigantic development of the social productive forces. In a historical materialist perspective, this means that the neoliberal globalization has brought the day closer when capitalism will have exhausted all its possibilities and will suffer a profound crisis, this time not only national but global. As this crisis will affect most countries simultaneously, this will make it easier for the working class to carry through and maintain the revolution. Neoliberal globalization from the end of the 1970s onwards was the counteroffensive from capital against the challenges of different kinds of transitional modes of productions in the socialist bloc, nationalists in the Third World, and in the form of social democratic welfare states in the center. Neoliberalism globalized the production process itself. It relocated hundreds of millions of industrial jobs from the global north to the low-wage countries of the south in search of higher profits. Neoliberal globalization gave capitalism 40 golden years of high profit and cheap goods for consumers in the global north. It dissolved the so-called actually existing socialism in Soviet and East Europe and penetrated deep into the Chinese economy. However, in our examination and evaluation of neoliberal globalization, transnational companies and transnational production chains, we must adopt a dialectical approach towards the development of the capitalist mode of production, between the progressive role it has and the agony it produces. We must also distinguish between when we are analyzing the development of productive forces within the global capitalist system and when we are discussing the contradictions leading to the transformation of the relations of production. Capitalism is characterized by an enormous development of the productive forces, with an extensive division of labor, accompanied by an increasing concentration of capital in still larger transnational companies. The neoliberal globalization marks a further step along this road. The new technological revolutions in computers and communications, new management systems, the new large-scale transnational operations in production, and all that this involves, could not be sufficiently developed under the old conditions. It was the development of the productive forces themselves, which acted independent of the will of the individual capitalist, and demanded to be treated increasingly transnational, to be globalized. On one hand, their result of neoliberal globalization was an increased transfer of value to the North. On the other hand, the immense development of the productive forces in the global South began to turn the table. China became the crank in the global system of production as an unintended side effect of the capitalist desire to exploit the Chinese proletariat. In its encounter with neoliberalism, China kept the command of its economy and its national project. China managed to break 2 centuries of polarized development in the world system of global capitalism and develop its productive forces to an advanced level. The transformation of the relations of production towards socialism does not mean going back to productive forces organized within a national framework. On the contrary, socialism implies equalization of international inequalities and global solutions to ecological and climate issues, a globalization of another kind. The development of the productive forces in the second half of the 20th century has globalized production and trade to a new level, but it has also globalized nuclear warfare and environmental destruction to a new level. This has an impact on our consciousness. We are now able to grasp the world as a whole and relate to our planet Earth in a new way. The image of our green and blue planet in the dark universe, as seen from a spaceship, contributed to this. But it is also the knowledge of how our mode of production has damaged the planet, and that our weapons have the ability to destroy human life. This has also contributed to the formation of this consciousness. The fact that humanity has transitioned from small communities to states, then empires, towards a more and more globalized world system, equipped with advanced productive forces, means that we have the knowledge and ability to organize and manage the world system as a whole. The transformation of the relations of production towards socialism does not mean going back to productive forces organized within a national framework. World unification has ceased to be an option. Rather, it has become a condition of its existence. With the crises of global neoliberalism, the decline of U.S. hegemony, the rise of China, and the development of a multipolar world system, it seems that capitalism is reaching the limits of its ability to exploit humans and nature. There is no longer a territorial fix to the problem. The capitalist mode of production is not only blocking but destroying the development of human life on planet Earth. What does this change imply? That the end game is on, and it is possible and necessary to move from the transitionary relation of production to a socialist relation. It is getting rid of exploitative capitalist relations of production and patterns of consumption, which conflict with the global ecosystem. It is the development of investment and trade to promote global equality. It is the development of common prosperity instead of privatization and extreme individualism. It is solidarity instead of competition. This mode of production requires that the majority in the world system join the effort. So, how does this general and rather abstract contradiction, the development of productive forces against the mode of production, unfold as specific economic and political contradictions on the global and local level? The contradiction of the endgame. The Soviet proletariat seized power during World War I before the preconditions for socialism were present. The Chinese proletariat achieved the same. Cuba, Vietnam, and other decolonized countries in the Third World have crafted their own histories outside the narrow Eurocentrism of the Western left. Since the decline of the long 1960s and throughout the half-century of neoliberalism, revolutionary socialist movements have been unable to forge new political organizations of significant strength. But this is not the end of socialism. 46 years separated the Paris Commune from the October Revolution, with another 32 years between it and the Chinese Revolution. Marx underestimated the longevity of capitalism, as did Lenin and Mao. Many of us in the 1968 generation have predicted the end of capitalism several times, and our hopes for world revolution were frustrated. This has led to the mistaken belief that capitalism can assimilate all critiques and innovate out of all problems. Universalization of the present denies the historical specificity and transitory character of capitalist social relations. History has shown that all modes of production have a beginning and an end. Capitalism is no different, and we might be at the turning point. It is easier to evaluate the past than predict the future of capitalism, but both are necessary to formulate strategies for change. Historical materialism teaches us that capitalism has a lifespan. It has successfully reproduced its existence for 200 years, but there are limits to this reproduction. It is not a system in balance. Its historical impurities have enabled it to reproduce itself. Trade union struggle gave the European working class higher consumption power. The growth of mass consumption in the center without a drop in the profit rate was financed by exploitation of the periphery. However, this dynamic has been challenged by the rise of China. Like the late Emanuel Wallerstein, I believe that the decline of U.S. hegemony forebodes the end of capitalism. 11. This will not take place within a decade, but it seems clear that the 21st century is the autumn of the capitalist system. The industrialization of the global South in recent decades signals a significant change in the dynamics of global capitalism itself. The system is losing the balancing force of the center-periphery dichotomy. Certainly, an industrialized global South is not to be as prosperous as capitalism in northwestern European North America. Neither China, India, Indonesia, nor Brazil has a periphery to exploit that is substantial enough to feed the development of welfare capitalism. And ecologically, the world cannot sustain such a capitalist world system. However, the development of the productive forces in the global South will threaten the privileged positions of the United States and the European Union and accelerate the crises of global capitalism. In the endgame, Global capitalism will be haunted by crises generated by the old contradiction between the need to expand production and the inability to consume the produced goods. The unequal exchange of trade, which has transferred value from south to north, reached its zenith in 2011 and is now declining as wages are rising in China and global trade patterns are changing. The creation of consumption power by debt, pushing the problem into the future, is also reaching its limit. Profits will decline and accumulation will come to a halt. As Marx predicted, crises will become more frequent and more violent, if only because, as the mass of production, and consequently the need for extended markets grows, the world market becomes more and more contracted. Fewer and fewer new markets remain available for exploitation, since every preceding crisis has subjected to world trade a market hitherto unconquered or only superficially exploited. The development of the productive forces of China and other countries in the global south signals not only a shift in dynamics within capitalism, but also enhances the material conditions for the development of socialism. On devious roads for more than 100 years, capitalism is finally approaching a dead end. We may now see the realization of Engels' prophecies in a letter to Kautsky in 1894. It is again the wonderful irony of history. China alone is still to be conquered for capitalist production, and in so doing, at long last, the latter makes its own existence at home impossible. 13. China's revolution fundamentally contributed to the global transition from capitalism to socialism. The principal contradiction. What is the driving force in this transition? Who area subjective forces in the process? What will trigger the revolutionary situation? The first step in answering such questions is to identify the principal contradiction. We have to be specific in our analysis to develop a strategy which can be used for intervention. We must investigate both aspects and struggle between them to decide which way the contradiction will move. The principal contraction is not fixed, it changes as the balance of its aspects changes and interacts with other contradictions. Since the 1970s, the principal contradiction has been between transnational capital's neoliberal globalization project and the nation-state's attempt to domesticate capitalism and try to dampen the negative effects of outsourcing and privatization, to regulate capitalism. Until the turn of the millennium, transnational capital was the dominant aspect of this contradiction. However, the economic consequences of neoliberalism in both the global north and south generated nationalist demands for a stronger state as bulwarks against globalization. In the past decades, globalized capitalism and its institutions came under increasing pressure from both right and left-wing nationalist political forces. The new international division of labor, created by neoliberal outsourcing, changed the power structure in the world system. Northern transnational capital turned China into the factory of the world, but it did not turn China into a permanent periphery of the center. China broke the historical polarizing tendency in the capitalist mode of production. China used the neoliberal intrusion to develop its national project, socialism with Chinese characteristics. In May 2020, Newsweek magazine published an article with the telling headline, "America is in a new Cold War and this time the communists might win," which lines up with the situation. China is economically powerful and deeply integrated with both the developed and developing worlds. That was never the case with the former Soviet Union, which was largely isolated economically, trading only with its East Bloc neighbors. China is sophisticated across a wide range of critical technologies, including telecommunications and artificial intelligence. It has set as a national goal, in its so-called Made in China 2025 plan, preeminence not just in quantum computing and AI, but in biotech, advanced telecommunications, green energy, and a host of others. During the height of neoliberalism, U.S. hegemony was based on economic and technological superiority. This advantage is now challenged by China. William Barr, U.S. Attorney General, expressed this concern. 5 grams technology lies at the center of the technological and industrial world. That is taking shape. In essence, communications networks are not just for communications anymore. They are evolving into the central nervous system of the next generation of the Internet, called the Industrial Internet, and the next generation of industrial systems that will depend on that infrastructure. China has built up a lead in 5G, capturing 40% of the global 5G infrastructure market. For the first time in history, the United States is not leading the next technology era. 15. We see the U.S. increasingly utilizing trade blockades, sanctions, and military pressure to uphold its dominant position. The economic competition, which characterized the neoliberal era, has been replaced by territorial disputes. With the coming to power of Trump in 2017, the world entered another phase of mercantilism, a sharp increase in trade, sanctions wars, and a new arms race. The U.S.-NATO proxy war in Ukraine against Russia is also an attempt to destabilize and encircle China and apply pressure to any state that challenges U.S. hegemony. Get a regime change in Russia and then in China. However, this is tearing apart the neoliberal world market, which is necessary for the continued accumulation of transnational capital. The transition from neoliberal economic-driven imperialism towards old-fashioned territorial imperialism is not in the interest of transnational capital, which is dependent on global production chains to generate surplus value and access to the entire world market to realize the profit. If the 2007-8 crisis was the crisis of financial neoliberalism, then the current crisis is the crisis of globalized production. The interests of U.S. transnational capitalism and the statere increasingly at odds. However, transnational capital cannot distance itself from its political leadership, which provides security for its operation. There is no way out of the dilemma for transnational capital, as it is the crises of neoliberalism itself which has created this situation. The immediate need of political imperialism overrides the interests of transnational capital. U.S. policy is becoming self-destructive. It shatters the world market, upon which America has built its power since the end of the Second World War. The disintegration of globalization is a reconfiguration of the power structure in the world system. In retrospect, China was admitted into the global trade regime in 1972 because of the U.S. rivalry with its chief opponent, the Soviet Union. Beating the Soviets first, then China was the plan. U.S. superiority in technology and finance at the time gave it the confidence to open its global trade regime to any country willing to play the game, regardless of ideology. At this phase, the globalization regime was a gigantic profit machine based on global production chains and the extraction of cheap production factors from the global south. Today, as the U.S. is no longer economically competitive, instead it uses its military power and an ideological alliance with European Japan for geopolitical struggle to rule the world system. The former principal contradiction between transnational globalization and nationalist states is being replaced by a new emerging principal contradiction between the forces which want to uphold U.S. hegemony and the forces which seek a multipolar world order, headed by China. Transnational capital in the global north is forced by the changing winds in the world system to join with nationalist and conservative political forces in the north. The U.S., the EU, Japan, New Zealand, and Australia have united to uphold U.S. hegemony. They constitute one aspect of the principal contradiction. The other aspect is headed by China, the upcoming economic and political world power, and its ambition to build socialism with Chinese characteristics. China is allied with a conglomerate of states which, for various reasons, are opposed to the continuation of U.S. hegemony and want a multipolar world system. They are united in the ambition to change the North-South structure, which has dominated the world system for the last 2 centuries, and expand South-South and East-West relations. It seems that the only way to uphold U.S. hegemony and solve the crises of neoliberalism is to reconquer China for a third time, which means subjecting China to the interest of Western transnational capital. The first time was the Opium Wars in the mid-19th century. The second time was the opening of China in the 1990s. Hence, the U.S. political elites have identified China as the main rival in the future. As China turned from a pool of low-wage workers to a competitor on the world market, the Obama administration began its policy of Asia-Pacific rebalance, also known as the pivot to Asia, the Trump administration launched a trade war, technology sanctions, and a series of military maneuvers. Joe Biden has followed that track. The U.S. strategic competition with China is full-scale: technology, trade, currency, geopolitics, and ideology. The U.S. is increasingly adopting Cold War rhetoric, describing its engagement with China as a rivalry between two opposite ideologies, and even civilizations. At the same time, the U.S. pressures other actors to take its side against China. As a response, China is establishing an alternative trade and finance system, the Belt and Road Initiative and BRICS. If China can delink softly from its dependence on U.S. and EU markets, we will see the emergence of two economic cores with separate financial and monetary institutions, but to some extent, overlapping supply chains and markets. If the contradiction escalates and takes on an antagonistic character, we could see a hard delinking, raising the probability of military confrontation. For the time being, the U.S. is well aware that direct military intervention in China is not an option. Instead, the U.S. is trying to create a crisis to overthrow the Communist Party of China and install a pro-Western regime to subject China to Western capital interests, keeping it in a permanent subaltern status. The U.S. has tried to create tensions around Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong, and the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It has also covertly supported Uyghur separatists in Turkey and Syria to draw China into conflicts with Islamist groups. For the U.S. to confront China is very different from the confrontation with the Soviet Union in decline. China is not a falling star. In fact, China is too important for the world economy to collapse. The United States and China are economically interdependent, with trade between the two nations reaching $500 billion in 2020, and China holds hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. bonds. Thus, the U.S. seeks to change China's political system while keeping the economy running. This is a dangerous game. It is a conflict on how to organize the world system and the future. It can generate wars and will hamper efforts to solve ecological and economic problems as international cooperation and diplomacy become stalled by cold and hot wars. In the long 1960s, we hoped that the Third World liberation movements would build socialist states to cut off the pipelines of value transfer to the center. We were too optimistic. Neoliberal globalization still offered an escape route. It seems today that from the North, the U.S. in its desperate struggle to uphold hegemony is disrupting the imperialist pipeline system. From the South, China has succeeded in diminishing the imperial rent of unequal exchange, while simultaneously breaking the technological monopoly of Western capital. Chinese economists have calculated that between 1978 and 2018, on average, 1 hour of work in the United States was exchanged for almost 40 hours of Chinese work. However, from the middle of the 1990s, we observed a very marked decrease in unequal exchange, without it completely disappearing. In 2018, 6.4 hours of Chinese labor were still exchanged for 1 hour of U.S. labor. 17. Since 2011, the global value transfer of unequal exchange from South to North has begun to decline, partly due to rising wages in China, partly due to declining North-South trade as the neoliberal world market erodes. The U.S. is still the dominant aspect. However, the erosion of the neoliberal world market and alternative political and financial institutions without the dollaris, the world trade currency, may shift the balance of the contradiction. As time passes, the U.S. will become poorer, and the economic crises in the remaining neoliberal sector will generate disagreements between the U.S. and its allies. Whether U.S. hegemony is in terminal decline or its military offensive will allow it to preserve its hegemony for the next several decades, the contradiction between U.S. and China will affect all other contradictions. No aspect of the global economy, political movement, or state will be untouched by this contradiction. The U.S. confrontation with China will be different from the Cold War with the Soviet Union in the 1950s. China's economy is resilient and more self-sufficient. It can replace exports by expanding its internal market using planning techniques. China's GDP will be overtaking that of the U.S. in the next decade. China is investing heavily in domestic infrastructure and the development of new technology. It has the Belt and Road initiatives. It is China which has plans and visions for the future, while the U.S. is a destabilizing factor, creating chaos in the world system. Let us look at the main actors in the new regionalization and how their internal contradiction interacts with the principal contradiction. The U.S. The U.S. envisages a permanent unipolar world governed by its huge military force. Since 1945, the United States has engaged in 211 interventions in 67 countries. It currently maintains 250,000 soldiers stationed in 700 bases distributed throughout 150 nations, an unprecedented imperium. Direct invasions have been replaced by proxy wars, economic sieges, and destabilization of targeted countries. These hybrid wars also include more pervasive media campaigns than the old anti-communist propaganda. The U.S. uses a network of foundations and NGOs on social media. The official U.S. defense budget in 2022 was $765.8 billion, 4 times that of China, 12 times that of Russia, and 30 times that of Iran. 19 NATO expanded and rearmed its forces in Europe in their confrontation with Russia. However, NATO has also expanded its area of operations globally, mobilizing its allies to form an anti-China geopolitical alliance. The 2022 strategic concept of NATO stated, "The People's Republic of China's PRC ambitions challenge our interests, security, and values. The PRC seeks to control key technological and industrial sectors, critical infrastructure, and strategic materials and supply chains. We will work together responsibly as allies to address the systemic challenges posed by the PRC to Euro-Atlantic security and ensure NATO's enduring ability to guarantee the defense and security of allies. We will boost our shared awareness, enhance our resilience and preparedness, and protect against the PRC's coercive tactics and efforts to divide the alliance." 20. The UK, the US, and Australia formed the AUKUS Pact in 2021 to encircle China. From Australia through the Pacific to Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, and across Eurasia, to Afghanistan and India, the US bases form the perfect noose. This military superiority is not without cost. America's military spending and wars have left its treasury indebted to foreign governments and their central banks. It is not only in its confrontation with China that U.S. dominance is challenged, but also eroded from the inside by the split in the political elite, which cuts through society. It is not just an ordinary political dispute between the Democratic and Republican parties. The Democrats are trying to get the former President Trump imprisoned, charged with treason and staging a coup. The 2024 presidential election may develop into a major crisis, whether a Democrat or Republican wins, if the electorate refuses to acknowledge the result as legitimate. Europe. The European Union, after the shocks of Brexit and the growth of populist nationalism in almost all member states, is struggling to regain its footing. Lacking a strong united administration, and without its own armed force, the EU cannot deal with the overspill of conflicts in proximal regions, not to speak of the global level. The EU is left on the front line of America's confrontations. In the past 15 years, European countries have integrated with the Russian energy market and expanded their trade with China. The piped natural gas through Nord Stream 2 was cheaper and less dangerous than liquefied natural gas from the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Mexico. Several European countries also joined the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. All this is to the frustration of the U.S., which has tried to prevent or delay that process. The financial crisis of 2007-08 was a sign to the rest of the world that the U.S. economy was untrustworthy. The Trump presidency did not help American credibility in European eyes. In 2018, Trump criticized NATO's General Secretary, the Norwegian Jens Stoltenberg. "We're protecting Germany. We're protecting France. We're protecting all of these countries." And then numerous of these countries go out and make a pipeline deal with Russia where they're paying billions of dollars into the coffers of Russia. Germany is a captive of Russia. I think it's very inappropriate. 22. The war in Ukraine and the EU's boycott of Russian gas and oil have created inflation and made EU products less competitive in global markets. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, acknowledged this in October 2022. "Our prosperity has been based on cheap energy coming from Russia, cheap and supposedly affordable, secure, and stable. It has been proved not to be the case, and the access to the China market for exports and imports, for technological transfers, for investments, for having cheap goods. I think that the Chinese workers, with their low salaries, have done much better and much more to contain inflation than all the central banks together. You, the United States, take care of our security. You, China and Russia, provided the basis of our prosperity. This is a world that is no longer there. There is messy multipolarity. There is the US-China competition. This is the most important structuring force. The second characteristic is a competitive world where everything is being weaponized. The proxy war against Russia on Ukraine's soil was an opportunity for the US to discipline Europe and strengthen the NATO alliance under its command, an alliance that now also includes Finland and Sweden. In another case of the second time as farce, we are seeing a reenactment of the summer of 1914, when the European labor movements nearly all rallied to their national warmongers. However, it is not just about Ukrainian Russia, but about preventing the EU's integration with China. This development has been costly for the EU. Not only are they forced to increase their military budgets by hundreds of billions, but their economy is also hurt. The U.S. policy is dragging Europe down, a price Europeans seem to be willing to pay to protect their imperial mode of living for the time being. However, NATO membership is not a la carte. Europe must swallow the U.S. global menu, including its Middle East and China policy. And what if military expenditures occur at the expense of healthcare and social services? What if the U.S. political system becomes unstable? What if the U.S. threatens to drag Europe into a direct war with Russia or China? Will the NATO alliance continue to be stable? Asia and Oceania. A similar dilemma is unfolding in Asia. The cooperation between China, Japan, Korea, and Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) countries appears to be beneficial for all countries in the region. However, Japan and South Korea, firmly under U.S. dominance, have to struggle with the dilemma of whether to befriend China, with which they have close economic ties, or yield to U.S. pressure and downsize relations. The ASEAN countries, likewise, have a close economic connection with China. However, they have been drawn into conflict by disputes in the South China Sea. Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea attended the NATO summit in 2022 for the first time. Australia and Japan, along with India and the U.S., are part of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, called the Asian NATO. Quad, the AUKUS pact between the UK, US, and Australia, along with 400 American military bases with missiles, bombers, warships, and nuclear weapons, have created a complete encirclement of China. Africa. Western imperialism is under duress in Africa today. Colonial exploitation and oppression are not forgotten. There is a revival of Pan-Africanism across the continent. Particularly important is the resistance to Francafrique and the U.S. military and economic presence across the continent. In West Africa, military governments in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have seized power, riding waves of anti-imperialist sentiment, fueled by resentment at the IMF-sponsored structural adjustment programs of the 1990s neoliberalization, as well as continued French control of the currency through the CFA franc. The rhetoric of figures like Burkina's Ibrahim Traoré seems to harken back to older anti-imperialists like Thomas Sankara. Russia is increasingly involved militarily, creating a possible conflict with the U.S.-Ethiopia joined BRICS in August 2023. The entire continent and its largest countries, such as the Congo, South Africa, and Nigeria, are faced with Western alignment or growing engagement with China. This principal contradiction will interact with movements that challenge the remaining legacy of colonialism, apartheid, and extraction of raw materials. The Middle East. U.S. influence in the region remains high after the invasions of Iraq and meddling in the civil war in Syria. The Israeli settler state is the battleship on ground to protect U.S. interests. Iran is the U.S.'s main enemy in the region. However, the U.S. sanctions on Iran are crippling. The conflict between Iran and Saudi Arabia and their proxy war in Yemen has ended due to Chinese diplomacy. The Saudi discussion of possibly selling oil in yuan rather than dollars will weaken the latter's position as world currency. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates' membership in BRICS will contribute to the establishment of a multipolar world. The Palestinian struggle remains on the ground. The Hamas attack of October 7, 2023 is an example of how unstable the world system is. A relatively small military operation, consisting of around 1,500 persons equipped only with small arms, occupied a few villages for 2 days and set off an avalanche of events, not only the war in Gaza, but also in pushing the contradictions in the region and on a global scale. The former contradiction between Sunni and Shia Muslims have been toned down. Iran and Saudi Arabia are united in support for the Palestinian struggle. The rapprochement between the Gulf states and Israel has come to a sudden stop. Because of the support of NATO countries to the Israeli war in Gaza, the West is losing credibility everywhere. As a senior diplomat says, "We have definitely lost the battle in the global South. All the work we have done with the global South over Ukraine has been lost. Forget about rules, forget about world order. They won't ever listen to us again." 24. Latin America. Latin America is no longer just the backyard of the U.S. ruled by the Monroe Doctrine. Lula's return as president in Brazil has revitalized its membership in BRICS and relations to China, which is Brazil's main trading partner. In general, China is developing economic and political relations with countries in Central and South America. Colombia and Mexico have elected left-wing presidents. The U.S. did not manage to overthrow President Maduro in Venezuela. In Bolivia and Ecuador, indigenous struggle for land and sovereignty has become increasingly important, as further exemplified by the Zapatistas in Chiapas. Cuba remains a bastion of socialist development. Cuba's relationship with China can ease the problems of the U.S. blockade, as China can provide high-tech industrial products. Russia. Russian capitalism has some specific properties acquired during the process of the dissolution of Soviet socialism. The inauguration of Boris Yeltsin as president was a decisive moment in the development of Russian capitalism. Yeltsin pushed through a Russian constitution in 1993, which gave more power to the president. The highly centralized political system became the basis of the Russian corporate oligarchy. The new oligarchs, who were often involved in the criminal black economy, about 15% of Soviet gross domestic product in the 1980s, mixed with former high-ranking members of the Communist Party. During the Yeltsin regime, these two groups seized the former Soviet industries operating as a comprador bourgeoisie of the West. The neoliberal shock therapy caused the Russian economy to decline by 50% between 1990 to 2000. Russian capital has expanded in the post-Soviet epoch, in countries like Kazakhstan and Belarus conflicting with Western capital pursuing the same goal. However, on the main, the Russian economy continued to contribute to the development of the capitalist core countries, with exports of cheap gas and oil to Europe, and by the large-scale participation of foreign capital in all sectors of the Russian economy, and by allowing the huge outflow of capital to the West. From the end of the 1990s, the economy in Russia lost $10 bill lion annually in capital flight. In 2014, the net capital outflow exceeded $150 billion, which was equal to 7.5% of the Russian GDP. Thus, according to the Central Bank of the Russian Federation in 2014, Russia allocated over $82 billion to the economy of the British Virgin Islands, 77 times more than the annual GDP of the islands. Hardly a productive investment. Cyprus, Liechtenstein, and Luxembourg also acted as transshipment points for Russian capital. 25%. In that sense, Russia was a semi-peripheral nation in the world system in the first decade of the 21st century. However, the decline of economic growth in the past decades indicates that Russia might even drift towards a peripheral position. The degradation of the Russian economic system is accompanied by attacks on labor rights, privatization of education and healthcare, raising of the retirement age, and the constant reduction of social benefits. This trend has generated a conservative nationalist response in Russia, both in the working class and in part of the oligarchy. Russian capitalists wanted to be more than just a comprador bourgeoisie of the Western transnational capital. They wanted to transform the former Soviet Union into their own sphere of influence within global capitalism. This soon created a renewed rivalry between the U.S. and Russia. In December 1999, Vladimir Putin, a former KGB officer, succeeded Yeltsin in his first years in office. Putin hoped for a relaxed relationship with NATO. In 1994, Russia joined the Partnership for Peace program with NATO, and through the early part of the 2000s, NATO and Russia signed several additional agreements of cooperation. However, successively frustrated by the expansion of NATO towards the east and the NATO bombing of Belgrade, Putin became eager to push back the influence of the U.S. military in the region. Russian support of Bashar al-Assad in Syria was the first sign of this policy. Given the pressure from NATO, Russia drew a geopolitical red line against Ukraine's desired affiliation with NATO. Because of the war in Ukraine and a total break of economic relations with the West, Russia is trying to build a Eurasian alternative in the East, bringing it closer to China. However, even if Russia aims to establish a national economy independent of the US and the EU, the oligarchs have no interest in restoring socialism. According to Samir Amin, there is no immediate possibility of Russia moving from an oligarchic structure to some kind of socialist-directed economy. Amin argues that in the conflict between Russia and the West, elements of the Russian elite might gravitate toward state capitalism with a social dimension, if only for survival, severing the power structure of the oligarchy currently ruling the country. The conflict between Russia and the US-EU alliance is a classic conflict between capitalist powers over territory, market, and resources. Russian capitalists are trying to defend their shrinking empire. In that sense, they are at odds with the US. Due to the Soviet Union's long confrontations with the West, Russia possesses nuclear weapons to match the US, which China does not have. The West's isolation of Russia has turned it towards China. The combined military capacity of Russia and the economic rise of China has changed the global power structure, which, since the Second World War, has been characterized by U.S. hegemony. When Xi Jinping visited Moscow in March 2023, he stated, "Right now there are changes, the likes of which we haven't seen for 100 years, and we are driving these changes." 27. In Chinese foreign policy, national sovereignty is a priority, and as such, they are against the Russian invasion in Ukraine and seek a peace settlement the sooner the better. However, as the war on Ukrainian soil increasingly becomes a confrontation between Russia and NATO, led by the US-China will support the Russian side. Russia is the only country equal to the US in terms of nuclear weapons, and China's relationship with Russia prevents the US from a direct military attack on China. The aim of the U.S. in Ukraine is to bring about a regime change in Russia, which would suit its geopolitical confrontation with China. Sergei Glaziev, the Russian commissioner of the Eurasian Economic Union, explains the U.S. strategy. After failing to weaken China head-on through a trade war, the Americans shifted the main blow to Russia, which they see as a weak link in the global geopolitics and economy. The Anglo-Saxons are trying to implement their eternal Russophobic ideas to destroy our country, and at the same time to weaken China because the strategic alliance of the Russian Federation and the PRC is too tough for the United States. 28. Catastrophe as a possible principal contradiction. For the time being, the principal contradiction between U.S. hegemony and a multipolar world order headed by China seems to shape the world system. However, the endgame of capitalism takes place within a framework of its structural crisis, economically, politically, and ecologically. The structural crisis entails that the system is out of balance and that conjunctions do not come in regular waves, but by sudden, uncontrollable swings. 3 unpredictable possibilities in the transitional process could complicate the struggle in the coming years: climate change, pandemics, and nuclear warfare. It is not so much the effects of these that are unpredictable. It is the timing of these dangers that is unknown. We have reached the stage in the history of planet Earth where capitalism is the main driver of systemic changes, disrupting ecological balances and expediting gradual changes that before would take over millennia and now occur in decades. The devastating flood, drought, storms resulting from climate change will worsen, and green capitalism is the emperor without clothes. A revolutionary break with capitalism is not just a question of removing capitalism's fetters on human development. It is necessary to stop the destruction of the earth. Already we understand Engel's warning in Dialectics of Nature. Thus, Avery Stepp were reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. Climate change is a reality. It is threat of destruction that is unclear. Where will the next disaster strike, and how big will it be? The growing ecological and climatic problems, as well as the scramble for the Earth's natural resources, can trigger revolutionary situations as it changes living conditions, causing natural disasters and refugee migrations. We are running out of time. Some kind of lifeboat socialism may be the only system with the ability to solve climate change. Another effect of the contradiction between nature and capitalism are the recent pandemics. Global medical knowledge has advanced to bring many diseases under control, but the way we produce food has given germs new ways to resist our medicines. The list is long: AIDS, MERS, SARS, Ebola, and recently COVID-19. As long as medical production is for profit, the distribution of medicines will be unequal. The same goes for health systems, which have been increasingly privatized during the past 40 years of neoliberalism. All this makes it difficult to combat pandemics. COVID-19 has ceased to be a major problem, but what about the next pandemic? It will surely come if we continue with our current farming methods. The planetary character of ecology and the climate question also makes it dependent upon geopolitical developments. There is the danger of nuclear war in a world system with territorial rivalry. Many states have, and more states are acquiring, nuclear weapons, along with the means to launch them. This mathematically increases the risks of mass destruction. Wars between the world's leading powers could very well become the world's principal contradiction if they escalate into the use of nuclear weapons. While nuclear weapons are essentially defensive weapons, the decision to use nuclear weapons is in the hands of individual, sometimes irrational human beings. The struggle for peace, when the ruling class calls for war, is of critical importance and offers a revolutionary perspective as the survival of humanity takes precedence over the system. Things may develop faster than we expect. Global capitalism can either collapse in brutal chaos, or we can manage to achieve an orderly transformation towards a fairer and more sustainable mode of production. That depends entirely on us. The next decades will be dramatic and dangerous. A revolution is not a tea party. We will see sudden changes in political alliances, and in this scenario, we need to stay the course and stick to a clear socialist perspective. At the same time, we're running out of time duetto climate change. The majority of the world's population will have to change their production and consumption habits by 2050. Once this date has passed, the only option will be a transition to a kind of lifeboat socialism, where we must struggle to get through one natural disaster after the other, instead of developing a world more prosperous for all. Conclusion towards a strategy for the transition to socialism. I cherish the but socialist. I ideals, I do am not utopian socialist, not a insist immediate perfection. Nevertheless, progress tune we must realizing them. Began working with third wards. As I practically world liberation, the between movements in 1960s, I experienced difference ideals and the pragmatic compromises necessary for the everyday struggleads knowledge. The popular GLA practice take, for instance, front to the which the For Liberation of Palestine PFLP, supported in 1970 SWE and 1980s. During this period, they gradually moved from small radicala with high revolutionary spirit movement to more mature organiza with greater responsibility for the protection of Palestinian Sion Refu Lebanon, this them with Guy camps in Syria, forced to compromise like Lebanon the late 1970s in Syria. During non-socialist regimes onwards, the PFLP developed close relations with the Soviet Union, which ally. The only considered dubious, however, Soviet Union was which the ally the power counterbalanced us of Zionist OC main-occupation. Furthermore, the Soviet Union educated many PFLP members, offered material learned about the and practical support. As Morway dilemmas in the daily work of revolutionary became a organization, we less this hands rigid in of cooperation. You may get dirty our evaluation when work you get done. The utopian socialists in the beginning of the 19th century used all their energy to paint an image of ideal socialisms, while a path towards realizing it remained hidden. Marx instead studied the real existing forces of capitalism to discover a path forward, to unite the wishes for a better world with a knowledge-based realistic strategy based on existing conditions and social movements, a concrete dream. The strategies of transformation have to be realistic, but cannot be confused with reformism. They have to be based on the existing conditions. We must think of the struggle for socialism as practical politics in specific historical contexts. Political movements, institutions, and forms of praxis will reflect their unique conditions in the capitalist world system. The strategies and organizations used in the past 2 centuries are not necessarily effective today and in the future struggles. We must learn from history that there are no universal forms of struggle or organizational representations of socialist principles. The Paris Commune, the workers' councils in the German Revolution, the Soviet model of actually existing socialism, and the Cultural Revolution in China were all historically conditioned attempts at socialism. To attribute these historically specific forms of praxis to some kind of universality, to gain support for immediate strategies, is dangerous. The rejection of bureaucracy does not mean that planning is no longer part of socialism. On the contrary, planning economic decision-making, politics dominating economics, is essential for any form of socialism. We need a democratically constituted planned economy which can reconcile human needs with the reproduction of nature. In the global transformational process from capitalism to socialism, such a model has to take place within a state structure. Ideas of direct democracy, taken from anarchism and workers' councils, should be used within this state structure, as these ideas have failed to develop structures that have the necessary transformative power within world state systems. A rigid, idealist, and utopian perception of national and international struggles obscures the complexity and changeability of current class behaviors and interests. An anti-imperialist strategy must contain real existing counter-hegemonic forces capable of challenging the dominant power structure. It is not enough to wish for some socialist workers' movement to take state power from below if you cannot point to its real existence. Western Marxists have for long been trapped in a perception of the world where the idea of socialism is superior to the transitional regimes and modes of production, which have emerged in the past 100 years. In this way, Western Marxists have no real path towards socialism, only criticisms of the movements and states struggling to build socialism, and in that way, they are siding with capitalism. 1. On the left, there exists an idealist perception that working and oppressed classes in pure emancipatory struggles must be the ones that accomplish the transition to socialism. The perception of the masses flushing out the old regimes by pouring into the streets in mass protest organized from below, and general strikes are perceived as the only real revolution. As soon as they get more organized, assume state power, and exercise that power or relativo state powers, they somehow become sullied. In this perception, revolutions turn into just one more oppressive regime, as in the case of the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, or Venezuela. However, in the transition process from capitalism to socialism, there is a close relation between the movements of the working and oppressed classes and the power of states in the world system. Take again the example of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. In its struggle, it had to take into account its relation to the Syrian and Lebanese states which hosted them, as well as the geopolitical struggle between the U.S., Soviet Union, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and China. If you insist on purity and ideals in relation to the state powers involved, you will not get far. A pure movement of workers and oppressed people does not exist as a transformative power. It appears in the complex interplay between economic and political contradictions in the world system. Why is China so important? Why do I put so much trust in China's role in the transformation from capitalism to socialism? For one, political power is concentrated in the Communist Party. The Communist Party of China is one of the largest political management machines in human history, with more than 96.7 million members. Its organizational structure reaches every corner of the world's most populous country of more than 1.4 billion people. The survival and achievements of the party throughout 100 years indicates that it is in touch with the popular base. When defining the character of China, it is also important to keep in mind that despite the influx of capitalism under Dengism, over 70% of workers are still self-employed peasants or employed in non-capitalist enterprises and non-market-oriented public organizations. Public ownership and control of finance, along with a hands-on approach to market regulations, ultimately left the economy in the hands of the state. 3. The Communist Party has over 7 decades of demonstrable evidence that it can take and enact decisions on how to develop the world's largest nation. Its actions are not dependent on the will of millions of independent capitalists, whose actions are guided by profit motives. China can carry out political decisions in accordance with plans and a vision which can change the world. This is why China is important. The national state is the political and economic framework of the world system. This has been the model for the past several centuries and will persist in the endgame. Thus, the transition towards socialism will partly be determined by the struggle between nation-states. The nation-state remains necessary, as it provides essential security from the surrounding hostile world. During the transitional process, the socialist states will be on the defensive as long as capitalism dominates the world market and the politics of the world system. But the nature of the nation-state and its ability to engage in the transition towards socialism will be determined by the class struggle. The strength of the state is dependent on a pro-people policy to secure the backing of the people. In addition to this, it is of vital importance that the socialist-orientated states cooperatito achieve a critical mass of economic and political power to defy capitalism on the global level. I am aware of the criticism of both the former Soviet Union and China for statism. The development of an authoritarian state limits the freedom of any form of opposition. The state machinery has certainly not been withering away in states which have attempted to build socialism during the past 100 years. On the contrary, they have built strong states. Remember the difference between Lenin's writings on the nature of the socialist state in State and Revolution in August 1917, and the realities that led the Bolsheviks to build a strong state just a few months later. The discrepancy is not due to treason against the ideals of socialism, but the Lenin of August 1917 seemed to forget that the mission of the dictatorship of the proletariat is not limited to upholding internal national security. There is also the question of the capitalist world system, which became evident with the intervention of the Allied imperialist forces during the Civil War in January 1918. Only strong states can offer the necessary protection against the hostile capitalist world while moving toward socialism. Only when the global transition from capitalism to socialism has reached the turning point in which the socialist states are in the dominant position can the process of the withering away of the state take place. The attempt to build socialism inside capitalist societies on the micro level without state building has a long history, first associated with the traditions of cooperatives and anarchism, and later with the New Left collectives in the 1960s, autonomous movements and squatters collectives in the 1980s, and today with ecological attempts to build sustainable collectives. Marx recognized cooperatives as a vital part of the labor movement, empowering the workers as part of the wider struggle against capital. There is an unceasing dialectic between the tasks of transforming oneself, one's immediate surroundings, and restructuring the larger society. This question is also related to the relationship between creating a socialist human being and transforming society, discussed above. We are at once individual, separate human beings and units of a collectivity on different levels. The C levels are linked together in the individual, national, regional, and global levels. How do I relate to nature and other people, from my neighbor to the ones who produce my coffee and smartphone? What do I eat? How do I transport myself? All these considerations have a global impact. These observations draw us back to a familiar argument: how can I change the world if I cannot change my own way of living? Let us start with ourselves. It also expresses a certain impatience with the abstract socialist agenda in general, and suggests that we focus on transforming our immediate surroundings here and now, rather than aiming at state power and global transformation. However, I do not see a social praxis inside capitalist society or any other non-state movement with the sufficient power to break the capitalist system without aiming at state power. This is why China is important. Due to the level of its productive forces, China has the potential to be a game changer, which can tip the balance of the world system in favor of socialism. A multipolar world system representing 90% of humanity offers a better chance for global equality and a way out of the climate crisis than the most privileged 10%, North America and Western Europe. A multipolar world might also be a world with the best chance for social transformation. China has become the principal force in the effort to establish a multipolar world system and a new international economic order not dominated by the Bretton Woods financial institution and the dollar as the world currency. This is the reason why the development of socialism with Chinese characteristics becomes crucial, not only for China but also for other nations breaking with capitalism. This is what Samir Amin calls the strategy of disconnection in a polycentric world system. 4 countries in the global south that want to delink from global capitalism and develop socialism, or are under sanctions from the U.S., stand in a better position today than during the Cold War. In the 70s, the Third World demanded a new world order, which came to nothing. Today, the global south is creating a new world order. Instead of centuries of exploitative north-south relations, we see the emergence of mutually beneficial south-south investment, trade, and political relations. Today, it is within the capacity of the global south to delink and cut the pipelines of imperialism if they have a commitment. China can push for a multipolar world order from a position of strength. It can give material and diplomatic support to countries in the global south that are facing the U.S. much like the Soviet Union once did, but with even greater resources at its disposal. The monopoly of global financial institutions, technology and science held by the West is broken. Anti-imperialism, past and present, anti-imperialism today is not and cannot be the same as in the long 1960s. History does not repeat itself, it moves ahead. The high revolutionary spirit and the success of the anti-colonial struggle from the late 1940s until mid-1970s were due to a combination of contradictions in the world system at the time. This contradiction was between the socialist bloc and the U.S. as well as the contradiction between the emergence of the Third World on one side and the U.S. trying to implement neocolonialism on the other. There was an intense wish in the Third World to get out of the grip of the West, reflected in the Bandung Conference in 1955 and the formation of the non-alignment movement. This set of interlinked global contradictions opened up the wave of anti-imperialist liberation struggles with a socialist perspective across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. All this changed with the counter-offensive of imperialism, beginning in the mid-1970s, which revitalized capitalism for decades. However, neoliberal globalization was not the end of history. The changes in the international division of labor produced the decline of U.S. hegemony and the rise of China together with the other BRICS, members in the world economy, and promoted a multipolar world system. The BRICS cooperation between Brazil, India, Russia, and South Africa was founded in 2009 as a result of the financial crises in 2006-07, which revealed the weakness of Western financial institutions. In September 2023, it was enlarged to include Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. BRICS now comprises 46% of the world's population and 32% of the world economy. Its future prospects of growth outweigh those of the G7.5. The BRICS countries pursue individual strategies to enhance their economic and political regional and world position as U.S. hegemony declines. In that effort, they are at odds with the current rules of the global economy, established to ensure the flow of value to the centers of imperialism. At the same time, they are in need of capital to develop their productive forces. However, to get access to financial resources, they find that the IMF and World Bank require they open their economies to the interest of the West. The trade of the global South is carried out in dollars, investments are in dollars, reserves are held in dollars, their debt is to be in dollars, the BRICS are subject to dollar hegemony. Instead of this, they want to work together and take advantage of complementarities in each other's production and markets to trade and invest amongst themselves for mutual benefit, in order to break the unequal north-south structure of finance and trade. They cannot pursue that strategy on their own, but acting together, they can begin to challenge the rules-based international order of the imperialist system. BRICS is not an anti-capitalist or socialist organization. It is an organization trying to create an alternative and fairer system of finance and trade. Following the BRICS Plus Summit in September 2023, 30 heads of state and representatives from the G77 plus China group met in Cuba and stressed the urgent need for a comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture. 6. Once again, this does not mean that BRICS is anti-capitalist, and members like Russia are for sure repressive regimes. India is participating in the military alliance Quad, together with US, Japan, India, and Australia directed against China. Iran kills communists and are brutally suppressing women. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are exploiting southern migration labor in the most extreme way. How can this project be progressive? The emerging multipolar world system consists of a complex of contradictory currents between hegemonic and counter-hegemonic capitalist and socialist forces. The challenge is to navigate these interconnected struggles in the world system. This is what China tries to do, encouraging anti-hegemonic movements among states of the global south, with the BRICS as a significant support. The lesson from the Chinese revolutionary process was that a rigid view of class relations can obscure the complexity and changeability of class behaviors and interests, and that the conditions for revolution need to be understood in assessing the overall situation and identifying the principal contradiction. In the anti-imperialist struggle against Japan, the communists were allied with the national bourgeois Kuomintang. The newborn People's Republic in 1949 adopted the new democracy concept, which also included the national bourgeoisie. According to Mao, their evolutionary advance went through stages, moving first against the international bourgeoisie to clear the path for national development, with the help of capital, and through this dealing unrelenting blows to imperialism, it served to clear a path even wider for socialism. 1 can see China's current international strategy as new democracy played out on the global level. Like the national bourgeoisie in China Modi in India or the Saudi King Salman may be unreliable and fall under the influence of us, but they should be seen as possible allies, with China helping to weaken the U.S. hegemonic grip and develop the productive forces in the global south to prepare the ground for future socialist advances. A decline in U.S. hegemony will furthermore provide more space for working and oppressed classes to move ahead in their struggles towards socialism. We should support the struggles against oppression and exploitation in any BRICS country, whether the current rulers like it or not, as it will strengthen the socialist trend in the global south. The current phase in the world system is undermining the United States' hegemonic grip and thereby providing the ground for a socialist transition within this century. The failure to grasp this is to misread the potential of the situation, with momentum gathering in the global south and pressure mounting for more international cooperation. States outside the imperialist triad of the United States, Canada, Europe, and Japan, comprising more than 80% of the global population, have refused to join the West's sanctions against Russia. Similarly, most countries in the global south are opposed to the U.S.'s aggressive policy towards China. The war in Gaza and the U.S. drive to maintain control over the Middle East through the settler colonial state of Israel has further undermined the credibility of the West, increasing discourse on democracy, human rights, and a rule-based world system. Like in the 1960s, this contradiction between the West trying to uphold its hegemony and the rest resisting it can create space for movements struggling for socialism and open opportunities for nations wishing to develop socialism. The development of the productive forces in the global south in the past several decades has placed them in a much better position to move towards socialism than during the 1960s. The West does not have a monopoly on high-tech development any longer, and they do not dominate global trade because the rest has been expanding South-South development and trade. On the surface, the ideological struggle between China and the U.S. is different from the 1960s. The U.S. is not talking about the struggle against communism, but liberal democracy versus authoritarianism. And China is not talking about the socialist world revolution, but the establishment of a multipolar world system. In the 1960s, China had an explicitly communist anti-imperialist policy, supporting revolutionary movements around the world. Currently, Chinese foreign policy is pragmatic, with an emphasis of non-interference in other states. China has its reason for this pragmatism. It wants to build socialism with Chinese characteristics in a calm international atmosphere. It no longer believes it would be effective to stamp its version of socialism on other movements and countries. Instead, China encourages them to develop socialism in accordance with their own national characteristics. However, this policy is still a threat to the accumulation of global capital, and as such, is still a class-based anti-imperialist struggle, even though the ideological tone is turned down. During the 1960s, it was the European colonial powers and the U.S. versus the Third World. Today, it is the same imperialist powers versus the global South. The North is still the dominant aspect, but the South is again on the offensive. While the transformative power of the Third World in the 60s was based on the revolutionary spirit, the attempted ideological dominance over economic development, the current transformative power of the global South, in particular China, is based on its economic strength. As the totality of the relations of production, this is a much better position for the future struggle. 10. How should we, as anti-imperialists in the capitalist center, deal with the contradiction between declining U.S. hegemony and a multipolar world system? We need a balanced approach. We must support the Chinese peasants and workers in their class struggle to move society towards socialism. I believe this struggle is possible within the current political framework, as the Communist Party has been moving steadily to the left in the past decade. If one chooses to support a struggle for socialism against the Communist Party, one must be very sure that the critique is from the left and not a liberal democratic pro-capitalist movement, which will serve the interests of upholding U.S. hegemony. On the other hand, anti-imperialists must defend China against US-led imperialism. Just as the Soviet Union balanced imperialism, which made decolonization possible, China is today the only power that can balance the U.S., which is a prerequisite for strengthening the anti-imperialist struggle globally. A strong and socialist China can be of decisive importance for a global transformation from capitalism to socialism, and will be necessary to avoid the collapse of the system into a chaotic abyss. Nationalism and internationalism. Internationalism is of strategic interest because the realization of socialism has to involve the majority of the world system. We need to unite internationally to make multipolarity possible and provide this new world order with a socialist content. However, it is difficult to foster internationalist solidarity within a world system in which the working class live under very different circumstances and are struggling not only against national capitalism, but also against the exploitation of one nation by another. Anti-imperialism must be an integrated part of the national struggle, not only in words but also in deeds. One may rightly focus and engage in community-level struggles, but without prioritizing anti-imperialism and taking the global perspective, the struggle fragments and the achievements in one part may undermine the advance of the whole. The primary revolutionary actor of the coming decades will be the proletariat of the global South. Given the globalization of production, it has the potential to develop a global perspective. Its struggle cannot succeed if it remains confined to nation-state boundaries. This would only create a recede at the bottom between the national working classes. There is a place for national tactics and strategies, but they must be embedded in international organizing. If industrial workers organize along the transnational production chains, they can achieve more strength than only organizing along national lines. The logistics of globalized capitalism depend upon the workers in container transport, harbors, and airports. They could block the system if they chose. In the global South, the peasants are still the largest class, comprising around 60% of the population. The growing importance of eco-socialist struggle is foreshadowed by peasant movements, including the landless workers' movement MST in Brazil, the International Peasants' Alliance La Via Campesina, the Farmers' Revolt in India, and China's Rural Reconstruction Movement. The ecological aspect is also the focus of indigenous peoples' struggles throughout the Americas. These movements are finding ways to unite with workers' struggles and call for a new international of workers and people. 11. Indigenous resistance is an important inspiration in the environmental proletarian revolt as they take a global perspective. As Nick Estes writes, there is a capaciousness to indigenous kinship that goes beyond the human. Whereas past revolutionary struggles have strived for the emancipation of labor from capital, we are challenged not just to imagine, but to demand the emancipation of the earth from capital. For the earth to live, capitalism must die. 12. In the absence of a communist international, we need at least a transnational anti-systemic movement. How do we organize such a movement? It can be done here and now, starting with creating a network through which participants could share resources, experiences, and information, coordinate protests, strikes, and actions, mobilize solidarity, and support, in short, organizationally erase the boundaries between isolated struggles and connect them into one common struggle. The specific areas of the transnational struggle can be multiple: the transnational trade union struggle across global commodity chains, transnational climate and ecological struggles, movements against imperialist wars, anti-racist, anti-fascist, and anti-colonial struggles, the global movement for basic living conditions, etc. From the times of the Communist Manifesto onward, it was understood that the only way to implement socialism was a world revolution. Lenin believed that the Russian Revolution could only survive if revolutions in the most advanced capitalist countries would follow. Likewise, China hoped that their revolutionary spirit in the long 1960s would draw the Chinese socialist project out of its isolation. However, nationalism had a stronger appeal in Europe, where social democratic parties identified the interests of the working class with the interests of the nation. Eventually, nationalist sentiments grew strong in the Soviet Union as well. Nationalism was also a key factor in Third World liberation struggles. In fighting for their political independence, oppressed nations pitted a progressive nationalism against the reactionary nationalism of the imperialist nations. The failed attempt to develop the national liberation struggle into an economic liberation from imperialism by establishing socialist states in the Third World during the long 1960s, together with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the Chinese opening to neoliberalism, proved Marx and Engels' statement in the manifesto right. Even if some kind of socialist transition would occur in one country within a dominating capitalist world system, it would still be part of the global division of labor, transnational production chains, and it would have to compete in the global market. This can only lead to the implementation of exploitative practices that benefit the capitalist world economy, as we have seen in China. This requires us to return to socialism's global ambition, the only realistic one. The principal contradiction in the world system determines to a large extent the outcome of national and local struggles. While we cannot ignore a political reality of nation-states, our strategy must be global one. The national struggle should contribute to moving the principal contradiction of the world systems in their right direction. Socialism can only flourish when it becomes the dominant mode of production globally. To achieve this situation, the struggle for socialism has to develop from movements, parties, and other kinds of organizations to govern states. The socialist state can begin to develop a mode of production on the national level, but just as importantly, they can support the struggle for socialism within the entire world system. The existence of actually existing socialism, with all its flaws, secured a balance of power with U.S. imperialism, which made other struggles for socialism possible. The existence of the Soviet Union contributed to the victory of China-Vietnam and the survival of the Cuban Revolution, which itself was important for struggles in Angola, Bolivia, the Congo, and more. Today, a socialist-orientated China can be of great importance for a possible transition towards global socialism. China should not be isolated and forced to retreat into nationalism, but take part in the international struggle for the global transition to socialism. Besides internationalism, the struggle has to have a radical anti-capitalist perspective. There is no social democratic road to socialism. Social democracy is a mutation of socialism generated by imperialism and can only prosper in the global north as a capitalist welfare state. If reforms in the global north are not accompanied by the deconstruction of imperialism, then they are not a step forward, they are parasitic. Time is running out for reforms. The capitalist mode of production threatens the balance of the global ecosystem. We do not have all the time in the world. Climate change and the transition towards socialism. Capitalism, especially the past 50 years of neoliberal globalization, has created serious environmental problems. This has already affected the living conditions of millions of people in the global south and led to the formation of movements for radical change. The global north is trying to reduce global warming without significantly changing the lifestyle that is causing global warming. As usual, capitalism assimilates critique and is now developing green capitalism, which innovates new products and grows in parallel with continuing fossil capitalism. Green capitalism is a contradiction in terms. The competition between capital and states within the world system forces each capitalist stand stato expand capital accumulation. The current conflict level in the world system reinforced this competition, and the prospect of reaching international agreements which could diminish global warming seem to have vanished. Alternatively, there should be an economic system based on the social ownership of the means of production, which makes political decisions that control how and what to produce. Instead of using surplus products for extended capital accumulation, they can be used for decarbonization, environmental cleaning, or projects to reduce inequality. The climate movement sometimes tends to view the environment and climate as issues separate from class relations, yet climate change is connected to capitalism and imperialism, and therefore is class-related. Citizens in the global north are able to mindlessly consume the globe's resources and throw out the trash only because the rest of the world cannot. The climate struggle must be linked to the development of an equal world. It is not possible to raise the living standards of billions of poor people in the global south to the level of the US or Germany within the capitalist mode of production due to the simple lack of natural resources. To accommodate their needs, it is not only a change in the relations of production and patterns of consumption which is needed to develop socialism on a global scale, it is also a continued development of the productive forces. On this, Emmanuel writes, "Steel, aluminum, and copper, of which the masses of the center consume today in such extravagant quantities, do not serve only to produce automobiles and gadgets. They produce doctors or books as well. It takes a tremendous amount of steel, cement, and energy to produce a doctor or school or village. A global and sustainable socialism cannot be developed by underdeveloping technology. It needs the most advanced forms of technology. The ruling class cannot will not save the environment. Instead of pleading with rulers, we need to anchor our understanding of the climate crisis in class analysis. Without the mobilization of the proletariat and peasants, there is no abolition of capitalism, and thus no social ecological transformation of society. The global scale of the climate crisis must be countered by centralized and global planning, which presupposes a global transformation towards socialism. The global movement for socialism must include environmental struggles, while environmental movements must equally take on a class and global perspective." John Bellamy Foster writes, "Hundreds of millions of people have now entered actively into the struggle for a world of substantive equality and ecological sustainability, constituting the fundamental meaning of socialism and the future of history in our time. Yet, the planetary revolt of humanity in the 21st century will prove irresistible and irreversible, and thus succeed against all odds, only if it takes the form of a more unified revolutionary human subject emanating from the wretched of the earth and environmental proletariat. It is time to exit the burning house. 16. I may only add the need to construct a new house. Instead of appeals to the capitalist Stato Act sensible in terms of climate change, the struggle has to go through the establishment of pro-socialist states. And in terms of transition, we are running out of time due to our climate problems. The endgame will be characterized by intense and sometimes chaotic fluctuations. Today, capitalism is in crisis, an economic crisis aggravated by the erosion and split up of the world market and wars. The crisis is ecological. Scientific studies tell us that we are heading toward catastrophe in the form of natural disasters, storms, floods, droughts, and shrinking harvests. A development that is increasing migration and exacerbating the economic crisis. There is political crisis because the bourgeoisie is divided between those who wish to resume neoliberal globalization, change everything to keep everything the same, and paleoconservative factions, who want to return to a nation-based accumulation of capital, authoritarian rule, and warfare to secure the lion's share of the global spoils. The split in the bourgeoisie continues down through the middle class and the working class in the global north, between groups linked to transnational capital and groups linked to national sectors. New national conservative alliances arise. The Trump-dominated Republican Party in the United States, together with right populism throughout Europe, are all signs of this split hand, the confusion it causes. The old politicians in the global north are desperately seeking to overcome the gap between the need for transnational capital for continued neoliberal globalization and a growing desire of the electorato return to the capitalist nation-based welfare state. It is a difficult task. Production and consumption have become globalized. You cannot just dismantle the transnational production chain without a serious loss of profit for capital. Based on the evaluation of the past and present, the following is a possible scenario in the following decades: U.S. hegemony is in decline. The U.S. has lost its economic superiority. Its political light is divided, and there is no revival of the American century. China is on the rise. It will continue its development of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Externally, it will pursue the establishment of a multipolar world system. Professor Cheng Yaowen from the School of International Relations and Public Affairs in Shanghai has reintroduced the strategy of the encirclement of the cities from the countryside as part of China's foreign policy. 100 years ago, the leaders of the Communist Party of China proposed the revolutionary path of encircling the city in the countryside. At this time of unprecedented changes, China and the developing countries need to break the center-periphery order of the contemporary world and the Western countries' prevention and suppression of non-Western countries, as well as to improve solidarity and cooperation in the global rural areas. The Belt and Road Initiative was launched in 2013. By February 2022, 146 countries have signed up to join the initiative. In combination with BRICS, China will create South-South and East-West relations to change the old North-South structure of the world system. There is a wish in many countries in the global South to change the U.S. dollar-centered international financial system for several reasons. Due to its hegemonic position, the U.S. had the exorbitant privilege of printing dollars to be used as world money for exchange, dollars which never returned to the U.S. for claiming goods. The U.S. also uses the status of the dollar as world money and international financial architecture to sanction countries, as trading denominated in dollars has to transit through a U.S. bank and the SWIFT system. A changeto this will further weaken U.S. hegemony, which depends on these structures. A multipolar world system, alternative economic institutions, and the existence of a major technologically developed state, China, will provide space for social movements and states in the global South to move in the direction of socialism. We may see development of a different kind of socialism, incorporating the historical and cultural background of each nation. These movements and states will intensify their cooperation, tipping the balance in the world system from capitalism towards the direction of socialism. Socialist advances will originate in the global South, where the popular forces understand that it is not possible to turn the development of the productive forces into a system that benefits the people without a transformation from capitalist to socialist relations of production. These struggles are necessarily arising in specific contexts, embodying environmental as well as economic and cultural realities. They will develop not just socialism with Chinese characteristics, but socialism with South African characteristics, Brazilian characteristics, and Palestinian characteristics. This is not just a tribute to diversity. Diversity is necessary for success in developing socialism in different contexts. As global capitalism begins to collapse, the immediate concern for future socialist governments in the global South will be how to organize the economy to meet people's basic needs without worsening the ecological crisis. In this transitional period, future socialist-orientated governments may again take up the strategy of delinking from the remains of the capitalist world market and its law of value. The strategy of delinking would help socialist governments to establish a state monopoly over domestic markets and reduce the pressure from the capitalist world market. The establishment of an international alternative to the capitalist financial system and its dollar tyranny will also improve the maneuvering. Space for socialist governments to socialize the economy and implement socially and environmentally progressive policies. They will face the task of cleaning up the global environment and developing new ways to produce and consume, which will lead to long-term sustainability. We are at the threshold of decisive struggles. The transition from capitalism to another mode of production can take two qualitatively different forms. The first is an uncontrolled implosion of capitalism into ecological and political chaos. The second is a transition in which the strategy of the struggling classes captures the reality of the situation and solves the contradiction to unblock development of the productive forces. In this case, we have a transition with a clear vision. However, socialism is not predetermined to follow after capitalism, as the more mechanical rendition of dialectical materialism suggests. It is nota given fact that there is a happy ending. The crisis of capitalism makes objective conditions for change excellent. In a structural crisis, where the system is unstable, the agent plays a decisive role. The problem is the development of the subjective forces for change. We were too optimistic in the 1970s. However, I believe that we are too defensive and pessimistic today. In the introduction, I pointed out that without Enjolras, a burning desire to change the world, it is not possible to mobilize the forces that will create radical change. This anger exists, as spontaneous uprisings across the globe signify. The problem is the strategy that can turn these feelings from the streets into socialist transformation. The pessimism in the mainstream left is understandable given previous failures. But pessimism gets in the way of revolutionary hope. Capitalism survives every crisis. All attempts to establish socialism have ended in disaster, and so forth. Their salt is a cynical, toothless critique of capitalism without a perspective of radical change. Therefore, I choose to be an optimist. This choice is part of the ideological struggle both within the left and against the capitalist system. When I say optimism, I do not mean naivety. It is not simply a matter of time until the masses get it right. What I mean is realistic optimism, taking into account the structural crises and instability of global capitalism, as well as the hundreds of millions of new proletarians in the global South who have nothing to lose but their chains and are becoming ever more conscious of their power. The development of the productive forces in the global South places the working class in a central position and creates a much stronger foundation for the development of a socialist society than was the case in the decolonization era. Even if the brand of socialism is damaged by the many failed attempts and the mixed experiences of actually existing socialism, I think socialism has a chance to replace capitalism simply because it has a core of rationality which is needed to solve the problems confronting humanity. What is to be done? Support a multipolar world system against U.S. hegemony to promote a more peaceful and democratic world with an empowered and reformed United Nations. Support the global South's struggle for a more equal world against the West, which have ruled the world through colonialism and imperialism for the last 500 years. Support the countries and movements developing socialism to end the exploitation of humans and the destruction of planet Earth. What specifically can the left in the global North do? After all, we will not be the driving force in the transition toward global socialism. However, it is not enough to wait for the proletariat of the global South to create a revolutionary situation in our part of the world. We must be more than passive bystanders. We must make sure that the North is no safe hinterland for imperialism, which means struggle against right-wing national chauvinism, racism, and imperialist political and military intervention. Anti-war campaigns will be an essential part of anti-imperialism in the coming years. We will be considered national traitors, but that is better than being class traitors. We must support socialist movements and states, not only in words, but in deeds and material means. To the extent possible, we should promote workers' struggles along the global production chains. We must build an international climate and solidarity organization. The specific ways in which means to use in the struggle depend on the type of organization and the specific political situation and place. It will range from mass movement to direct action groups, from parliamentary work and civilian disobedience to armed struggle. We will be a minority, but an important minority. In our political work, we often feel what we are doing is too little, unimportant in terms of changing the world. However, there are no small struggles, no small resistances. There are separate sets of actions and interventions that sometimes converge to force big changes. The capitalist system is out of balance. Small actions can produce an avalanche of events. We should keep in mind that revolution is no tea party. Capitalism will not just lay down. If our struggle is more than words, it will have consequences. We should plan and be prepared for this, on the personal and the organizational level. On a personal level, it is not easy to be at odds, not only with the state, but also mainstream society. There are strong forces which aim to integrate us into the system, our imperial way of living. Our participation in the real estate market and our pension funds link us to the well-being of capitalism. The massive news media and cultural influence inject the norms and values of liberal capitalism into our body and soul. It can be difficult to maintain a clear-cut opposition to the system and accept that deep economic and political crises are part of the endgame of capitalism, and we should welcome it. The endgame is not a walk in the park. On an organizational level, we will have to prepare for how the global struggle will develop in the next 2 to 5 years. What should our strategy be? How can I and my organization fit into the analysis of the objective and subjective forces of transition? What kind of support can we deliver? How can we best be a cogwheel in the big machine of transformation from world capitalism towards socialism? There will come a day. Let me end this long book as I began, on a personal note. I wish to paraphrase the handbill There Will Come a Day, handed out in May 1968 at Burmeister and Wain's shipyard in Copenhagen, 20-year text that in many ways set the course for my political trajectory. The handbill states that the mobilization and transformation of the working class in the capitalist metropolis into a revolutionary force requires a crisis, and the working class needs to realize that radical change is necessary. Only then can we undertake struggles for emancipation. Lenin said, "Revolution is impossible without a nationwide crisis affecting both the exploited and the exploiters. It follows that, for a revolution to take place, it is essential, first, that a majority of the workers, or at least a majority of the class-conscious, thinking, and politically active workers, should fully realize that revolution is necessary and that they should be prepared to die for it. 21. Unless blindfolded by illusions or dogmatism, no one will maintain that the majority of the working class of the global North is prepared to die for the socialist revolution. Rather, the majority are prepared, if not to die, then to struggle to defend their imperial mode of living. This has been the case since the end of the Second World War, and it will be like this for some time to come. How will the global North working class react when, because of the struggle for the emancipation of the oppressed nations and people, the imperial mode of living is no longer possible? We have seen racism and right-wing populism spreading in Europe and North America in the past decades. When the middle class comes under pressure, it often moves to the right, and social democrats have a historical record of allying with capital during crises. This might lead to military intervention against emerging socialism in the global South in an effort to reconstruct imperialist dominations. Seldom has someone hit the bullseye better than Lenin when he wrote, "There, in the West, the craft union, narrow-minded, selfish, case-hardened, covetous, and petty bourgeois labor aristocracy, imperialist-minded and imperialist corrupted, has developed." How has this come about? The answer is, as Engels wrote, that the northern workers have gladly taken their share of the booty from the exploitation of colonized peoples. The British Prime Minister Disraeli, who was the champion of imperialism and defended the right of the superior races to subjugate inferior ones, extended suffrage to the popular classes in Britain in exchange for their support for colonial expansion. In this way, he diffused the social question and class struggle in his own country. I say with confidence that the great body of the working class of England are English to the core. They are for maintaining the greatness of the kingdom and the empire, and they are proud of being subjects of our sovereign and members of such an empire. 23. The popular masses respond to the dominant class's social reforms with patriotism and support for colonial expansionism. Lacerda writes, "However progressive in itself, There is no class struggle that cannot be instrumentalized by the dominant power and integrated into a general project of a conservative or reactionary stamp. This is not a new phenomenon, but it has been accentuated and acquired a new qualitative potency in the wake of disenchantment at the results of 20th century revolutions and subsequent theoretical disorientation. 24. Marx and Engels pointed to the connection between social reform and colonialism. Lenin extended the critique, but the social democratic and communist parties of Western Europe kept silent about it. What have the social democrats done instead? They have been working for reforms, for shorter working hours, longer holidays, bigger unemployment subsidies, etc. What have the communists been doing? They have raised demands for still higher wages, still longer holidays, still bigger unemployment subsidies, etc. The Social Democrats have been boasting of the results achieved. The communists have been saying that these results were too small. They are wrong. Imperial socialism will not lead to socialism. Lenin explained why. Only the proletarian class, which maintains the whole of society, can bring about the social revolution. However, as a result of the extensive colonial policy, the European proletarian partly finds himself in a position where it is not his labor, but the labor of the practically enslaved natives in the colonies that maintains the whole of society. In certain countries, this provides the material and economic basis for infecting the proletariat with colonial chauvinism. 25. Social democrats and communists have been joining hands and making the workers believe it is the working class itself, through class struggle, that has made the welfare state possible. It is, but it is also based on imperialism. Lenin called it a parasite state. However, it is important to remember that the parasite state theory is not only a state that the working class gains from imperialism. 26. The bourgeoisification was a historical phenomenon created by specific historical, economic, and political development in capitalism, and since it is an historical phenomenon, it opens up the possibility of change in the position of the class. The parasite state theory states that the working class in Western Europe and North America occupies a dual position. They are an object of exploitation as they perform wage labor, which creates surplus value and thus profit for capital. However, by virtue of their relatively high wages, they are also able to acquire value through their consumption of goods produced by low-wage labor in the global South. Whether they are exploited or exploiter in a global perspective, it is a matter of a balance between the acquisition of value through consumption, exploitation, and their contribution of surplus value to capital. Without this double perspective on the position of the working class, the parasite state theory becomes static and loses its revolutionary content. This theory can explain both the historical process of bourgeoisification and the working class's support for colonialism and imperialism through the 20th century. At the same time, it also maintains the future possibility of this class as the gravediggers of capitalism. If one denies the significance and consequences of imperialism's transfusion of value to the working class in the global North, one falls into the fog of seeing every economic struggle as a revolutionary struggle on the road to socialism. If one denies that the highly paid worker in the imperialist countries produces value, surplus value, and profit, then you reject the possibility that the working class in the imperialist center can ever play a role in the struggle against capitalism. Moreover, one loses sight of political activity in the global North and gives up the task set by Lenin to be able to seek, find, and correctly determine the specific path or the particular turn of events that will lead the masses to the real, decisive, and final revolutionary struggle, such as the main objective of communism in Western Europe and in America today. The hallmark of a Marxist is to have an analysis, strategy, and praxis for the context in which one is situated. The communists in the global North must include the anti-imperialist struggle, and thereby the struggle against their own state's imperialism, as a centerpiece in their strategy. The success of this task depends on their courage and their fighting spirit, on how deep into the quagmire of chauvinism and imperialism the working class can do battle. When imperialism is defeated in the global South, and the working class in the center once again faces only their own bourgeoisie, then they may overthrow the exploiters, global socialism. The only possible socialism needs intervention from both South and North. The New World Order will emerge from fiery struggles. The stakes are high. Will the system self-destruct by catastrophe? Will we slide further into global apartheid under fascist rule? Or will strong anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist movements emerge? Appendix. Figure 2. The history of the development of productive forces in capitalism. Politics, history, the long transition towards socialism and the end of capitalism is